now we have another special guest here. We've got Knight join us from B4 Esports, and I have to say off the bat, how are you doing, man? It's been quite a long time since we've gotten to chat.
Hi, I'm fine. I'm anxious to play the PMPL, and let's do this.
Well, I'm glad you're not nervous to talk to me. I know I'm no glitter, so maybe that's why you're not nervous. But let's kind of talk about the World League Finals in particular off the bat here. You guys placed off 13th overall. Can you kind of walk us through how you feel like the finals went for you guys?
It was a weird finals because we know you can perform a lot better, but I think the players weren't find themselves in the match, and our only win was in the last match on Erangel, and our best map is Miramar. So we don't know what happened there. But we're trying to fix for the last championship, for the next.
Okay, so after the finals finished off, what have you guys all been up to? I mean, it's been a little bit of time since the finals till now, till you've had to actually, play into PMPL. So what have you guys been up to?
We had like 2 weeks on vacations, and now we are back playing all the day as usually to improve as much as we can.
Well, speaking of improving, what kind of areas in your guys' game did you focus on specifically going into PMPL that you might have looked to fix from World League?
We had a few changes on our roster. We changed one player, and we're trying to improve our aggressive style because the meta of the game changed since the point system changed. So we're trying to focus on being more aggressive.
Okay, with Berg leaving and Unnamed coming into the roster, what is he giving you? Like, what does he bring to the team that Berg unfortunately couldn't bring in World League?
He's a young player, and I think he has a lot of potential to go crazy on international championships. And I think he'll add a lot more of aggressive to our game style, and he'll help us a lot in this new meta system.
Do you think nerves might be something that will get to him going into PMPL, playing against the best teams of the region?
Yes, I think this is his first international championship. So he was talking with me about his being a little bit anxious and nervous about, but we start with psychology to him, and now he's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I remember when you were talking to us during World League, you said you guys have a psychologist actually helping you guys to prepare for matches like this. But then thinking back to World League, Berg didn't play a single match, still retaining a 5-man roster for your team. How do you look to incorporate him into actually playing into PMPL, or see more of like a backup in case someone's not playing up to par that day?
So Unnamed is playing in the main line right now.
Okay.
He went crazy on our practice, so he's definitely one of our players, and you're trying to make the players improve their aggressive to get their spot in the main line, so they're having to work even harder.
Yeah, so you're making them fight for that position, right? You're not just letting them play for free. With the point system changes that have come into play since World League till now, has this affected your guys' play style at all, with more points being weighted towards kills and less points towards a chicken dinner? And I guess more importantly, you can technically now score 0 points overall in a match.
Yes, this impacts us a lot because we always played more strategically. But now, if you get a good spot, doesn't show that you will get a lot of scores, because the difference like between the 9th place to the 6th place is almost like 2 or 3 points. So we have to make our gameplay more aggressive and try to get as much skill as possible. So we have to change a lot our game style.
Okay, well, you're talking about aggression. I think a lot of teams have been talking about that as well. I'm imagining that Loops has to be one of those teams that you're really looking out for when it comes to PMPL Americas.
Yes, I think they are the team that is more prepared to this new system point, because they are going to play in this mode, like they're 100% aggression, and like strategy comes later if they won the fight. So this is the meta for them, and we're trying to learn from them. Strategy We don't care about just hit and try to kill everyone. And now, what are you gonna do? I think this is more Derek style.
So what's your goal going in for PMPL Americas Season 2? I'm assuming it's to place into PMGC.
Yes, last PMPL, we got 3rd place. And now our goal is to win the PMPL and get our spot in the Global Championship.
So, Knight, I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to all your fans and maybe say something to all the people who have been supporting you this entire time.
Galera, que tá acompanhando nosso projeto, confie na gente, acompanha a gente e só vamos, que aqui é Brasil. A gente vai representar vocês bem no Campeonato Mundial. Só vamos.
All right, Knight, thank you very much for joining us here, and I can't wait to see what you guys do and wish you the best of luck going into PMPL Season 2 Americas.
Thank you, bye.
Seen the show before, but at least that was something I could see. And now Kowalski out in the open takes down Cam, and he takes down Quinn as well. What is this? It's this one off with the first kill. It's going to be his teammate killed. Irish knocked down. J7 finishes the both off. The balcony. Rolex spraying through the smoke. Gets one. Federal as well going to be dropped off.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day here of Week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2. Like always, I am still Jason Kapp, and I've not transformed into some evil version of me. We'll find out the name of that later on, and I'll be covering all the action, helping host everything coming up in the next few weeks. And we have our analysts to break it all down for you, though, since obviously I can't do the show alone. We got Seven Worlds Gaming, we got Glitter Explosion joining me up here in our virtual reality, and we have to talk about off the bat here, Seven's shirt is looking amazing.
Thank
right?
You, bro. Thank you. Hey, listen, I took some notes after you looked so amazing yesterday. That's today. I was like, I'm going to mix it up, baby. I'm going to mix it up.
Well, Glitter, what have you been up to since the day off? Have you been getting prepared and ready to go? Things getting exciting here as we have teams still stepping up?
Yeah, just taking lots of notes. I'm ready to see how this final day goes because I kind of am starting to really look at like that 12th through 16th spot to see how those teams start to shake out.
Oh yeah, and there's going to be a lot of shaking up to happen today and of course over the next 2 weeks as well. As we take a look now at the overall standings, so you guys get an idea of the teams she's talking about. But before we fully get into our 8th through 12th, we need to look at our 1st through 8th at the moment, or say 12th through 16th. We got to look through our 1st through 8th at the moment, I should be saying. As of course G25 still maintaining that 1st place position, but they have 8 chicken dinners to their name now.
8 indeed. Remember, we were pulling for them to have 25. We'll see if they're actually going to be able to. I don't think so, but hey, it's good to see them there at the top. They have been very consistent. Team Queso there in 2nd place. 3rd place B4, Temple Storm. I know we're going to be talking about them there being very consistent in 4th place. And Ace 1, surprisingly, they didn't fall off yesterday. They actually brought it back up a little bit, which is something I'm excited for. Hopefully we see that more out of them because Ace 1 was one of those teams that was in 1st place the first couple of days of the tournament. So very exciting stuff there. We see Alpha 7 Esports, another team that's been very consistent. Cloud9, I'm enjoying seeing Cloud9 here on the 1st page, and Wildcard Gaming back on the 1st page as well, as we're going to be going here towards the 2nd page. And there's going to be some surprising teams that we're going to see here, Glitter.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, starting off with Execute right there in 9th place, only 3 points behind 8th place currently. And that's a team that we obviously talked about a lot yesterday. It's a team that we've kind of been following to see how their improvement is tracking so far over week 2. So they're definitely going to be a team that we're probably going to be watching throughout the rest of today as well. Then moving on down, we're going to be looking at Loops Esports. And we haven't really had too much of an opportunity to talk about Loops too much because I don't really think that they've given us the Loops performances that we're used to. So I don't know. We're in the 2nd half now. They're in a safe spot right now, right? They're in a decent place. As long as they don't dramatically fall off, they should be able to qualify. But one important thing to look at while we're looking at these other teams around them is just how close the points are. 11th and 12th are only 1 point behind Loops in Nova and Meta Gaming. I mean, that's all these places, and this is what I was starting to talk about earlier, 13th place is 165 points for PK, and their team is starting to step up as well. As we start getting into these placements, they're all separated by so few points that really anything can happen with any of these squads. XSET is another team that is starting to kind of show us what they're made of. I'm really excited to see what they can do with the day. Tribe Gaming, we talked about them a little bit. They've been a little bit quieter than when they initially started, so hopefully they can maybe turn that around a little bit. And then they Unnamed, somehow sneaking in here into that 16th place position when, as of the start of yesterday, that had been Brazilian Rampage 7.
Yeah, and for me, is how close the points are. As you were saying, with Cloud9 in 7th place, and then you have in 16th place the Unnamed, they're only separated by 21 points. And we've seen teams get that in just one match, as we do see there, the third page, Brazilian Rampage, you were saying that they kind of fall off. And then yesterday, we're talking about Influence Rage, the amount of kills they're able to put out, and something that we're going to be looking forward from them here, especially in this final week, in this final day of the second week, and later on, is placement points. I want to see more consistency out of them with placement points. I want to see them get towards the end of the matches, because they have proven over and over again, yes, we can get those kills. Well, guess what? Now I want you to show me that you can get those placement points.
Yeah, and honestly, if they are able to iron that out, Seven, like you're saying, we could see Influence Rage easily move into that second page and honestly become a pretty decent threat going into our finals, and to the point of having them to maybe lock things down. But obviously, Brazilian Rampage, we talked about them yesterday as a team that it's just kind of holding the status quo. They're not really getting better. They're not really getting worse. They have obviously fallen off the top 16 now, but we need to see a little bit more out of these guys if we want to see them jump up and maintain a top 16 position, which honestly, I think a lot of teams out there are looking to maintain, to make sure to hold on to top 16. And then when you get into finals, try to really ramp it up to try to potentially get into the top 3. And one team that we've been seeing trying to get better and consistently playing better over time is Pittsburgh Knights. And we're going to have to talk about them because, again, we saw some inconsistencies out of them off the bat. We saw them right 7. We had like in 6 minutes, they had 5 kills, but 0 placement points. At like the last match of the day, they had like 12 placement points and 0 kills. But I feel like they're kind of doing better on all fronts now.
Yeah, those inconsistencies that we've seen out of them, it seems like they're starting to become a little bit better. We see the damage done, and look at the top. We're going to be comparing 13 matches to 10 matches. The damage done has incredibly increased. I love seeing that. Damage received, obviously, usually when you see damage done increasing, the damage received also increases as well. But overall, the kills is what actually has impressed me the most. And as we're going to be talking about here, Pittsburgh Knights a little bit more, something I kind of went back and did a little bit of math between week 1. So week 1, they ended up with an average of 10th place from all the matches that they played in week 1, with 2.5 average of kills per match, as you were able to see there. And then for week 2, so far, they have averaged a 9th place, Glitter. That is a 1 placement increase, and that's something you kind of want to see out of those teams, especially teams that are currently towards the middle of the pack there. You want to see them continue to improve. You want to see them continue to become better, and not only just in one department, you want to see them continue to improve in regards to placement points, in regards to placing on those matches, and also you want to see them to improve in regards to the kills, as we've been able to see it. They've almost doubled their kills, and that's just insane. The knockouts as well, you can see them getting into more fights, being a lot more aggressive, and I believe at some point here we're going to start showing some of the highlights from Pittsburgh Knights, and you're going to be able to see just a lot more aggressiveness out of this team. And it's not just crazy aggressiveness, it's something that I really enjoy out of Pittsburgh Knights, is that they've been third-partying a lot. I noticed that a lot yesterday. They decided to start third-partying a lot, and I think that's why their kills have gone up. They don't really have to, in a way, kind of fight for those kills as much. They can just come in and wreak havoc and pick up some of the kills that somebody else might have left off, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point, Seven, because we have been looking at PK for how long now? When they came in, you know, we had kind of hyped them up, new roster, so much experience, like all these things under their belt, and then they kind of started off really slowly. Like Jason was saying earlier, they either, you know, had a ton of kills but really could not nail down their placement points, or were able to stay alive long enough to actually get a decent amount of placement points, but then just get no kills whatsoever. And there was no healthy balance. They have definitely kind of managed to tip the scales in their favor, and I think the third parting point is just very important because it's what's allowed them to almost, I think that's one of the main reasons they found that balance, right? They haven't necessarily had to go too crazy right away as far as those engagements goes, but they're still able to pull down those kill points because they're staying a little bit more removed from those fights. It's keeping them alive longer. And I think just, getting a few of those under their belt is what started giving them that confidence. And how many times have we spoken about confidence for teams? Because then you start seeing them make a little bit, riskier a play, but it goes in their favor because they feel better about what they've been doing in the past. And then we start to see the PK that I think we were all expecting to see at the very beginning of the season.
It seems like they kind of have a different path through the Pro League so far. I mean, we look at a team like XSET, right? And this is a team that just needs to get further along, and they seem to learn how to get to that point again, then continue just kind of learning over time. Whereas PK, they're just trying to blend the difference or the problems they had of placements and kills. They're trying to make sure they can get both, which it seems like they've been able to do quite steadily now, at least over the course of this week. But can they maintain it is always going to be a question we're going to have to ask, because they still are very susceptible to being knocked out of top 16. But one team right now who's probably not at all in any risk of being knocked out top 16, since they have a 47-point lead over the team under them from 4th to 5th place. It's going to be Tempo Storm here, Glitter. And this team honestly has continued to improve, continued to amaze us, and also shown they can rotate players around and still perform well.
Yeah, there's a lot to say about Tempo Storm as we take a look at this graphic here. We'll break this down a little bit and then we'll kind of touch on all those points. But first of all, we obviously have to look at Tempo Storm's consistency. From the very beginning, it was something that we had harped on them for really early on, and especially they kind of accidentally illustrated that by day one, first game out of the gate, they win, and then they completely fall off for the rest of the day. What we're looking at here is their average stats for week 2, day 1, where they played 3 matches, and then their average stats for week 2, day 3, where they played 4 matches. Now, on week 2, day 1, they actually did have 2 first place finishes. One was with 15 kills. It was a huge game for them. And then week 2, day 3, they had a 2nd place, a 3rd place, 6th place. So they were very consistent in their placements. They just didn't get any wins. However, the numbers here, if you're looking at them, are relatively the same. Now, granted, there is the 1 extra match on day 3 on the right column, but the fact that they've managed to maintain their numbers generally across the board is huge for Tempo Storm, because that's what we have been looking for out of them from the beginning. Now, I don't know how they've managed this, but I think one of the things we have to talk about is the fact that they have started rotating in J7, like Jason was saying, and the fact that this squad has managed to adapt that well with a rotating roster change really speaks to their ability to kind of start to pick things up with a lot of variables coming into play here. I think another thing that we also do need to point out is that we've been watching Tempo a lot, and we've seen them periodically changing up their play style. We talked about their 2-2 split up against Tribe. We've seen them play edge, and lately we've seen them play a lot more center zone. And I think that this is something we should be paying attention to, because there is potentially a reason for why that's happening. Obviously, there's a possibility that they're just kind of adapting to each game as it comes at them. But like Jason was saying, they are pretty much solidified in the top 16, right? No one's going to touch them at this point. So they pretty much have a week at their disposal to start trying out different strats, to try out different combinations of their roster. And it's the perfect opportunity to do it. They can see, one, which options are the best for their squad, whether that's playstyle option or roster options. And 2, it could really start to help give them information on how the other teams will react to these changes that they're making when it comes to Finals 7.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point. That's something that we always talked about, especially towards those teams that are at the top, right? Like G25 Gaming. We also have B4. Now we're starting to see Ace1 now back to the top 5. We always talk about those teams. Hey, you kind of have a little bit more cushion than anybody else on the leaderboard. Why not try something new? And going back to Tempo Storm, something that I really enjoy, especially when we play Erangel. Keep in mind, sometimes these teams get a chance to play Erangel 2 times in a day. I love that they land Pochinki, and so far this tournament, nobody has challenged them. And talk about center, guess what? They pretty much end up being from the get-go in the center of the map, which allows them just so much rotation power, allows them so much more freedom to figure out where they're going to be going. Which rotation are we going to take? Do we want to wait a little bit more? So anything with this team, I'm really enjoying it, and I wouldn't be surprised if they continue this trend, if they would be one of those teams that, one of those top 3 teams that ends up in PMGC.
Yeah, and honestly, they've, again, been able to show, like, when it comes to the difficulties that might arise for teams coming into PMGC, that with a 5-man roster that they can pretty easily swap players in and out. They can adapt their style, adapt their play style, adapt who they have in on any given moment, on any given day. And considering that's probably going to be a lot of matches played throughout the entire event, you have that luxury of that 5th player you know you can depend on, where other teams I don't think have that in their pocket. Now, one team we saw, unfortunately, I guess not have enough substitutes in their pocket is going to be Wildcard. They haven't been able to field necessarily all 4 players in every match due to school obligations. They've had to bring in Enigma and Leon, so they had to bring in like 2 subs who won't even be playing for their main team when they're playing on weekends. But one person on the team that we have to talk about here that's really stepped up, it's got to be Azor. He's been able to put up some really good numbers that unfortunately we don't really get to see when we look at our top players by kill 7, because he hasn't been able to necessarily play enough matches as you're seeing here.
Yeah, that's right. We're seeing the stats for the 18 matches that he's played so far. Now, if he was to play 23 matches like some of the other players have on that leaderboard, guess what? His total damage will be about 7,000. His damage ranking will be in 8th. His kills will be at 39 instead of 30. And his skill ranking alone would go from 16 to 4th. That is a huge jump, and this is something to attribute at the skill this man has been able to showcase tournament in and tournament out. It doesn't matter what's going on with that team, he always tends to put up performance for it. And something that I actually enjoy from Acer, and this is kind of giving you a little bit of PUBG Mobile esports history here, is the PMPL from last season and the PMWL is some of the are the only 2 major tournaments that Acer has been part of. So now having that experience and now having to take some days off, whether it is for school, he's able to be a little bit more calm. He might not have as much pressure as he did before going into here trying to prove himself. Now we know that, hey, he is going to be able to put up numbers, he is going to be able to put up kills, and when he comes in, he's going to be a great addition to his team, and he has showcased it over and over again, whether it is either in this PMPL or previous PMWLs. And something that I actually want to see out of this is especially during the weekend now. Remember, yesterday they ended up playing with all 4s. As Jason was saying, during the week, sometimes they don't play with all 4s. I want to see more consistency out of this team in regards to just placement and kills. Pretty much everything out of this team. We've seen them, at one point we saw them in 8th place, and then they kind of fell off towards the 2nd page there in 13th place. But now, during the weekend, they've been able to pick it up. They've been able to have better performances, and I would like to see some of the other players step it up. Like I saw yesterday, Slicky from Wildcard stepped it up in a big way, as we see Acer here being able to... Acer, one of the benefits that he actually does have, Glitter, that I wanted to kind of mention out here, is when it's close range, that man can be an absolute beast, and I've seen him take on a full squad before close range.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, it's just going... It really goes to show how much he's actually doing for his squad when he's played that many less games than everybody else, is still managing to maintain a position in the overall rankings that's honestly relatively high when you take that into consideration. And it's going to bode well for them, because if he's able to perform like this, as long as he can carry this through, I'm assuming they're going to make it into finals, and then that's where they'll be able to have their solid 4 roster, and then I'm really excited to see what they can do with that.
Yeah, and I think on that note, like their current placing right now is very misleading, right? Because obviously, like you said, Seven, they've been playing with like 3 players, so they've had to use 2 substitutes. So going into the finals, I wonder what team will really be able to show up out of them if they can kind of match Acer's level of play. As you saw there, we did have our matches being played, of course. We have Erangel first, we got Vikendi coming up second, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, and I believe we're going to be having Group B sitting out. So we're not going to have Cloud9, G25, Ace 1. We're not going to have a lot of these big teams we're looking for. However, we do get to see PKs we talked about at the top of the show, and we also get to see Execute again. And we've seen Execute getting better and better as time goes on. Thinking back to the kill switch almost 1v4 up against G25 yesterday on Vikendi was insane. I think this team, honestly right now, Seven, has some real potential to easily be one of the best in the region.
Oh, for sure. And this is something that we kind of go back, and it's just a young team trying to get used to playing at this stage. Keep in mind, they've probably been only used to playing teams from North America. Now they're playing teams from Central America, South America as well, Brazil. So you have a lot of new game styles that you kind of have to adjust. And they also have an addition in a veteran player with Sute. So as it progresses on, as the tournament goes on, we've seen Execute just get a lot better match in and match out. And I wouldn't be surprised, as you were saying, if they end up being one of the top teams as well.
Well, we're going to find out momentarily if they're going to be one of the top teams in this first match. You two need to get out of here because we need to bring our commentators in because the match is almost ready to go. So we'll check with you guys a little bit later on. And you guys at home, we want to check in with you right now because we want you guys tweeting to us here on the show. You can tweet at esportspubgm with the hashtag PMPL. You can also tag all three of us as well if you want to. Let us know your thoughts about anything and everything PUBG Mobile related. And now we have two commentators that come in to bring you this first match. You might not have seen them yesterday, but you're going to see them today. It's going to be Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis ready to go. Hot Jukes, feels like forever since I've seen you two, but how you doing?
Miss you, brother. Always happy and excited to be able to cast the PUBG Mobile Pro League, man. I just love this game start to finish. So every time I just get a chance to see this live, I get hyped every single time.
And Cameron, I want to actually ask you your thoughts on this. I want to ask you as well, Hot Jukes, in a second. Azor, we talked about his matches played 18. He's behind by 5 at the moment compared to the average of everyone else in the top 8. What's your thoughts on him right now? Because he's kind of like sneaking under the radar a little bit, but it kind of makes sense considering the hand he's been dealt at the moment with the amount of players they can field and what subs they have to use.
It really is just a very unfortunate situation for Wildcard because they made such a drastic change in the World League that put them basically not in like the top of the field at that moment, but like a lot of us had our eyes on them for what they could deliver in Pro League and other competitions in the future. I think right now with the situation that they have though with the roster is that they just need to focus on getting top 16. Any higher than 16 is fine, but as long as they advance to the finals, that's the important part. My only concern, though, is that these games count as practice for so many teams, and even if they are going to be able to field their perfect roster, they might not be as online as teams that have been playing with that for the entire Pro League.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of teams, even Loops, like said when we're interviewing the Dean, that Wildcard's a team to watch out for, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, and every single other squad that I talked to is either two teams. They're thinking about Loops or Wildcard. I think for Wildcard to even have the performance that they've had so far, considering having to deal with so many roster changes, I mean, it's insane. They're actually, I think they're doing perfect so far for just considering that. So, you know, if they're able to get all 4 members on the squad constantly, I think that they're definitely a top 3 team easily.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out. We're going to kick off our first match here on Erangel. It's going to be brought to you by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. So take it away, boys.
Let's get into it, baby. Match number 1, taking it over to the new era Erangel. Oh man, Cameron, it's been a few days since the last time we got to cast a match together. I had a blast the last time. Ready to get this one started. Let's go.
Yeah, I do want to, in the very beginning of the game, while we wait for the teams to fully set themselves up and the game to really get started, sort of approach what Jason was bringing up, that people consistently reference Wildcard and Loops as the teams to really watch out for. Neither of those teams are in the top 4.
It's crazy.
Even top, like at what point does that really change? Yes, Pro League, there is a little bit of a amount of time that you want to give teams to sort of get in the field. There's a lot more of adjustments they have to make on even a daily basis, much less just coming from World League to Pro League basis or PMCO to PMPL basis. But still, like, they're not the hot teams right now. They're not what's hot in the market. They're not what's chic. They're not what's popular. They're not what all the high schoolers go back to their parents and say, hey, mom, dad, buy me some of this. That's these brand new teams, or at least brand new to the top level. But then, of course, when you're looking at some of them, it is brand new. G25, Lord, they're not in this game. So we're going to have to wait a little bit to see how they continue to perform. But that was, I don't think they were at the top of anyone's list of, like, definitely top 3.
I mean, I bet you all the rest of these teams in this lobby right now, they're almost like breathing a sigh of relief at the fact that they're not in this game, because day 8, chicken dinner so far, 328 points. Who would have thought that? Oh, wait, the first circle goes on up here. Looks, you know, like a good traditional, possibly could shift to military base. Touch on that. Yeah. You know, it's in the thought process, but yeah.
60-40, maybe?
60-40. There's always that odd chance, and I know
65-35.
The Feeders are probably really hoping it goes there, because they're a team that really need to put some points on the board if they want to have a chance at making it at top 16. But yeah, going back to G25, 328 points. Like compared to Loops, that's almost double their score so far. So It is insane. But oh, look at this. Oh, that is right. Tempo Storm sitting out of this match, and BDM XSET, they saw that and said, hey, let's head it over to Pachinki, baby. It's wide open.
Is it though? Because now that
Yeah,
both
not
have
anymore.
gone there, did they expect to drop with another team? The Pachinki has basically been split down the middle. It's generally what you see with this situation. And BDM have a very good opportunity with what I call pizza and Pachinki. It's that little triangle section to sort of bail and sort of leave. And actually Juicy, he's grabbing a vehicle himself. Both of these teams are trying to set themselves in a situation that they don't have to commit to this fight. Doesn't mean that they won't fight if they can't find the opportunity, but it's always good to have a plan B that you're not trying to be caught out and running on foot.
Right? Hey, sharing is caring. And I think that's exactly what they're trying to do right here. Just say, pick up, you take this side of Pachinki, we'll take the other. We'll get our vehicles on and catch each other late game. And right now, this is a good spot to be in, especially considering where this circle is. They both have plenty of time. They have no rush to kind of get into a battle together. I wouldn't be surprised to see BDM just instantly just kind of take off, find some vehicles down the street, and get moving from there. But look at, I mean, smoke's coming out. XSET looking to press the issue a little bit.
So they left Nico. Both of these teams are playing this in a 3-1, both having watchdogs essentially. And Nico was XSET's watchdog. And I guess he was calling the rotation away from BDM. Do they know about Duck though? I think they would at this point, but immediately sending some players onto the rooftops. XSET want to take control of this situation. Yeah,
and if Duck does not get back with his team in time, he will be a sitting Duck. That is for sure, because the second that XSET realizes there's only one player there, they're going to full send that player without a doubt. We'll see how that turns out, though, as we head on over to Crates, and we're looking at B4 right now. This is definitely their spot. Oh, finding a nice level 3 vest there. That's always a good, nice little tree. Oh, we can see in the kill feed, Juicy finds Neto. Must have been from all the way down there. Duck is kind of holding this off angle, so XSET gets the initial knock here at Pachinki.
Yeah, it wasn't Duck though, as we mentioned, and I'm not entirely sure if they know of his existence on that off angle, as you mentioned, so he's trying to lie in wait, and I think he's playing it smart, leaving the rest of BDM to sort of be the main fighting force, and him come in for an element of surprise on the side of XSET, decide to commit too heavily. They are continuing to push forward. Luckily, Neto got taken out far enough away that there's a possible revive that is Juicy trying to go for the grenade. This is where Duck comes in.
Yeah, we almost saw, oh, look at that. That nade was so solid. Might just be enough damage to get the finish onto Neto. And you saw, yeah, Duck with a great off angle, put a little pressure to try to get some breath. Oh, it looks like they will be able to get the revive, though. So that off angle works so good. Oh, look at this nade, though, from Juicy. Will it hit?
I mean, well, didn't hit the mark, though. I think he tried to go inside the ticket booth. Either way, they're rushing forward, trying to go aggressive. Immediate trade back and forth by both squads, but that's still 2 down for BDM right now. And easy kill pickups to confirm.
Yep, XSET's going to get these 2 flushes really quick. They're going to take their loot, pick up Nico, and Duck and Rafa, they're stuck. There's nothing they can do in this situation. Just, hey, pick up what you got and run, because trying to go against a full squad of XSET right now doesn't seem like the play. What do you think?
No, you don't want to take this. The problem is, I don't think they have any vehicles. You saw them running away, and I think they actually would have liked to fully have bailed earlier, but they didn't have the cars the way the XSET did. It just shows how important it is to find those modes of transportation before your looting pattern. But then when you see a full team dropping Pachinki right next to you, you're sort of torn on what exactly you could do. At BDM, they're getting punished for this right now. It looks like one of their players is able to make it out, Rafa, but Duck, he's still stuck in the middle of the city, and I think XSET might want to chase him down because Pachinki, it's the setter, it's still a reasonably center in this first circle, so XSET don't have to worry too much about losing a position.
I mean, that's the best case scenario for them to pick up at least 2 points on the board, some good loot as well. And Duck, you can just see him just running for his life right now. And I think he's headed for that garage to try and find the vehicle, but it's gone. Juicy already secured it, and yeah, he realized it. Oh, it's gone, so he's going to have to just keep on running down the street, hopefully looking to find one desperately, because BDM, it's already tough as, you know, losing 2 members as it is. Losing 3 though, oh, that's just that's not what you want, that's for sure.
Yeah, hopefully Duck can find a vehicle, go pick up his teammate down in the south. But you saw on the map there, this is when we're starting to see more and more teams rotate in. It's a little late this game, if I'm being honest. I expect to see rotations a little earlier this time around, but XSET, this is when they need to start moving. They can't keep chasing anymore for one lone point. I think that's what they're doing. They go find the vehicle that they stored away, and they're going to try and find a more central position. There are a number of hills that they could take just to the southwest of Pachinki that'll give them good early game sightlines.
Yeah, and I think that one spot that they'll really be looking for is, so hold on, we see Nova here on this hill catching Wildcard. You see Spring tapping away with that mini, and Wildcard's looking to press this right now into Nova. Here comes Acer with that Uzi. Oh, gets one out the vehicle, pops the driver out.
Starlight immediately stops to try and assist his teammate. Grenades don't find their mark, and that could be a good molly to delay the push, but Acer, he still wants it.
That was such a good Molotov. It was so close, but now here comes Acer with a mini. We were just talking about him earlier. Tracking, unable to get that knock, though, but they are going to be able to secure AZ from Nova.
Yeah, Starlight, I don't know if the call was made by AZ saying, no, leave me, or his teammates, or someone. The call was made to just leave him. It wasn't worth trying to pick up because the pressure from Wildcard was way too much, and a good pickup for Wildcard as well. I'm a big fan of this position in the early game. They can use the rocks just to the south and sort of scooch along. The problem is it doesn't stay super strong that far into the game, but if they continue to put up the pressure like they are now, it could be definitely a good pickup for them. But over here, fighting on Sosnavka, we saw one team in Alpha 7 join the two initially dropped there of B4, and Defeaters get on Military Island, and the trades back and forth are actually going B4's way. Maxon leaning out the side of his best friend's ride.
I mean, with that 3x laser beaming him out of the vehicle, that's such a tough shot to hit. And he did get the knock on the swag win, and that's going to immediately stop that push from Alpha 7. And this is B4, so they're on the south side Military Island here, just rocking the coast, possibly trying to secure that bridge just in case it does go north. But it looks like they're kind of doing a little 2-2 split on the bridge. You guys can't see it on the game, but I can see it here on the mini-map. But moving on over back to Pachinki, XSET completely all bundled up in this building.
Yeah.
And 19. Yeah, here atop a church right now.
That's what I was saying. XSET took a little too long on that sort of engagement and potential chase with BDM, and now 19 have taken position, have pinned them down in that one lone building. But BDM, they're still there too. You can see on the map, yeah. The circle?
Yeah. So the fact that the circle ended up going north. So now that, XSET, they're a little stuck in that building, but they don't have to head on south to military base at least. But, that's going to be a real tough one for Defeaters, B4, and Alpha 7. We're going to have to find their way back up into this northern island, most likely.
Speaking of Defeaters, B4 fighting off multiple teams. Maybe they just weren't expecting. Surely they were expecting Defeaters to be at least around this position, but perhaps Alpha 7 might have distracted them too much and forced them to push ahead without taking as much care as they otherwise should have. A wraparound from Duelo. I really like this, trying to find that angle onto the knock behind the tree, stop the revive from happening. And even if it does revive, this should be a pretty easy cleanup here. 2 easy kills for Defeaters.
Oh, and this is points that they need drastically. Defeaters need to start playing highly aggressive, and for them to get 2 kills off the bat, you see Big Zera trying to get some revenge for his friends, but it's a little too late. They're gonna have to go ahead and get the rotation off, but Defeaters currently sitting in last place right now with 67 points. If they want a chance at top 16, which is currently 16 places around 155, they need to just pop off like crazy the next few days if they want to have any chance at making it.
Yeah, B4 forced to rotate away from that. Another standoff out in big open fields, loops and execute. This is a pretty dangerous position because HQA aren't too far away from this. You can see Execute trying to retreat, but now they're retreating into Tribe. There's so many teams on the west side that are unexpected.
And they're just crashing all into each other right now. Exit and the Unnamed having to go at it, and you know that those shots surrounding teams are going to be hearing that. Bucky in the 1v1 catches Echo. He's 1 HP though. It's left to fate. Uzi in hand. Here he comes with the pre-fire. Gets the 2v1! Can he get the third?
Ooh. Vehicle right up. Signaled Q's approach. He's trying to run, trying to get the kill. Nades are prepped. He's going to secure those points. But that grenade is being cooked. Well done. Breaks open the door to find a potential opposite angle. But this one could be good. Rolls a little too far. But it confirms 1 kill. And now it's guaranteed 1v2. Very low HP on the opposite side.
Oh, and he jiggle peeked just a little too late, and the Unnamed able to finish off Execute right there. Man, I bet you he wishes that he had a Molotov, because Molotovs will break doors open. Yeah. Nades, they're bounced off of him though. Really tough break right there for Execute. But moving right back into another battle, Pittsburgh Knights getting into it right now. This is a really good spot for this next zone. We'll see who's gonna pick it up, PK or Team Queso.
A lot of utility already deployed. I think, is this by the Knights to try and push onto the building? We've seen how how likely the Knights are to push buildings. Is where they've sort of gotten a lot of their success in recent weeks, starting to turn things up and just go super aggressive on opportunities that they find. Unfortunately, they're not able to find that first initial knock into Queso that they would have wanted. Flash is being revived right now.
This is still in the circle right here. They have no, priority to really press this too hard. Oh, they got to get going, though. Next circle zone, a good solid shift onto the east side. So after this, I wouldn't be surprised if they get moving. But Nitsu, with the rotation on the hill, gets one knock. And you can just see him there with that 6x DP putting in some work. And that's going to stop PK's ability to move out of the zone.
This is really, really bad. Actually, Ayala going super aggressive as well, just tearing the Knights apart, not giving them the opportunity to retreat at all. And just Nitsubev on the hill, on the backside, just constantly. We do criticize the Queso for being split so heavily in the early game, but that is exactly why they do those plays, because when they're able to set up into a position that it works perfectly, like here, they get so many points. They already picked up 2. They weren't able to clean up the entirety of the Knights. Both Jat and Trickster were able to retreat away, but they are definitely wounded, definitely limping. And is Jat taking damage from someone else? I saw a little bit of HP tick down.
He just was able to get right into the edge of this next circle as Trickster ends up looking like he fell out of that vehicle, unfortunately for them. And I love that aggressiveness right there from TK. So they had the perfect time push to be able to put some good work into PK. We did see Nico from XSET with the VSS get the thirst onto one of the last remaining members for PK, so it's only Jat G alive. Next, so this is going to be a tough one to deal with here. And you can just see HQA, the Unnamed, all these squads just trying to find some real estate into this next circle.
It's super hard to tell who actually has a fair bit of control, and that's because this was not an area that a lot of teams were putting a lot of emphasis on in the early game, because when you look at the first few phases, a lot of it was sort of figuring out, is it going to go to Military Island, and then after that, is it going to go to Pachinki and where? And so I think Meta have a really strong position right now. They didn't have to fight too much for it. However, can they then put themselves in a position to maintain a spot of control?
Man, I'm surprised you get those shots a little too early. And that's the crazy part, is like they were holding this hill completely. Loops was just trying to creep on into it. And the second Loops heard that one bullet come out from that member of Meta, they did that quick U-turn on out. Defeaters able to make it into this northern island now, finally. And you can just see them just trying to secure this top hill. Team Queso, they're really late on this rotation. They got to figure out a spot in this next circle, but they're going to get gate kept on their way in.
Yeah, that's always the problem of looted up Sosnovka, and while that split phase 1 sort of gave them a little bit of time to loot up and figure out their game plan, compared to the phase 1 being 100% onto proper Erangel, it still is a problem having to transfer over. Luckily, the blue is helping them out a little bit, helping pressure Queso, force them to all group up, don't allow them to get those off angles that they so love. But still, a lot of damage onto Richie.
Richie just getting caught in the wide open here. Not sure exactly how they lost that vehicle, but man, after this, Team Queso have to make another big rotation as this zone is just hopping all over the edge of these next circles. And you can see Nitsu just trying to get into this next zone, and the play zone is going to take him out, and Ghosty is going to look to try and to get this secure. Will he be able to do it, though, or will the play zone get the last tick? Nope, he does get the finish.
Thank you for the point. Thank you very much. I will take that 3 for us right now. Pretty good start for them, all things considered.
It is. The unfortunate part, though, is that this circle is just gone all the way up to
the circle.
Hill. Yeah.
I think the circle actually helped Defeaters a fair bit, because it told Queso, hey, you guys can't stick around with this fight, and now they're having to bomb all the way up into the circle. In fact, you can see them just arriving right now, coming up dead center, trying to take a side of the hill that Meta aren't really controlling, but you can see all those buildings to the east of the Pachinki fields already taken by Nova and 19.
They're going to be splitting this right now, but it looks like Marco, oh my goodness, caught in between 3 squads as he's just trying to find any decent spot available, but there's none. It's all already taken. And you can see Fear putting some shots onto Loops as they have that other building down the hill secured as well. Next zone, though, about to pop on up.
Yeah, this one's rough. You can either fight for the hill with Meta, with Alpha 7, or you can try and take any of these 3 buildings that Loops, Nova, and 19 are already holding down. Outside of that, there aren't that many great positions to play. I feel like we're about to lose maybe 4 teams in the next maybe minute and a half because of how wide open. And a lot of it has to do with the fields. This should be a clear shooting gallery for Nova in 19.
That's the great thing, though, about this, especially this new era of Erangel. There's all these different little divots, new vehicles that can create just that little piece of cover that is just needed in these particular type of situations. But Defeaters having a tough time getting into this next circle. Looks like Duelo is able to get his own position in, but Wildcard just hardcore gatekeeping right now, just trying to add more points to their score.
Yeah, Fishy, a lot of damage. Yeah, he's going to get fully bled out as well. So another kill for Wildcard there. Wildcard, they need to keep moving. Yes, Defeaters are able to find that little dip that was added to the Southeast Pachinki. Oh, and a fight as well. XSET constantly taking these engagements. And B4 took way too much damage in the early game. And just the bleeding was never really stopped. Going out in 14th place.
This is a great start for XSET too. 6 kills, they have their whole squad up, and this is a team that we were kind of concerned with if they were going to be able to kind of really set themselves up in the top 16. They have a all-star roster full of NA veteran players, yet they're still yet to show that they can contend in the top 10 yet. But hey, more games like this, and we might just see them in it.
This is the real test, though. If they could somehow make their way across this field, that would be a true show of strength. It will require great rotation and great utility usage, and of course, a number of initial knocks in order to get things rolling. They're not going to, I don't think they're going to take that engagement just yet. Wait to see where the next phase goes, because I think they have still a little bit of a lip on that road that you saw that's in the next phase. And over here, the Unnamed also taking it slow, trying to crawl up that hill, waiting for these final few moments of this phase before things really start to kick off. So many teams so close to each other in this circle, and it's going to be a shift towards, do we want to say this was gifted towards Queso? Because sure, Ayala is center, but there is no way that he can hold this down by himself.
No way. I mean, if a full squad pushes onto that, he's
leaving, actually. He's fully bailing.
He's like, I do not want to hold the middle of this one. And we can see
I don't want this smoke.
Yeah, having to go all the way up to the north, and this is going to be such a difficult rotation. There goes Pittsburgh Knights out in 13th place. Defeaters, they're actually really blessed with this next circle, and look at all these new areas, tanks there. Oh, XSET, done! The whole squad wiped out of that rotation. It was just proved to be a little too difficult getting through that open field. What a crazy finish for them.
Yeah, I would... Considering that this is a new part, this terrain is brand new in New Erangel, to Southeast Pachinki, I wonder if XSET could have sort of pushed down this way instead. But you can see the number of teams that are already here is HQA that's in their way, and then of course Defeater's trying to hold this down, and if they can break through Ayala, which by the way, Marco also joined up. This is now 2 members of Queso trying to hold this down. So this could be a decent hold. Problem is, how many teams are going to be trying to take this specific area?
And this is the first time I've really seen an end circle in this spot in particular, at least here at, in the Pro League. So this is some good experience for these squads. But look at Ayala getting some great shots onto Siberia there from HQA, and you could just see them just trying to hold this position. And this terrain is so strong right now for these last remaining 2 members of Team Queso. You can see Nova, they're just holding that warehouse right now. They're real content not to move anywhere.
Only holding down 1 warehouse and gave an opportunity for another team to barge in, but of course you can see Siberia there bleeding out. Nova aren't letting anyone get close to them. The rest of HQA forced to use smokes and prone down in the middle of the field. Look how many teams are on this west side. But there is very little control outside of the buildings. And of course, those small little craters. And I think we're about to see some fights break out in the east because the blue is pushing in. It's going to force a number of these teams into the crossfire that Meta have set up. But Loops, they also have to move from their building into the next. A little bit of a smoke tunnel, get half of the way there.
Solid smoke wall, and you can just see them pressing up piece by piece. But this is what they're so good at being able to do. Here come the grenades to try and open it up just a little bit. And you see Carrillo on top of that rock trying to get that crucial initial knock to be able to push in further and further. And here they go, pushing almost side by side, skimming away. Here comes another great nade. Will this one be the one that's going to get that knock? Oh, and it looks perfectly cooked. Only half hits tricks, though. But look, here he goes, Carrillo, with the AKM, first person. Gets caught in the trap. Look at that teamwork, though. Loops Esports, pushing in this building so well.
Oh, I was wondering why 19 let them get to that first building for free. Didn't have anyone to hold it down, but that's because that building also wasn't in the circle. But I still think that Loops are coming out with this push incredibly well, pseudo-successfully. It's going to be a hard continuation from here, but 19 are already down to 1 player because of that push, because they just took way too much damage from Loops. Fear is able to find another one onto Rolex. It's going to slow down Meta's potential control.
Fear was just waiting for it. He was like, oh, he did not want to, shoot a little too early or too late. You can just see him trying to throw some nades now onto Loops as they are stuck right here. The zone does come up to this side. If they're able to take out Fear, this will be really, really huge for them, but they got to be able to do it with the utility they already have. And, oh man, Fear heard that nade. He's like, I think I'm just going to go back and lay down over here right now. Oh, here comes Carrillo.
They had to go on the push. They have a 2v1 trade, and I don't know if there are any sightlines for a third party in this. So it's a good fight to take, and they do it relatively successfully. Not a lot of damage onto them, but immediately going behind cover and healing back up because they know a fight could break out at any moment.
That's what I love about Loops is like the ability to, even with 2 players, how well they push together and just able to get it done. So beautifully executed, so difficult to do. And you can see Nunez locking up that nade. Federal's got that Car 98 8X. Rolex back knocked once again. And here comes Brazilian Rampage trying to break the press on the meta, and they need to do it right now. This is Zone 6, baby, and this one hurts bad.
Wildcard still have 4 up. That is shocking considering that they didn't have any sort of reasonable controlling place to play, especially in the latter half of this game, but they still have the full squad ready to fight. And it's good that they have that because they have to push through Brazilian Rampage and Meta, who are both relatively healthy. Problem is, none of these teams are in full command. So good opportunity to hit your shots, land your grenades, and really break something open.
And you just see right now Spring trying to blow up that vehicle and create some cover for himself right here on his own. And this is what I love, this new strategy of just using that edge play, using your opportunities just to be able to get it done. There goes Defeaters out in 6th place. Now we're reaching into the top 5, everybody, as Sentry with the Uzi out is just running straight up this hill against Meta. But Wildcard is going to be able to catch him. Look at that, great knock. Gets caught though through the smoke.
Trades back and forth, but that's all between Meta and Brazilian Rampage. Wildcard taking full advantage of this. They're not threatened at all. They're just picking up the scraps, picking up a number of kills for themselves, already up to 7. Make that 8. Nunez trying to heal strat out in the blue, the only option left for Brazilian Rampage, but I don't think they're going to be able to climb up any more placements because everyone else left in the circle have at least 3 or 4 members.
Spring was just waiting for that. The Wildcard was just like, hey, free points right here, right now. Next zone does go on up, and it's right up the hill where they have a strong position for. You can see them getting themselves really well looted. Loops, the last 2 remaining members, Sicario with his pan out, waiting. He's going to start putting some shots down the field onto Cat. Will he be able to get this knock? Gets him to 1 HP. Federal helps him out. This duo right here working so well together. I mean, just simultaneously shooting. Here comes Carrillo with another opening nade. Will he be able to connect it onto Shifan? Half healths him. Just like that.
Good amount of damage. And that knock on the Cat is crucial because if he was able to get behind that tree, behind that vehicle, he could have been huge support, huge assistance to let the rest of Nova get out without getting sprayed down by Loops. But unfortunately, Starlight and GFan going to have to do it all on their own. Already deploying the smokes, already deploying the utility. Shoulder peeking out, trying to bait the grenades, trying to bait the shots. Carrillo, this one might be landed. Doesn't work. Cooked just too much, not thrown far enough, but he's going to go for the spray.
Going through the spray, through the smoke, gets Starlight to 1 HP. He has to hit the deck. He's got no choice. You can see Sheepbat trying to get some angles through the smoke, and you're right. That angle taken away is so crucial from Cat. So you can just see Nova running through the smokes, doing everything they can as Loops. These last 2 members, oh my goodness. Loops are just on a rampage right now. Federal and Carrillo working so well together. Almost like just as like one person. They shoot the same player at the same time.
Problem, G-Fan's behind the tree in the smoke, but there's no time for the revive. And even if there were, Federal's not going to let them have it. And so they have a hill that they can play on right now. And the fight between Meta and Wildcard was sort of a trade back and forth. Wounded on both sides, so no one's able to get full control of this area. At least until Escanor gets taken out. There'll be 3 members of Wildcard, but Loops is the perfect opportunity from the breach over the hill. And try and...
You have to hear this.
Yeah, just rip this away from both these squads.
And Escanor gets a big knock onto Acer right here. He is holding it down so well, but Loops is right behind. They have to be hearing the shots. You know they're going to come third party. Escanor running up right now, 1v1 with Slicky. He's got the Uzi out, jump shots. Gets taken down, though, by Wildcard. Will Loops decide to press it right now? No, they are just snaking it away. Don't want to give away their position just yet. And now it comes down to the last 2 members. This is what I was talking about at the start. Every team was afraid of Loops and Wildcard. And now it comes down to this in a 3v2 situation.
Yeah, Loops are taking it slow because they had very little information to go off of. Even if they could read the kill feed, there was so much action that they're involved in. And Spring finds the first. Wildcard know that they're in a 3 versus 1, so they are incredibly confident with being able to take this game. And Spring, he's just continuing his sweep up. Even if he does get taken out by Federal, he's just going to relay that information over to his last 2 teammates, Licky and Asu, who are going to run in for a 2v1. Easy trade, easy finish.
And there goes Federal trying to get those shots on to Spring, but that's going to give away his position. But you can just see him not giving up just yet. Acer, though, able to get the finish. Loops eliminated. Wild card win. And man, look at that. Look how many, this reached 14 kills on the side of Wildcard. And Loops being able to get 2nd place, considering the position that they were in as a duo, insane.
Both of those teams had to fight into that late game circle. So I don't know. I called them out in the beginning saying that those were the supposed top dogs that weren't really delivering, but they do now. They did this game.
I mean, maybe it took a little bit of time to start adapting to this new meta, new era, everything that they had to get used to. You know, all eyes were on them for so long, but now this is the 2 teams that we've been talking about, ladies and gentlemen. So everybody's like wondering, oh, why are we talking about Loops? Why are we talking about Wildcard? This is exactly why, because for you to see a duo be able to push up like the way they did, that is so rare at this stage, especially at this stage of the game.
Jason.
Oh yeah,
welcome back.
I was waiting. I didn't want to interrupt you guys. You guys seem to be in the zone, just like Wildcard were in the zone there. But what a big game for them. We were just talking about, maybe it was the fact that like, Ace was like, okay, Jason's talking about me, 7, Glitter, they're all talking about me. So I'm just gonna show up big. But we've been saying for Wildcard, like on the weekends, when they have their full 4, I think they really kind of transform into that team that we heard so many teams talk about as being one of the major threats. Wildcard was just basically fighting everyone. But I feel like there was also a little bit of luck there because you had Loops and Nova fighting each other, and then they sent it straight into meta, which we almost saw like a 1v3 happen. I was gonna scream like a little girl if that happened, but really cool game from all the teams, honestly, and some big points picked up for some teams that desperately needed it. You 2 get a quick little break. Cameron, don't miss me too much, and we'll see you guys in a little bit of time. Finally got a smile out of him. It took me, 2 weeks and 4 days to finally get it. Spring 7 and Glitter as we start to break down this match. What a crazy game for Wildcard, able to pick up, what was it, like 14 kills in this one. They're gonna come in eventually. They're just taking their time. Exactly. A little bit of claps coming in for Wildcard. Well-deserved, honestly. And Glitter, I think that's a match they have to be so proud of as well, because they were constantly moving the entire game.
Yeah, and look, we actually see the Wildcard stats up on the screen there for you guys. Over 2,300 damage, 14 kills, 9 knockouts, and honestly, relatively low healing when you take into consideration just where they were in the final zone and how many squads were kind of on that edge with them. I mean, they were able to pick teams off as they were rotating into the zone every single time. They were making smarter rotations. Seven and I were talking about it. They were going earlier at the right time instead of waiting and putting themselves on the back foot. I mean, and this is what I was talking about when I said we'll probably see what they're going to look like once they qualify through to finals. This is that squad, and this is hopefully the type of gameplay we can look forward to. It's honestly nice, Seven, to see the team finally that we've heard from so many teams as being a major threat. When Loop said to me, when I was like, yeah, so Nadine, who do you think is going to be the real or the team to win PMPL, or who's the team to watch out for? I was supposed to say us, like Loops, right? He said Wildcard, and I think we're finally seeing a reason why. But let's take a look at our standings now from that last match and really start to break some of these down, Seven, because honestly, not only did they have a great game, but so did Loops.
Yeah, Loops did. Honestly, one thing that Loops did, and I'm going to talk about Wildcard too, so don't worry about that. But with Loops, something I enjoyed, something that I was telling Glitter when we were watching the game, was how they decided to rotate till the very end. I believe it was circle number 5 or 6. I can't remember off the top of my head. But they rotated in very late. They ended up losing 2 players because of that. But the 2 players that were still alive, with Carrillo being one of them, was huge, as they were able to kind of just clear out some people from the from the compound there close to Pochinki. It was really good to see that out of loops. I feel like they kind of needed this kind of games with Wildcard there as well. And then as we went down the list, one team that I actually enjoy seeing was XSET. They ended up getting 7 points total. Let's go here towards the second page. Glitter, Execute, we kind of expected a little bit more out of them. They don't have Sute on that previous roster, but I feel like that one we can toss up as just very unlucky. The first player that ended up getting knocked was Skill Switch, and that's gonna hurt them big time.
Yeah, that definitely was detrimental to them. But, you know, first game of the day, do need to shout out Unnamed, able to pull down 5 kill points for them, as well as being, you know, that squad that was in 16th place overall coming into today. And you know, as we wrap up this week and move into the final week, we're definitely going to be paying attention a lot to who is jockeying for that position.
Yep.
How many times has B4 and PK been 15, 16th place with 0 points? We've seen that we were just praising PK about improving and being consistent. But them and B4, I know at least in one match yesterday, they were bottom of the table as well. I think B4 had multiple matches they're bottom of the table. Something's a little bit off for them at the moment. But again, B4, they should be completely safe. They're not really worried when it comes into top 16. One team I do want to mention a little bit here, Seven, is actually Team Queso. Because they're just basically running around this lobby taking fights with anyone they feel like they want to. It seems like when G25, who I guess historically have been the only team to ever really combat them properly, whenever they're not in the server with them, they just fight everyone, just kind of really putting their foot down the lobby saying that we're the team you should watch out for.
And it's something you want to see, as we do here, see the Mountain Dew game fuel moments in the background. With Team Queso, it's something you want to see out of them, right? Especially with the amount of fragging that we've seen out of them. Something we were talking about too, Jason, when we were watching the game. We were saying how Nitsume, especially towards the start, towards the start of the tournament, he was the one that was able to put up a lot of kills, and then everybody started kind of feeding off that energy. This is a storyline that we've been talking about a lot, and then Axel, Marco, and all the other squad members started picking it up as well. And it's something I want to see more out of them. Be confident. Continue to be confident, because sooner or later they're gonna get in a groove. And keep in mind, Itsume is one of the newer players. Sooner or later they're gonna get into a groove, which they know how to rotate a squad regardless of what situation it is. And that's what you want to see out of a veteran team. That's what you want to see out of a lot of players, as we do see here Team Queso being able to destroy Pittsburgh Knights. With Pittsburgh Knights, I think for me, honestly, they've been consistent towards the middle of the pack. One team that has improved a lot too, that I think we should definitely highlight tomorrow, is XSET. I feel like they went from not being in the top 16 whatsoever to now being really close with Pittsburgh Knights. And for me, for week 2 at least, I feel like they have been a lot more consistent. Even though they weren't able to get that highest placing that I'm used to seeing from them, they weren't able to get kills. And this is something I was talking about with Juicy before. I was telling him, he was asking me, what do you see different in us at the start of the tournament? I said, you guys are maybe too passive. And then they turn it around and start being a little bit more aggressive. And remember, at the start of the tournament, when we were questioning, when we were interviewing some of the players, they were always saying something that we're focusing on now, Glitter, is going to be kills.
Yeah, and you know, we saw exactly that at the very beginning of this game. We saw the highlights for it at the beginning of this entire reel too, with XSET and BDM. They were, you know, landed in the exact same place, and XSET was able to take out BDM really early on. And every single engagement like that matters, because they ended up with 6 kills. So that was a huge chunk of them right there at the beginning of the game. But like you said, they're starting to be way more aggressive. I don't even feel like they're the same team that we saw, you know, a week and a half ago. And it's paying off in dividends for them as we watch the final moments here of our first match of the day. Okay, this was a play that Jason was talking about earlier. When Escanor pushed up on Wildcard, I had a full-fledged panic attack, because you were watching with B7, and you even said, had he not, he just turned like a little bit too much. Otherwise, he might have been able to 1v3 there, and that would have been so scary.
His thumb just went a little bit too far left. If it would have stayed right down the center, I think he would have been able to get the other wildcard player.
I have to ask you, by the way, Seven, as you're telling the story about talking to Juicy from XSET, did you charge him a consulting fee, by the way?
Nah.
I heard your going rate is like 10 grand an hour, so...
Oof, imagine.
That would be nice. It would also be nice actually taking a look at our total damage. Since again, we had so many teams step up, Wildcard, Loops, we had Queso, we had XSET in there. I want to see actually how they kind of performed across the board comparing to each other. And we're going to see Wildcard. Yeah, that's Wildcard. That's the team that we were looking for coming to this event. 2,400 damage, almost 14 kills. But I mean, at the same rate, A team that maybe we should talk a little bit about here is Meta. They have, I think, definitely impressed over time. Remember, we saw them in like 8th place, we saw them in 7th place, we saw them fall, out of the top 8, but they've been kind of seeking their way through there. Not necessarily any flashy plays that I can think of, but they're consistently placing well.
I definitely agree with you, and that's something we want to see out of those teams that were starting to fall off a little bit, that started hot. We want to see them readjust, because keep in mind, this tournament, not everybody's going to continue to play the same. Teams are going to start changing strategies, and the other teams that were performing good at the start are going to have to adjust to that, and we're starting to see that out of Meta, we're starting to see that out of Ace 1. But one of the teams that weren't playing in that last match was G25, and they are currently those top dogs. They are currently the team that has a lot of confidence, and I think we're going to be seeing them here coming up in Vikendi.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see them, honestly, when we get around to it. But I think we need to take a look at our top players before we can fully get to there, though, to really see who was coming out the gate swinging. And Spring, 1,200 damage. But you know what? Forget Spring here. Forget Federal. Acer, obviously, good, because we talked about the top of the show to make us look good. But this is the first time we've seen Carrillo in top 4 here, guys. This is the first time we've seen him put up some big numbers, and I wonder if this is now Loops coming into these games with no mercy glitter, because this is a team that has to be scary once they get going.
I mean, maybe they heard us yesterday when you were like, who haven't we seen in top players? And I was like, Korea? Well, I'm meaning my words now, because first game out of the gate, he decided to be like, no, I got you. He was involved in 7 of their 9 kills, over 1k damage. This is the player we're used to seeing.
Yep.
It's impressive right now because we haven't seen it, but this is his level of gameplay. So if this is Loops finally starting to step it up and kind of start playing the play style that we know them for, it could completely turn the standings on their head.
The really
one thing that I wanted to
go ahead, Seven.
Go for it, Jason.
Okay.
I was gonna say one thing that I wanted to kind of notate in regards to Carrillo is he usually starts getting hot when they end up in a duo situation towards the end. Remember, we've seen Loops win games with just 2 players towards the end, and it would usually be Carrillo and Federal or Carrillo and Darren. That's usually the 2 players that we kind of see towards the end working together. So this is huge for this squad. And I noticed that they're starting to be a little bit more patient. They're not being as aggressive, which is fine, because keep in mind, along the way, these teams are probably getting ready for what's going to be coming next if they do end up making it to PMGC. They got a lot of experience from playing in the PMWO, being able to see European strategies, being able to see Konina Power go from hot to cold to back to hot. So I think with Loops Esports, they're just starting to find their new groove, their new playing style.
And the thing I was going to say before is, I think if you didn't watch World League, you're kind of sitting there wondering, why are they bashing on Loops? Why are they bashing on Carrillo so much? But if you missed World League, you missed how dominant this team was. They came out the gate swinging. They had more kills than placement points, and no other team was really able to close in on that gap until the very finals when we had footballers do it. Carrillo was always the MVP until it came into week 3 when Tensa was able to show up. This team hasn't changed rosters. Yes, they've added Golden in, but they haven't changed their core 4 since World League, and we've been left wondering why have they not been able to hit that same kind of level of play that we saw just a month ago. And maybe now we're starting to finally see it. Maybe it's time for them to really show up, towards the second half of the league play, and then obviously into the finals they continue the momentum. But honestly, it is a breath of fresh air to see Loops have finally a decent game here, in Carrillo in particular. My question again will always be, can they continue to do so throughout the rest of the day and throughout the rest of the weeks? Well, we are going to be heading to a short break, but again, before we get to that, we obviously have to talk about the Esports Awards still going on. You guys at home need to be voting for the Esports Mobile Game of the Year Award, and you need to be voting for PUBG Mobile, of course. You can head over to esportsawards.com/community vote. Make sure to get your votes in, because you obviously want to see PUBG Mobile take home the trophy. Now, that break we're talking about, it's going to be coming up right now as we get things ready for Vikendi, so we'll see you guys on the other side of this.
Mountain Dew? Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, Fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
I hope you guys didn't miss us. It was only about a minute of time. And don't worry, you don't have to miss us much longer because the next game is almost ready to go. You can see there on your screen. It's going to be in a second. Vikendi coming up with Group C sitting out. So unfortunately, this is the part that always hurts, right, guys? Loops, they get a good game, and now they're going to be on break. However, Queso now have to contend with the likes of G25. I was saying before, it seems like they're running into these lobbies without a care in the world, fighting any team they possibly can because they feel like they're the better team, except until G25's there to fight them. And now my question will come into, will G25 continue at that pace, or will they start to slow things down and not be able to continue picking up win after win? They're currently on 8. I know you guys said you want to see them and you think they're going to be the first team to break into double digits, but my question now, is it going to be today, Glitter?
I don't know if it'll be today. I think they might get one more, maybe chip away at it today, but they're 100% going to hit double digits by the end of a whole nother week.
I'm going to hold you to that. Can we clip that out for later in the show, going into like the last day of league play and just play it every segment that G25's ever playing of Glitter saying they're going to do it? I can guarantee it. No, I mean, I think we all agree with you there. And well, maybe this will be their time to get their 9th as we are about to head into the game. So you two go take a quick little break, get ready to break down the game, and we'll bring in our commentators here in a few seconds. And you guys at home can be tweeting to us, like always, at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMPL. Let us know if you voted for PUBG Mobile to be in the Esports Award. Let us know if you like the outfit today. Let us know if you want me to wear something different on the show. Maybe we can get me an entirety of a green outfit so all that you see is my floating head, which honestly I would love to have happen. Hi, choosing Cameron Davis. Well, I got one thumbs up. Cameron, you look like you're happy to see me. That's not very common, yeah. I feel like.
I don't know how to respond to that. I guess best explanation is I'm like a cat. I gotta warm up to you.
I think you maybe just like taped a picture of like Hot Jukes or like anyone else that's not me on your monitors. So when you're looking at it, you're like, it's not actually me. And you get to smile because it's finally Jason out there you have to talk to. Hot Jukes, you're always happy to see me though. I don't know where to go from there. Let's be honest though, G25 coming back into it. B4 PK, both having 0-point games. Again, we had that happen so many times yesterday, I feel like. Obviously, an ex-player, Hot Jukes. I want to ask you maybe your thoughts into the mentality of the teams you think, maybe how it's kind of going for them. If you're in that situation, how do you break out of it? I mean, obviously, B4, they're comfortable. PK, they're very susceptible to being knocked out of top 16.
Yeah, I mean, you're right now, your back's up against the wall. You have to be able to talk to your squad. And this is where like champions are really made, is saying, hey, guess what? We're struggling right now. We're in a high pressure moment. You got to have the team come together and say, hey guys, let's just play the game the way we've been playing it so far. You don't want to make any crazy adjustments because every single time we see teams do that, it doesn't end up really working out too well for them. So if Pittsburgh Knights is able just to kind of work as a unit and be able to play like the way they normally have been playing, they're going to make it in the top 16. But right now, it's going to be tough because this entire leaderboard right here, there's so many teams that can knock them out easily.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think with like newer teams like Loops coming in there, Wildcard as well, and I can't even say new about them, but they're not necessarily safe either. They're absorbing a lot of these points that these lower teams need right now. And Cameron, there's not really many points up to grab if G25 keep winning, if B4 keep winning, if Queso keep winning. Yeah. Really just one game could technically get you through to top 16.
Kind of. While you were talking, I was looking at the leaderboard and the full points gathered. It is like within 20 points, maybe 30 points between like 13th and 18th. It is, and we're just barely, if not halfway through the regular season. So because, as you mentioned, there are these point sponges at the top, every single point in that middle section can define whether you advance into the top 16 or not.
Yeah, and honestly, it's very tough times for all these teams. But like you said, Hot Jukes, the pressure turns coal into diamonds. And we're going to see if any diamonds can come out as we head over to Vikendi. Though the heat's not going to be there, the ice-cold weather might just be enough to make those diamonds break through. We're going to head straight into the match. Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis, take us away.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's get ready for match Number 2, ladies and gentlemen, heading over to Vikendi, the icy, snowy winter wonderland right here. Now, after that last match, we saw some really good plays coming out from Loops, from Wildcard. They're kind of coming on the train back, and it's so crazy. At the same time, though, and I really want to get your thoughts now that I really think about it, when it comes and you look at these teams like G25 that are soaking up all the points, I think that's kind of a good thing for these squads that are in that 16-ish range right now, because if you have some of those other teams taking up all those points, it may be a little bit more difficult to be able to get into that top 16. But right now, like you mentioned, so many different squads have an ability to be able to make it right now.
I think that is good for the teams that are in like 13th through 16th, because as long as they can get on a standard default, it's going to be more difficult for the teams that are below them to sort of jump over them. However, that also means that it's more difficult for you to guarantee your position to have like a good game to sort of like put yourself in a more comfortable position, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's I see where you're coming from. I don't think the net positive is,
Sure.
I don't think the overall is a net positive, unless you're a team who somehow thinks that it's a fluke that you're in the top 16 and want to hold on to that. I guess in that case, then you could be happy about the situation.
I mean, I guess the biggest difference is, like, you look at G25, they're at 328 points. Third place is B4 with 264. All I know is that if I was under the top 16, I wouldn't want that big of a point disparity. But look at this. Of course, it's Vikendi. We have to have the tried and true water circle, baby, and it is here. How about a good solid, what would you say? What do you think the exact percentage is here on this kind of zone in the water?
47?
47? I'm gonna go with a good 41.
41.
Oh, you know what? I should have prices.
Oh wait, that's what do you want for water?
Yes, for water.
Oh no, so then
Maths. Put it in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, what you think. Get the. I know we got some people with
45% water. 45% water.
45.
I'm sending it. I'm shipping it.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll stick with what I got right here.
Is it on the board?
We'll find out. And if you
Everybody
are correct, yeah, make sure you go and DM Jason Kaplan, and he will give you some UC. I'm hearing it in my ear right now, ladies and gentlemen. So pumped up. Here we go for this next game. We're looking at these different team squads. Don't see any kind of hot drops going on just yet. So
pretty clean.
Really good for these teams, at least for right now. But the tough part, and we've seen this every single time we see a circle like this, the rotation. To be able to get in here, we always see some squads going on. Where is a boat tape going on right now? From Klaze? What are you doing on a boat?
I forget that boats are on this map because I never see them in play.
And here we go, Nidborough. Oh my goodness. The member of the yacht club just hanging out right here, looking real pretty on that. Really nice as we
I paid for the annual membership. I feel like I have to use it, or else it's a waste of money.
True. You gotta do it. Oh, it's so interesting to see. And the thing is that we've definitely seen, at least, you know, back when Dave and I were casting the scrims, we saw quite a few teams use these botates, and we saw a squad use one and get second place. So it'd be interesting to see how that kind of plays out. But that's a tough rotation from where Klaze Esports was over by Volnova. And we're just looking at the rest of these teams right now, looking at Tribe Gaming. They're a team that's really interesting right now because they're currently sitting at 17th place. And we've seen this squad some days on fire, getting some crazy points, and others not so much. So it just seems to be like that consistency being an issue for them. What do you think?
I'll be honest. I was looking at the map and I forgot. I didn't really hear what team you brought up. I see G25, but that's not Tribe. Tribe. Yeah, for them, it's a weird thing. I agree that there are moments that they have some really strong games, but they just don't have that. And I feel like this word is so overused, but that consistency there. I think they just need to find a better way, a more reliable way of really opening up fights in their favor.
Makes sense. It makes sense because if you look at Tribes, like where they're sitting right now with points, they're in 17th with 156, but they have 89 kills. And you look at a team like Nova, which is in 9th place, and they have 77 kills. So they are got the point lead purely from just placement points, and that is going to do to the new system. But look at this, Team Queso and XSET once again getting into it right here. And we can already see one knock, but XSET's got the full 4. You know they're going to want to use that numbers. Oh, here comes Angry with the 1v1 against Axe. Oh, it's a 2v1.
Peeking around the side, Axel's trying to go for it, but he can't find an initial knock. He finds one, and using the wall to make sure the second can't peek around. Successfully, Angry wants to go for more. Cannot save his friend, but he does get another knock. It's going to be another 2v1 behind the wall. Are they expecting the peek?
The same peaks over and over. Nico and Angry just trying to hold this angle, but Angry is really hurt. Here comes Juicy on the other end, trying to surprise from the back. Does get the finish. And there's XSET getting the huge squad wipe early on onto Team Queso, taking them out as the first team. This is a big, huge play for XSET.
It was also a big play coming out from Queso. They were the one team in the circle that I was worried about because of how separated their split drop is between Villa and Dino Park. And I was worried that if I stayed there for too long, that the teams rotating from the south central of the map would push directly into them. And we've seen them get punished time and time again with their scraps with Nova around this area. But instead, they just said, you know what, it's 3 minutes, 4 minutes. We're just going to bomb directly into or next to Dobro onto XSET's position. Unfortunately, they weren't able to find the shots, and XSET were able to hold it down. And that's just more, you know, that's sort of the poster child of Queso's play, of trying to go for these big maneuvers, and sometimes it works out and they get some ridiculous wins overall, and then other times, it's a big old trombone noise.
But you saw XSET, you saw XSET just play that one perfectly. Great 2v2 there. Then you saw Juicy getting that intel from his squad, coming on the other side to just kind of clean it up from that angle. And man, this is so great to see from XSET, because this is a squad that I know a lot of people have their eyes on, because this is a team, you know, we've seen them play on multiple big orgs in the past, and just unfortunately been taking quite a while to kind of hit their mark. And we heard Seven in the break said that he talked to Juicy and said, hey guys, you know, we want to see you guys play more aggressive. That's the kind of play style that we want to see right there, because that is that aggression, you know, true to form. And here's the problem. I actually talked to Juicy myself as well. And, you know, he was like, hey, what Jukes, what should I do? I told him, don't die. And they did that. They died, you know, in the first game. So not really listening just yet, but we'll see if he's gonna able to really utilize that strategy to its maximum potential here in game match number 2.
See, I don't know. I feel like you and Seven just gave them completely opposite forms of advice. Seven says go more aggressive. You say don't die. And I feel like for them, do the calculations, run the numbers, it comes up to a big old 0, which means that they're just going to ignore everyone and just continue to do their thing.
Yep, and you know what? They will, and that's what they'll continue to do right now. And they're doing it in style, being able to take out at least Team Queso nice and early. So, and Team Queso sitting in second place, and they've been doing really well, especially with Nitsume on the squad. So, moving on over, we're starting to see these rotations come out due to this water circle. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some vehicle explosions. You can see King A weaving back and forth, able to make it out alive right here. And yeah, Tribe, this is the team I was talking about earlier. So interesting to look at, because man, when this squad, when they got it hitting on all cylinders, they can definitely frag with the best. It's just about being able to do that constantly, because this new point system is so unforgiving. It's every time I think about it, just 8th place, 1 point, so insane. Got to make it in the top 5 if you want to get any kind of placement points, really.
Yeah, and their position on the map right now is a curious one. We're seeing a lot of teams trying to rotate up from the south area. In the circle, we've seen it every single time before. You're either in Dobro or you're out in the middle of a field, essentially. You might have a compound in the middle of that field, like Tempo Storm have, but you're going to be in the middle of a field, and who knows how it's going to play out once you hit phase 3, phase 4, phase 5, and further on into the game. But if you can't get the Dobro, this is really the only easy path that won't necessarily require you to drive through crossfires of compounds. But when everyone goes this direction, we're going to see a lot of fighting just like this. Cat has an angle onto Wildcard, trying to come in a little bit late, forces them to U-turn away, and I think they're going to be able to get out of there, but that's only going to push them into Klaze. Spring tried to take the fight, gets taken down.
Yeah, I'm so surprised that Spring jumped out right there, but Slicky's on the way back in the buggy, because I think he does have a little bit of a dip to work with. So they're going to try to get that pickup again. Yeah, and now you could, and I love this from Wildcard. You could see the other two, Sam, Acer, holding that off angle just in case Nova decides to kind of press up and get that finish. So it looks like they will be able, but Nova are on another rotation to the left. What? Slicky. Oh, a third party. A third party right there.
AZ.
AZ, yup. Perfect angle. That's going to shut down the push. And, oh man, Slicky and Spring, they're in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah. I was wondering where they were rotating around to. I didn't know if Nova were going to take this opportunity to leave, but no, they're going even more aggressive. They're actually leaving the play zone to be able to secure this full team wipe. There's a third player that comes in into this essentially bottleneck right now. The spray is coming through. Blue's overtaking Nova, but it's still early enough that it's not going to do much damage at all. Wildcard need to start clicking heads and to start landing shots, but no, it's G-Fan with another knock.
I mean, Nova's so aggressive right here. They want to take out Wildcard right here, right now, because this is a squad that's really close to them on the leaderboards, and you know that they want to be able to get them really quick. Great angle from Shifan. Wildcard's completely stuck out in the open right here from Nova, but Nova's in the blue zone. They're eating it. It's still early, so they can afford to at least a little bit, but they're going to probably lose all their vehicles right here, right now. They're not careful. Oh, look at Acer. Tapping away with that AK-6X, able to get one bullet off as Cat makes the rotation onto this house right here. Really interesting play, both from Nova and Wildcard. All players to look.
They want the full surround, and they're able to isolate Acer, who is the one flank position for Wildcard. He's doing some good damage to keep them pinned down, but it's still going to be a 2v1 that he's having to handle right now. With Cat, you can see off in the distance, but it's Starlight up close and personal, running around the walls. Acer's falling up to the top floor for a little bit of extra safety, but here comes Cat. It's going to be a potential 2-man push into the compound. Grenade coming out, not going to fall. Okay, a little bit of damage onto the vehicle, but didn't find Starlight.
Little bounce nade, trying to see if the bank's open. Fortunately, it isn't. You can just see, oh, Shifan catching Slicky as he was trying to go help out Acer. And now I wonder if Acer's going to try to pick up the aggression right here. And you can see those Tommy guns, those Uzis out and ready to go. Oh, Acer getting clipped from that off angle, but a great grenade! Double! It's the 2v1! Oh my goodness, baby! Acer saying, no, sir. Nah, I'm not going out without a fight. What a play right there. Oh my goodness.
That is huge. You saw AZ had the angle on him. I thought that was going to be the end of Wildcard. He's able to find the double with that grenade. AZ's trying to go aggressive on the 2 in the pit with the molly.
Damn.
Sam trades. And it's just AZ left in the middle of the fire. It is not spreading to them. They're finding a pocket, but he's crawling
missing every molly. He wants it so bad. Oh, but the top
the angle.
gun. So huge.
Should be able to clean these two up. The problem is, in a 2 versus 1, is Acer going to give him the opportunity to retreat and revive the last remaining teammate that he has. He's forced to prone down behind the vehicle, and Slicky is up, standing now too.
They are looking at them right now, and I wonder if just Wildcard after this, if they're just like, nah, we're not letting Nova get off scot-free from this one, because it is just AZ all on his lonesome in the smokes, eating some more blue zone. Be interested to see right here. Oh, he does touch the Molotov! And it's starting to get really low. The blue zone, though, still only zone 2, not doing too much damage. Shifan's going to bleed out for sure. So it is just AZ throwing some smokes out, and you can see him on the retreat, trying to find it. Oh, he does see that Zima over there. That'll be a pickup. And yeah, it looks like Wildcard. They're going to pull off this. Still, what a crazy battle between these two squads. Acer with that 2v1 nade was just so clutch.
Yeah, with the way that circles in Vikendi work, any other map, that second circle could have been disastrous for this fight, but phase 2 in Vikendi is hardly smaller than phase 1. So even if it were a hard shift towards the north, I don't think it would have been too disastrous for Wildcard and the remainder of Nova that are having to now push their way into the circle. And because all phases in this round have basically centers up, Wildcard have a pretty free path in. They are wounded, but they're not out of it just yet.
Yeah, right, GR. You always see that zone just keep on hitting that center and center. But Pyra getting caught from Meta Gaming. So Meta is now on the off angle, trying to catch Cloud9 here. As you can see, uneven. They're focused on Tribe, but you gotta have to worry about Meta at some point, because they are poking all the way from here. Wow, I mean, great shot to be able to hit that from this area onto Pyra.
Yeah,
really good, really nice.
There's a fair bit of cover there, so I don't know how many angles Meta are going to be able to find, but this was the sort of direction that I was talking about with Tribe holding down. They've pushed up into Dobro itself, and Cloud9, we've seen them take this path before to get inside this zone. Are they going to be able to open it up? We saw them deal a little bit of damage. Seagot, I don't think he's going to be able to get revived unless, well, the rest of Tribe make a brazen push over there to try and pick him up, but I don't think that would be worth it.
That's a tough loss. Tough loss to be able to lose Seagut like that. You know, you definitely want to make sure that if you're in an area, especially this early in zone, you're at least in a spot where you can get revived easily. And just Seagut just getting caught off on that off angle. That's the worst case scenario for Tribe. So they're going to lose a member for now. It's still pretty early in this game, so there's no real pressure on these teams to kind of push each other. They could just kind of share for now. But Cloud9, you can see the aggression. They wanna definitely pick up all the kills they can. Okay, they see Tribe on the rotation. Also, shots go down. And look at Gatsby with the AP5K. Just tapping away from long range, saying, hey guys, we're here. Just letting you know.
Try to get a little bit of damage. If they were to get a knock, unless it was wide out in the open, it's very low chance of them securing that kill. So they're not super concerned with that just now. They're mostly just trying to put a little bit of pressure, force them away, not let them get comfortable.
Yeah, one thing back when in my day, when I was playing, in this kind of situation, my favorite thing to do was take off my armor in this kind of spot. Because, you know, if you get the trade and if they knock you, it's too far away for them to actually push it. So, you know, your teammate just reses you and your armor's still 100% full in that kind of situation. But you got to make sure that you're in a spot to not get pushed up on because... yeah, but it could definitely help out. But look at Pepito in the kill feed with that Car 98. Putting some work, popping some heads. Love to see that. As we just keep going on right here. Circle's going to... It's still only zone 3 right now.
Not too much longer. It's going to close in. Then we're going to see the real hard shift come into play. There's still so much water in this circle. Unless it hard shifts towards the east, it's going to be a Dobro finish, more likely than not. Either that or the field next to Dobro, and that's arguably even worse.
True. And I think that usually with Vikendi, we see these zones just center out and center out and center out. We'll see, though, if we get a little bit of a surprise. As right now, next zone's going to go on up. Yeah, still touching the water.
Now, if you're not one of the teams in Dobro, what really can you do? We can maybe fit one or two more teams comfortably inside the city without it getting too squirrely, without it getting too hot, too chaotic. But then outside of that, there's Cloud9's position, and then there's the field to the east of it.
I'll tell you what.
And there's like the hard edge. Like this is where teams are really gonna have to start fighting. And this is why I would have liked to see a little more action in the early game, because that's when it's a little easier to take those fights, take those picks. Now, if you take a fight, there's a very high chance if you're getting third-partied, fourth-partied. But who knows? Maybe that's the gameplay that some of these teams are forced to take. G25 right now on the edge, just barely climbing inside, holding down this little bit of a. Do we call it an oasis when it's in a?
I believe so.
In a tundra.
I'll tell you what. To me, oasis is dead center of circle if it lands on you. That's me. But Meta ended up getting a 2-piece onto Tempo. They pressed up right here. Escanor with the Uzi, able to jump in the window at the nick of time. Ace 1, getting a third party onto Tensa as well. So Tempo in a big battle with Meta. Oh, Spec with a great angle there. Tommy gun finish. Escanor with the jump shot. It's going to come down to a 1v1 right now. And Escanor with the jump Uzi. M4 suppressed, taking out Tempo there in 15th.
Ooh, they took a lot of damage though. And that means that teams in their surrounding area are going to be able to push and use that opportunity like Ace right now. Wildcard also trying to force themselves into 19's position, finding one. Acer is, and he knows where the rest are. He's going to toss a molly out. He sees the push. Second one.
His kit utility is just so on point right now. He's so low though. And he is going to get caught from Fear, but Slicky's on that angle. He needs to help him right here, right now. Waits a little too long. What a turd shot. Fear was just waiting for that. Well played right there from 19 Esports, but man, Acer just proving to be a problem right now. Doing pretty much the best execution he could do in his lonesome in that 1v4. Man, at least he went out in style, that's for sure.
That's true, at least he did. That just shows you that if you don't have perfect timing, synchronization with your teammate, it could all be for nothing. That was a hard position, but Acer, I think, in that position is Slicky. If he was actually able to peek over that rock comfortably, then they could have been able to do a lot more damage. They still would have been a hard fight at 2v4, but nonetheless. 19 hold their position down. Circle centers up once again. A lot of the water is cut out, and it actually cuts out half of Dobro. It's a lot of field play right now, which means that Cloud9's position, which we thought was a little precarious at the start, is looking a lot better.
Pretty strong. You see them pretty spread out right now, just trying to cover all their angles, making sure no team pushes up on them for free. And you guarantee you, the second they see a team pushing, the whole squad's going to go to that side to help cover it, because it's going to be difficult to do that 4v1 situation. You can see Klaze on that angle trying to sneak on by them, and it looks like they're going to be able to hold the harbor for now as we see the rest of these teams. G25, we see them time and time again loving this edge play position, and it seems to work out for them. One thing I really love about this new G25 squad is they seem to be so opportunistic. Like they play almost like a fox, completely silent, waiting for a third-party opportunity, and the second they go in so hard and just push in little by little. And you can see them right now, just 4-car strat, just trying to find that opening.
Yeah, problem is, I don't think that they're finding those opportunities that they've been able to rely on previously. In fact, they're just sending it dead center. That they might even be sending it past center. All four are making it, though. They're finding it in. They're finding a place of refuge. These rocks are really nice to play around. This is not their game style at all, but they weren't able to find the places of control on the edge. They're just going to take it center.
I mean, but being able to push up all 4 without getting damaged at all, such a great rotation. And we can just see right now 19 Esports trying to get this 2 revived. It's between Ace 1 as they hold the top of this building. You know this battle's going to come out eventually. You know you got to hear some third-party shots coming out as well. Mad Max with a nice Molotov, just trying to make sure there's nobody holding that angle. Hear nades popping all over the place. Ace 1 Mafioso is just getting tapped away from Adder right now.
I think grenades are doing a little bit of damage as well. He hasn't been knocked just yet. He's the last man standing now that his final teammate has been confirmed as a kill. He doesn't have any full cover there, and here comes a full push by 19. He's got to make some amazing play here. And it's not really going to happen. Ace 1 are eliminated once again. Such a fall from grace from the opening days, but 19 continuing to make it work, continuing to push in, but they're not in the next circle. It's swung over towards the west.
Yeah, big circle shift right now. G25 still in this zone, but here comes Influence. They had that great position, but Influence about to use their numbers advantage to try and finish off G25 right here, right now for the third party. Pyra helping him out so much. Can Unico, another knock from Cloud9. G25 getting such a break right here, right now. With that third party, will they be able to get these reses and hold on? Unico runs out away, and that is G25 out in 11th.
That's all from Cloud9. That wasn't even Influenced Rage taking that position. That was Cloud9 allowing them to now take it. But they've taken so much damage. What's it to say that Cloud9 aren't going to take it away from them now? And here come the Unnamed. NTX prepping the grenade to stop the push. His teammates are all getting revived, so they're able to hold on at least a little bit longer.
Trying to get this reset done as best as possible. You want to get fully healed up in res to be able to gatekeep this squad right here, right now, because this is a great position in this zone. If you're able to hold it down, you can get quite a few kills and possibly a chicken dinner if you play it just right. But it's got to be executed perfectly. You can see right now, as they're trying to get this knock onto Juicy, XSET's trying to get into this zone, and they're having a whole bunch of trouble. But look at Influence. They're looking at every angle right now. They're having to cover multiple squads. This is the trouble of being in such a central location.
There's a lot of teams here stacked up on the east side. Influence, they're able to get all 4 members up, 4 kills total as well, and they're trying to go for more into XSET, who are now pushing in themselves, but they don't have nearly as strong of a position to play around, and that's assuming that they even get to it. They've taken a couple of casualties. Angry also being taken out by Adder. Cloud9 putting pressure on the entirety of the zone. Adder's even swung down to the south, left the compound to get those cross angles with the rest of his squad.
Cloud9's just positioned right now. They are just controlling this side of the map so well. The aggressiveness paying off, and no one is shooting back at them right now. They're just having free reign of this entire side of the map. XSET were able to get into a position by that rock to get in the next zone, so they have that to their favor, but if this zone shifts, they're going to be in big trouble. Gamma's on fire with the MP5K in hand in a 3v1 situation against BDM. Gets taken down right there. So it looks like Darius from INTZ still up with Vega. I mean, hey, that's about as safe as a spot you can get right there to heal up. Yeah, so he's setting up really well, but trying to figure out 1 minute on the clock. How are you going to get into this next circle? Gotta have to press up and make some plays.
Yeah, I mean, Gamma was there to try and have that first port of contact with BDM, but he was on fire. He wasn't able to be the steady rock that INTZ needed in order to make the push the rest of the teammates coming in. And so now it's going to be a scrappy play for them. The circle centers up a little bit towards the west, but it's, let's just call it center. Cloud9 have a little bit of a position here, which means that their control has been diluted. A lot of the teams on the outside now have a little more freedom to run around with, but on the north, they haven't been worried about that at all. They're just trying to leave the city. They're just trying to get out of this danger zone.
You know, Cloud9 wants this win really bad. 7 kills so far, trying to add more to their score. You can see BDM Rafa going to hold this shack right now. Some nades. Oh, you got to be really careful to make sure that throw is thrown perfectly, or you'll be in big trouble. Klaze Esports trying to press up onto Tribe, getting caught from INTZ on the back end side. You can see Rembote right there trying to get this res. Decisions, though, have to be made. Do I press up? Do I smoke this out? So many squads surrounding you right now.
Ooh. BDM making it forward. A lot of utility played out on all sides because of how precarious this entire situation is. The terrain, the cover.
It's Vikendi, baby.
Yeah,
What it
Vikendi,
is.
baby.
I mean, this
And
is
you can
it.
see,
Look at this.
you can see Cloud9 as well, peeking over the edge. It's like the final boss. The king at the top of the ivory tower, watching the rest of the civilians all fight each other for the scraps. They have the high ground. They're on the edge. Yes. They don't have a super strong compound for cover and to take like full turret fights. Yes, but they still have 4 members up. They still have the high ground.
And we know what they got.
I don't see how they lose. They could lose this game, but they are going to pick up so many more points still from this point forward. I
mean,
feel.
this is the Cloud9 we've been waiting to see. I mean, this is, you know, I've said it before. We have no business seeing Cloud9 not in the top 10. Currently in 11th, trying to get back into that spot though. Okay, look at this. We move on to Q, getting knocked to the play zone. Darius is on heal duty, and I think he is dead out of him. He is. He's gonna try to pick some up. Nope. Too late. He's gonna go out to the blue zone right here, just like that.
Oh, yep. Okay, wait, sorry. I saw the kill feed was something else. Darius does go out. He did pick up that point. And also Nico goes out to the play zone as well. So that's going to be XSET removed in 13th place. Nope, that's their season rank. They're in 7th.
I mean, the 8th circle right now is just so brutal right now. This is Vikendi, though, like we've mentioned time and time, it gets so much cover. So many teams still alive. Still 5 teams remaining in Zone 8. We already played 26 minutes. Here comes Rafa pressing onto Klaze. 2v1, but they're able to hold it down. And you can see Duck just trying to... Who do I go against? I go against Tribe, and there's Beowulf picking him off on the top. Man, Cloud9, this position has just been beautiful for them.
Yeah, they've got a couple of knocks, and you saw Beowulf there healing up from 1 point of damage, but they still have 4 up, and they are now pushing in. They want to get down and dirty in the ditches with the opponents, with the enemy. It's Beowulf behind a vehicle. He spots the team to the right, going to deploy a smoke to allow a more focused push here into the trenches, into, what is it, the maze.
And we can just definitely see this one little defilade right here being so big. Bayo trying to throw some grenades in there. Influence, have to push up. They're coming in right now as a squad. AK gets Tribe. Tribe able to hold back. Rafa as well. Just so many teams. Hard to keep track of as NTX gets caught out. There goes Tribe Gaming, done for. I mean, this is a big battle here at this ditch in between these 2 rocks. And BDM and Klaze still alive.
Klaze not alive for long. Heal stretching out in the blue. Cloud9, they're also having to heal themselves up because it was a very, very scary push onto that shack, but Werewolf still holding front and center, giving his team the time to get those revives. Seba out of meds, trying to go aggressive and deal some good damage, gets a knock before he is now downed in return. And C9, are they going aggressive themselves? 2 up front, 2 in the back, still healing.
Here they go. Here comes the Tommy gun from Bayo. Picking up 2 and just Cloud9 getting the big finish right there, chicken dinner. And this is one that we have been waiting to see. It's all these squads that we have been talking about for so long finally showing up here. I mean, we saw Wildcard and Loops do it in the last game. Now Cloud9 getting a huge chicken dinner. At the end of the day, though, they had that position. They were sitting pretty on that hill right there.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I expected more kills than what they got, which was 14, which is still a huge number, but I'd love to see the damage charts for them, because I think it's actually going to look even even taller on the bar graph compared to the kills that they have, just because that position gave them so much control. I felt like they third-partied every single fight, excluding the one up in the far north on the refugees from Dobro itself. They were in every single fight involved.
They were just bullying everybody with that spot. It looks so pretty, so nice. Speaking of bullies, yeah, I was about to say, he said, Kaplan, my man, what's up, man? How you doing?
I heard Cameron's talking about things being taller, and I had to come show up because I am a massively tall man. But I'm doing good. I think Cloud9's doing good. Again, it's kind of like the day of the old school teams of having wildcard loops. Cloud9 all stepping up, doing well. G25 getting shut down a little bit early, which obviously a lot of other people in the lobby can be very happy about as they can get some points for themselves. But you know what? You two, even you, Cameron, deserve a little break. So why don't you guys go take it before we get ready for our third match? Oh, he looks so happy when he like leaves me. I don't understand. Cameron, what did I do to hurt you? Let's bring in our analyst here with Seven and Glitter to talk about that last match. Cloud9, big win for them. They have definitely been slipping down the leaderboards, and they shot up the leaderboards, and now we take a look at how many points they got because of the 14 kills. That's a massive amount of points. But then again, BDM, Influence, Klaze, Tribe, Night Team, XSET, INTZ. There are so many teams there right now who aren't even really into like the top 8 who just got some massive points.
I'm enjoying it, Jason. Keep on saying their names, man. I'm loving this.
BDM, Influence, Rage, Klaze, Tribe, Vikendi Esports, XSET, and INTZ.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to change pants after this. Cloud9 there in first place with 14 kills, 29 points total. You got BDM, one team that we've been wondering what's been going on with them. Guess what? They also showed up second place. They're 19 points. Influence Rage, we know that they're able to put up the kills. Guess what? They did just that there with 8 kills. Klaze Esports, 2 kills, 12 points total. Tribe Gaming, and this is one that we were kind of talking about when we were watching it there, Glitter. They ended up losing Sigurd and Telly. Telly currently, at least from what we last heard from King A, saying that Telly was the IGL. Guess what? They were able to put up great performances here even without Telly being alive. So interesting stuff there. You saw XSET there towards the bottom, got very unlucky with some placement. Wildcard Gaming being able to get those 3 kills, which was huge. Don't worry, we're going to be breaking it down because my boy Jason's a genius calling out Azer. You see the Unnamed there with 4 points. And then
you say that again, Seven?
No, don't say it again. Don't say it again, Seven.
Okay, I don't.
Do a full body shot.
I think my earpiece just kind of cut out there. I think I heard Jason is what was it?
He was saying Tempo Storm,
Queso, and G25 Gaming.
See, I knew.
All right, well, I'm gonna go take a break. Seven and Glitter are gonna break down the rest of the show. We'll talk to you guys later. Yeah, let's look at our team stats though for Cloud9. Again, putting up some big numbers. You can see 2,800 damage. Now, for me, that is probably one of the most impactful things about the performance, because yes, they've been able to win a chicken dinner before. Yeah, they can place high, but we've always seen them as a team within PMPL Americas Season 2 who've been like really hesitant to fight teams, or maybe not confident in their gunfire ability, but at least in this game alone, they kind of put all that behind them and really focused on getting themselves a really strong win.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and something else that I actually enjoy seeing out of that match there from Cloud9 was them being able to kind of rise up through adversity. They have Para down in a location where usually you end up losing that player. You don't try to revive him, you don't try to do anything, you pretty much tell him, hey, sorry man, we're not going to be able to pick you up, move on. Go wait in the lobby or something. But the way that we're able to kind of just pretty much readdress the issue, reconfigure their squad there to be able to end up picking up Pyro, which at the end ended up working amazing. Something that we always say, and this is something that will hear us every single time we talk about Cloud9. If they have their 4 players in a top 5 situation, they're a very dangerous team.
Well, see, that's what's kind of interesting to me is that, as you mentioned, Pyra here, Glitter, is that he's the only one we've seen in our top kills for after a match. We haven't seen Bale. We haven't seen Adder making top 4. It's always been Pyra for some reason. And thinking back to World League, you're scaring me right now because I'm thinking maybe I'm wrong here. Thinking back to World League, we saw Adder and Bayo, typically the ones you'd ever see in our top 4 kills. So I'm a little bit confused. Maybe it's a change up in Cloud9's style. I mean, Pyra, we're seeing him go into fights a lot earlier, and Adder, I guess, is more of the player to swing wide for information. But do you think there's maybe been a change up to the way Cloud9 have been intentionally playing here?
I honestly, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but you did bring up the fact that we're seeing different players stepping up in Pyra, but also in Uneven. Uneven's been having some pretty good games for himself as well. And like you were saying, typically we were focusing on Adder and we were focusing on Bayo, and now it seems to be it's the other half of the squad really starting to pick up the slack. And I think that if it's intentional, then that's fantastic. And if it's not, I feel like that's almost even better because they needed all 4 of them to get on that level, especially with the current level of aggressiveness that's happening in this lobby as we do watch the Mountain Dew game fuel moments happen in the background here. This is what Cloud9 needs when the entire gameplay style has shifted to a more aggressive playstyle 7.
Yeah, and something to add a little bit extra there with Power, since we're kind of bringing back their PNWL and then in the previous PMPL season, is that Power was that player that we will always see alive towards the end. If there was only one player alive from Cloud9, we would always see him either with, whether it was a circle near the water, we would see him getting those extra points. And now that the whole meta has kind of changed, now that people are starting to focus a lot more on kills, well, guess what? Sometimes if he is that last player standing from that team and he's able to pick up those kills, he's able to become a little bit more aggressive, that's going to do wonders for the team. And as we are seeing more highlights here from INTZ, something I also wanted to kind of support you on here, Glitter, was Uneven. We have seen Uneven a lot more recently, and that's something that that team needs. Uneven used to be known as a great fragger before they added Adder. That was the main fragger of their squad, and I feel like with Uneven, he's been trying to find himself. He's been maybe trying to adjust to different playing styles, and if that man is able to get hot with the skill that he has, Glitter, I think that would be even better for the squad.
Absolutely, and I mean, we're watching the final moments here between C9 and BDM. And one thing I do want to point out too is that we had talked about Tribe for a little bit when we were looking at the standings for this match. There was a moment here where they were at this portion of the rock where BDM is there at the end of the game, and I almost felt like their situational awareness was a little bit lackluster, because there was a point where we were watching them and you were like, oh my god, just throw a nade, because they had, I think it was BDM behind them and Cloud9 in front of them, and then INF came in on their side, and they didn't adapt quickly enough in that scenario. And I think if they had changed that one little thing up, it could have changed the outcome for them.
Oh, one other team I was looking at who, I mean, talking about Tribe here, talking about XSET, because they got in a very early fight against Queso. I actually want to take a look at their damage, so maybe we can take a look at our total damage across the board in that match. They fought against Queso early on, and they killed Queso. They only lost one player, and then they also went on to have an opportunity to fight against G25, and I was sitting there watching that of, if XSET take down G25 as well, like this is insane. Like, this is an XSET who have definitely showed up to the party. But obviously it didn't work out in the end. G25 ended up pushing straight past them, but we can see Cloud9, it's not even a contest here in first place with the damage they did. I mean, no one even came close. The closest was going to be Influence Rage, and they're like 1,000 behind them.
Yeah, not even close, all right? Not even close. And then you have BDM there, second place, being able to put out 1,200 damage. That's not bad to see out of them. Right there, you see XSET with almost 600 damage, 4 kills. It goes to show that, hey, they're getting into gunfights and they're finishing those gunfights. And we've seen that now in 2 matches. And today they are going to be playing 4 matches, so I'm hoping that they take full advantage of it here. Team Queso only being able to get that 1 kill. I think it was Joey that they were able to kill. It kind of hurts them a little bit, but guess what? The benefit of being one of the top dogs is that you get to relax. It doesn't really face you as much, and you get to just figure out something different for next time.
See, that's kind of why I feel bad for Wildcard in that sense, because they proved they can be a top dog team, taking home the victory in our first match. But then here, that fight up against Nova was just kind of so awkward. You had Azor do extremely well in that fight. I think that's actually one of the clips you want to break down for us, Seven. So we're going to go and throw that up on the screen and talk about it a little bit more, because that could have been Wildcard having like back-to-back strong games.
Yep, and I'm glad we kind of mentioned it. If you go back to the beginning of the show, you'll hear me say something amazing about this player right here. And that is that he's always been able to take on squads, especially close range. Whether it's a 2-man squad or whether it's a 4-man squad, he's always going to be able to take them off. Now, the reason why I kind of want to start with the still image is just to paint the picture. The Nova players were able to rotate from here. Acer was inside the building. He decided to kind of change there to the outside, and it was just because of this. And I seen him do this place over and over again. With the timing of his grenades, when he's getting pushed by multiple players, is just impeccable. And he's going to be able to knock 2 of them, and that's going to be extra 2 points for this team. And that's why, Acer, so far, man, you're kind of being the close range goat for me, because I seen you do this over and over again. It doesn't matter if it's the PMWL, it doesn't matter if the PMPL, he always shows up and he always clutches up, and that's what you need, especially of somebody of the likes of Acer.
The unfortunate part of that, though, with him getting those 2 knocks and confirming those, is at the exact same time AZ was confirming Spring and Sam back over towards the other side of the fight. So if Wildcard were able to get that fight out with all 4 players, honestly, I feel like they easily could have been contender for a first place finish in that one as well, and that would have been massive for them. But either way, Glitter, I think we are seeing like Azor is being able to step up. I think the entire team is playing a lot better, and I know, Seven, we've also been talking about like Sam, like where's he kind of been? We haven't seen, you know, the likes of the old Sam, but we saw again a little bit of life in there out of him, and I think we're seeing Wildcard maybe get more confident in their solid 4 squad that we haven't seen throughout the week, since they're not able to play with the full 4 squad during the weekdays. But nice to see either way, and obviously we're going to find out later on today if they can continue that, as they'll be having the next match off. And now we're going to have a minute off here while we head to commercial break, and we come back, we'll be having Sanhok for you on a delicious plate. I don't know why the plate's delicious, but it's going to be a delicious match to watch.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations, spawning on a map near you.
All right, well, here we go. We're going into our 3rd match of the day, of our final day of week 2, and it's going to be, of course, Sanhok with Group A sitting out. So again, unfortunately, Wildcard won't have the chance to continue the momentum, to continue that train chugging on through for more points. They'll have to take a quick little break, but that does mean we get Group C to come back in. So we get to see Loops after their great performance, their 2nd place finish when it came into our first match, and they now have an opportunity here at Glitter to potentially put up a good showing.
I mean, I'm hoping they can bounce back from a break. I feel like, you know, it's always a little bit of a bummer when somebody comes out of the gate really strong and then they instantly have to sit out the next match and kind of cool off a little bit. But if Carrillo is feeling like he's, you know, kind of back to finding his groove, if Federal's going to be on his game, like they have such a strong squad that we're moving into a map that they can do well on. So I don't know. I would love to see them start to be the old Loops that we have seen in the past. I think it could not only be exciting for the lobby, but I mean, they need the points, so they might as well.
Can I throw a curveball at you, Seven, right now?
Go for it. There's something I wanted to say about a team, though, in Sanhok.
Well, you know who's back in this match as well? B4 and PK, who both got 0 points in our first match. And they also got 0 points in one of their last matches as well. So I'm wondering if they're going to be able to bounce back here at a very important time, considering PK are slowly sliding down the leaderboard. Then again, B4, they're safe, right? They were in like 3rd place. Yeah. I mean, the difference between 4th and 5th is already 47 points. It's not a big deal for them. Obviously, some prize money will hurt a bit, but obviously all their eyes are set on the finals and the prize pool there, and of course our top 3. So a big potential game coming in for them. I mean, B4 has said in the past that Sanhok was their favorite map. It wasn't statistically when we looked at it in World League, though. As we saw, the Erangel was definitely starting to be their shining light. But PK, I wonder what's going wrong for them.
PK, listen, man, PK for me has been the exact same. They really haven't moved from where they've been. They're always just moving 2 spots here and there. One team that has moved a lot, though, that I want to mention going into Sanhok is XSET. At the beginning of the day during Erangel, they were playing with Echo instead of Sute. And something that I mentioned yesterday when we talked about XSET was that when Echo is in that squad during Sanhok, since he is the close range specialist, they tend to do a lot better. So I wonder if they're going to put Echo back in here on Sanhok, and I wonder if they're going to continue the same pattern that I see out of them, which is performing better in Sanhok when Echo is part of that squad.
Well, we'll find out here in just a few moments. I believe the game is ready, so you two need to get out of here so we can start this one. We'll talk to you guys later on today. Hearts to you as well, Seven. We'll catch up with you in a second. You guys can obviously still be tweeting to us at esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMPL. Maybe let us know your thoughts on some of these teams, especially some of the teams that we've been mentioning who are still fighting for their top 16. Maybe you want to tell us about the teams you think are going to be representing the region when we get into PMGC. But it's time now to bring in our commentators once again. Hot Chooks and Cameron Fingers? What's happening?
Hearts.
How's that a heart? These are fingers.
This man doesn't know K-pop. It's fine. Moving on.
I like good music, okay?
Ooh.
No, I'm just kidding.
Lukewarm take.
I'm just kidding. K-pop is great.
That's you said it, not me.
This is not a heart. This is not a heart. These are two.
Twitter, get at this man.
Like twisting someone somehow. I don't know. This isn't. I don't count it. Anyways, moving on. Forward. PK. B4. What's wrong, Cameron? What's wrong?
Two different teams.
No, give me Huna, all right? Give me Girls' Generation. Those are the only K-pop bands that I listen to. But we can see that PK... What's wrong with that, Jukes? You know what? Black and pink. We gotta be talking about...
I wish I knew K-pop better, to be honest. But you know what? I'm gonna say that I love it, so Twitter does not absolutely me. But you know, speaking of destroy, Pittsburgh Knights, they need to destroy people in the lobby. Yeah, there. I don't know how to say it the other way around. But yeah, Pittsburgh Knights. One thing about this, I am just proud of this squad in general because, you know, looking at the storyline, for those of you guys that don't know, this was the old hometown team that played in the PUBG Mobile Club Open. They didn't qualify here to the PMPL by 1 point. When I talked to Jachi, he said that him and his whole squad were going to quit competitive in general. But Pittsburgh Knights saying, hey, we saw how y'all competed, almost made it. We have a slot. Come play for us. And the fact that they're competing right now with top 16 is the first time they've played at this level. I think they're doing a great job. At the same time, though, they need to just be consistent and crush it if they want to make it to the finals.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to Ace 1, Cameron, is that they did really well in the beginning, but you can't just have a couple of good matches and expect to make top 16. I guess in Ace 1's case, it's a little bit different, but PK can't just ride off the fact that they were able to get a couple chicken dinners.
Yeah, it's just, this is such a learning opportunity for the Knights and a number of the teams from PMPL or from PMCO coming into PMPL. There's so much going on that they haven't experienced before here.
All right, well, you know what it is. It's time for us to send some more hearts your way. This is not a heart. As we get underway with Sanhok as our third, I can't handle it. Just take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go, baby. Match number 3 into my favorite map. It's gotta be the jungle. It's Sanhok, baby. The most toxic circles in all of PUBG Mobile. I love it. Let's get into it.
Oh, see, I was expecting you to actually give a compliment to the map, but no, instead you give... no, it is... You're right, though. You're right on point with that, because it is one of the most difficult maps to play again, to reuse an overused word on a consistent basis, because there are so many variables in this. Even compared to Vikendi, there are so many variables. The rivers here are brutal, especially if the circle doesn't immediately guarantee an Eastern Island finish.
If it goes to that Northwest Island, when I talk to the team, that's the worst circle. The worst circle you could possibly get, unless you're a squad that goes there, of course. Then
yes,
your eyes just light up, and you're just like, oh baby, it's our time. But oh, it's in play. Actually, all 3 islands are in play with this first zone coming on up. And you know, as a previous player, and of course even still talking to these players, this is the toughest map to play on. Any team with the right position, right play, you could end up with a chicken dinner and 20 kills easily. We've seen it time and time again. But we're looking right now, seeing if we did see some action.
Yeah.
Light up.
NTX Influence Rage got taken out, and that might have been from the air. I'm assuming it was Ace that took him down, because of course Mafioso was the closest one there. But yeah, already losing one's only going to make Sanhok even worse for Influence Rage.
So tough. I mean, this is that map where you want to have all 4 up as much as you possibly can, because especially trying to get into this next circle. And this is one thing that I really want to think about, is when it comes to this new point system and how important the kill disparity is. Okay, here we're about to see the replay. What exactly happened? We see Mafioso. Okay, yeah, just kind of caught him first, right off the bat. You know, just gotta get them flight skills on point. And Mafioso was quick on the drop right there. But when it comes to these zones, if you get a hard shift At what point do you just say, we're not going to get into this next circle. Let's just try to get some kills because and maybe have one person just heal strat up because these zones are just so tough to get into here. Oh, Loops going into the warehouses here, and I think they're going into the warehouses because Team Queso is not in the lobby. They know that Team Queso loves to land here, and the fact that they didn't, I guess they assumed it was open, but not. Alpha 7 is right here right now. Oh, it's a solid nade from Swagwin, but Rio saw it coming. And here they come.
Pushing forward, Carrillo trying to take the fight to Alpha 7's doorstep. Swagwin trying to hide behind the wall once again. That is a miss Molly in the backside from the teammate Senab. But still, Loops, they're not able to find the opening. Peeking back and forth, but this...
Oh, no!
Not the Molly. Not the Molly. That was not the play.
Oh, just slipped out of his hand, falling right onto him. And because of that, you're right. I mean, Loops just backing off from this one. I wonder if Alpha 7 has an idea, realizes it. Did that gas can get blown up with the Molotov?
I guess.
That is interesting right there. Oh, that would have been an insane knock if that ended up working out. And the rest of the squad, oh, this is so horrible for Alpha 7 right now because Ace 1 is controlling this hill. The rest of the Alpha 7 team are off to the left-hand side as a duo. So Swagwin and Senab, they're completely stuck right here. They have to make a play together as a duo if they want to survive this. And I don't even know if they will with Ace 1 on top of the hill on top of that.
It's a lot of action happening on boot camp because I think it's the coast to the left of boot camp, just to the left there, that I think is one of the most important places that you can hold in a circle like this. That is, like I said, it's a lottery essentially on which island it's going to go to because basically controlling the rivers can be so powerful here. But there are so many teams that are now approaching this position. Swagwin there peeking up the top of the hill just to check for any team. They don't spot A7 just yet, but I'm looking at the map, and we're going to see potentially G25 and Cloud9 push in just behind Ace. So this could get very chaotic, depending on how aggressive some of these teams really feel like making it in the early game.
Hi, Chihuahua. This is a ridiculous kind of play right there. I'm surprised to see all these teams just kind of push off of this as well. Loops, they said, you know what? This is a really tough position. Let's just go ahead and back on off. Ace 1 does the same thing. And you can see Loops trying to catch Vit2K off on that off angle, but it looks like they decided, you know what? We landed boot camp. We know it's wide open. Why don't we just hold this for now and see where the next circle goes?
A little quiet, Alpha 7. The other two players, V2 and Law, both proning down. I don't know if that's because they've heard footsteps of teams rotating around them or just because they're very scared and not very confident in being able to hold down their position because they're split in two separate engagements, essentially. Pyro, though, peeking up over the hill, might be able to find an angle onto Ace across the way, but it's G25 in the compound just below them they're going to have to be worried about. The vehicle's rolling up, and this is Mafioso spots on G25.
And he spotted him with that 3X, and he was kind of waiting to hit that shot. Just unfortunately not hitting the mark. Quinto only just getting a little bit tapped right there, but he's going to keep holding this spot right here. And that's a tough one to hold. Those little top hills, if you get knocked on those, you ain't going to make it out. But here comes Tempo pushing onto the Loops right now. Federal switches to his gun. The trap has been sprung, and Loops is making Tempo pay for it right now. Federal, oh, the patience paying off for Loops so well. And here comes the 1v1 Carrillo versus Rain. Just too good. Just too good. Tempo. Man, losing 3 members just like that. Spec having to go on the retreat. What a unfortunate turn of events for that. That's Sanhok right there. Always got to worry about those snakes.
I'm shocked that Tempo would push up that hill so brazenly. I think they might have tried to grenade the top of that deer tower, which meant that when that Loops player swung out in the way that he did, totally took full advantage of the weapon not being out. But still, now Spec having to run out in the open, caught, nowhere to go, out so early, 0 kills with Tempo Storm. You have to be careful, especially on this map.
The BM!
That's 2 down for Loops.
Carrillo just started shooting some shots after taking out Tempo and paying for it just like that. And B4, oh, they know it.
Pushing?
The tuk-tuk and the Roddy. Here they come. They're shooting out of that tuk-tuk. They want Loops out, and they want him right now. And this is B4, who is currently in 3rd place. But every single second it takes to get up there is a second Loops has to reset. Will they be able to get this push going?
Revive coming through. Gotta be able to get up and standing. But can Carrillo get meds off before the grenades and even a potential push from B4 come in? And Abete up close, trying to find the grenades behind those rocks, but there are so many things that the grenades can bank off in the middle of the air. So it's no surprise that it's been difficult for them to find, not to mention rolling down the side of the hill. You have to be able to cook those perfectly to take out Loops. Good counter molly comes out, puts pressure onto Mick. It's not spreading over to him. But nonetheless, Loops are able to stop the bleeding.
They were able to buy some time right now. Mixer, this might be a perfect nade though right here. Will it hit the mark? And it looks like it, just a little too short. These rocks and hill are making it so difficult, but not for Nenebete as he gets the initial knock off the Gaofsky right here. Carrillo is up front. This is what he's best at doing, is great at holding this front line. He does get that knock. The nade though, hits him back. That's a great trade right there. B4 are putting in work on Loops right now. And they are hungry for blood, but those nades, oh my goodness. Just so strong, stopping the push. Dadin just having to watch his teammates go out right there. And he knows that the clock is ticking. The longer that he waits to push, the longer B4 has to reset.
Look at the map. Knights are going to be pushing up from the south here as well. The Knights are going to try and third-party this engagement. This could be a great opportunity.
Get one.
Oldblade trying to find the angle, trying to find the shots, and maybe even prepping more grenades if they have them.
Dadin getting that knock, and you see Goldblade just getting those finishes, getting those free points. Pedro, wow, challenged it right there, and now PK's just cleaning up B4. B4 gets taken out now from that third party. Will Loops be able to, they got a 10 hut, turn around and start running because PK is coming for them. But you can see Dadin still holding that same rock. Doesn't want to go out with, oh, never mind, he's gone. He said forget
he's
it.
out.
I was just holding it for just a second. And Federal, the same team, they need to get out of here as quick as possible.
Ooh, the shift, you can see it's a hard shift towards the northwest. It's going to be a northwest island circle. And the Knights, their push is only going to continue because of that up this hill. The Knights might have bailed Loops out from that situation. I think left to their own devices, B4 would have taken out the rest of Loops. But because of that push, they're forced to fall away, and they're not out of trouble just yet. They're going to try and make it to the water, make it to the river, but PK peeking over the hill just in time. The tree blocking a lot of the lines of sight, but damage is still being delivered.
You can see Jachi trying to go on that off angle there, trying to find a spot for him as he has the rest of the team shooting. Dadin is just desperately, he realizes we cannot stay at this rock or we were going to die. He's running across, able to get behind that tree right there, and they are just trying to separate Federal. Loop's so good at being able to shoot with their back against the wall right here. But man, they are in big, big trouble. Great smokes, great movement, but how long will they be able to stay up?
Ooh, long-range shots not quite landing. A good smoke, as you mentioned. And I think Loops, they're out of it. The Knights, they turned away. They realized it's not worth the chase that much. And there could be a number of other teams slowly approaching their position in the exact same way that they did. Goldblade proning down, either to loot or to keep watch from the south side. Because whenever you see a shift in one direction, you know there's a high chance of a push coming in from the opposite side.
Oh my goodness. Urso. Just
Wait,
what a well.
That's it? That's
it.
Cloud9 are out?
Cloud9 done. Yeah, I guess. I mean, while we're covering that fight, 3 members were gone. It was all Pyra, and it always seems to be Pyra, the last one alive for Cloud9. Just, the perfect nade to take him out right there. So Cloud9 having a great game in Vikendi, getting taken out early here in Sanhok. But it's so difficult. I mean, when people talk about, okay, why isn't this team doing good on Sanhok or not? This is just one of those maps that, different positions, different plays can make it so difficult. Even if you're the best in the world, it can make it impossible pretty much for you to make a solid placement. But you can see Fameboy's holding the top of this rock right now, just trying to get some intel for the rest of Execute.
So unreliable. And I will say, of the 3 teams that have been removed, and by the way, 3 teams removed in just over 10 minutes, I think that's a fair bit even for Sanhok's numbers. But it's going to be Tempo Storm, Cloud9, and B4. And not so much for Cloud9, but B4 and Tempo Storm, 2 of the teams in the top 4, top 5 of the leaderboard going out. We talked about those point sponges. They're not being so spongy anymore. Loops trying to cross the water here. One of them, Federal, does get taken out. It is just Dadin left. Has to make... Oop. Not even a push. I guess it's a retreat. But he's covered on both sides of the river.
Just gotta hold it. Hold that position the best you can. Just swim away, Daddy, and run for your life. Or I'm sorry, swim away for your life. the best you can, because Brazilian Rampage, they are holding this angle as the best they possibly can. And you're right. Oh, you're right. I mean, with Team Queso, B4, these point sponges taken out early, that's going to give more opportunity for teams like, you know, INTZ, Brazilian Rampage, and we saw them do pretty well in just a past match. So this could be their opportunity to make that, you know, challenge for top 16 that much more difficult. We'll have to see how it turns out. Speaking of a team that needs points direly, HQA, they need to have some monstrous games if they want to put themselves in competition. They're about 50 points short of being within that range. That's going to be take at least a good couple chicken dinners. We'll see what this next circle goes on over to. And we're going to find out right about now. It goes over to the island. The worst case scenario for all these squads. We talked about it, how that is literally one of the worst zones that a lot of these teams feel that it is. And it's a great opportunity for Execute and everybody that landed here to put some big points on the board.
Well, specifically Execute, because they're on the top of the mountain, but outside of the, what we're looking at, four full teams on that island, everyone else is going to fight their way across. And they're going to be fighting over bridges and points of access, and one of those is going to be that HQA G25 stare down that we just saw. And over here on Boot Camp as well, we're looking at multiple teams, Ace and Influence Rage. Ace have control of the coast. I say control, it's a little sensitive over that, plus they only have 2 members. But they at least have the point of access to cross. I think they're already sending it. At least one of the members is swimming across. Mafioso here just holding it down, making sure that they can cross safely. Relative term, because it's never fully safe, but at least Influence Rage aren't rushing up to spray them down.
Better than nothing right here. Look at INTZ. Yeah, look at that push right there. That's the worst case scenario, as HQA was just waiting for them on that bike. Gets that 2-piece really quick. Some big points for HQA. Definitely needed them, but they're still outside of this next zone. They have to cross the bridge. G25 has already secured it here. So the clock just keeps on ticking right here. The more you wait to get in this next zone, the harder it's going to be to get in there.
25, a couple of members have pushed across. I pointed out that they were staring down HQA across that bridge, but HQA were taking a long time trying to decide if they wanted to go the bridge or go the water route. They do, HQA in their own right do have a path over the water to Hot 10, so G25, they just sent it across. But now, Alpha 7, they heard those vehicles. They're prepared to peek over and find essentially a couple of teams running out in the open. If G25 can make their way into that compound, which I think they're able to find their way safely there, they have a place to bunker down and hold down in.
This is a tough spot, though, for Alpha 7, because if you go and you try to cover those rocks, it leaves your back wide open to the top of that hill.
Yeah.
So you can definitely see why they're so, like, just trying to figure out what do we cover? Do we cover the back of this hill, or do we make it a priority to cover below us? And right now, I mean, Execute, they got no worries. They're on top of this mountain. They got the eagle eyes on everybody right now. So Vitu-K finally is going to hold this position. Look on down. G25, they're going to hold these buildings for sure, as long as they possibly can. And yeah, like I was mentioning, the further you go up on those rocks, your back's going to be open, and Law gets caught from the mountain from Execute.
Yep.
We'll see.
Good angle to continue to punish.
Yeah.
Continue to punish Alpha 7. I will say about Execute is that they are spread very, very wide, and we have seen teams be a little too cocky with their hold of this mountain and be sort of taken out one at a time by full groups pushing up. Those pushes aren't happening just yet, and part of it is because so many teams are still trying to cross over, and there's a big threat of being backfilled upon or being backstabbed if you take that push. But Execute, they're going to have to manage their spacing. At what point do they want to group up as a full crew? And by doing that, they'd have to give away part of the mountain, and a big deciding factor is going to be the shift. It's a medium hard shift towards the south. They can all just fall down onto Fame Boys' position, maybe a little further north than that, and try and hold down the high ground from a single spot from there.
Yeah, they definitely got to start grouping up soon, because if they separate like this and a full squad pushes that one member, he's going to go out relatively quickly. So we'll see how they're able to hold this position, because this is a great one for them. They can end up with a big game here. And considering that they're in 12th place and 16th is not too far behind them, this is one that they really desperately need. You can see INTZ, Pauly trying to swim. She's trying to swim her way across here with Gamma. It's going to be so tough, though. This is what we've been talking about. These rotations are so difficult in Sanhok. And look at the clock. Only 6 seconds left.
It's going to start closing, and it's not the fast side like it is on the north, but still I'm worried about Pauly being able to survive out in the blue, because you can't heal in the water. And swimming isn't the fastest thing, but Ace, they're not worried about the water. They're just pushing straight in. G25 tried to fall down towards the south. At least 2 of them did. They're playing a weird 2-2 split. A little, quite risky this late into the game, I have to say. And they do get punished for it.
I think they've been pushing from the edge piece by piece, and they're just trying to get some real estate. Italok's top fragger right now, pretty much in this tournament, has had, I believe at the start, he had 45 kills, which is just insane. He's got a decent position into this next zone, but he's all in his lonesome. Gonna have to make some plays. You can see Pauly, she's trying her best to get into this next circle. Will she be able to? Not to mention, she's got to take on an entire squad of Influence. That's right there. You could.
I don't know if Influence are going to be paying attention behind them at this point. They're just trying to rush forward. It could give her an opportunity for maybe a free point. She sprays in. Oh, Dadden! Oh, Lord! Oh, okay. Pauly, what can she do? Dadden heard it.
Yep, he heard the step for sure. Oh, look at this. Wide open, Merle, but does he take...
I don't know!
Hard to take the shot.
Such a hard decision!
You want to give away your spot? You're in the blue. But that's a point. That's a point, and that's a huge point. You got to take it. And he does. He does get that lock. And here comes Paul. Here goes the 1v1. Dadden. Takes the one out. Uzi versus M7. Pauly with the peaks. Pauly getting Dadden. Taking him out. She is insane. Hitting that first aid for. This is the 4th zone, so she can still, eat a little bit of it. She's going to be able to pick up everything that Dadden had right there.
I don't know how much he had,
executed.
Though. I don't know how much Dadden had to give away is the problem. So Pauly might still be in a lot of trouble to execute. You can see they are still widespread on top of this mountain, but everyone is getting torn apart before they can even approach the hill. And look at that hard shift immediately onto them. And you can see Fate falling away from the east side, going towards the west. So they're at least giving up control of one part of the circle. It's a necessity at this point. That is Switch already getting taken down by HQA. Fate's going to have to try and revive his fallen teammate here. The spray comes down onto Cross, doesn't find the knock just yet. A lot of damage. Echo from the side. Going to help with that one.
I mean, look at this Uzi. Unlimited ammo coming from Fate as he's just spraying on HQA. Able to get the finish. And this is what we were worried about was, the split from Execute right there as Killswitch got knocked. But now, finally, they're able to group together. Kiwang getting taken out. There goes HQA, but Killswitch is still alive. So now that's going to buy them some time to get this reset, group up together, and control this circle, because they're still really the only team that is in this one.
Yeah. That's why I'm worried about how widespread they are, but everyone else is limping, everyone else is in shambles. It's not nearly the same situation that I was alluding to before the last time we saw this Northwest Island, or one of the previous times at least. The Knights here, still 4 up. Goldblade did get knocked and taking damage from the blue now that it's closing in, but Tribe forced to fall away. I hate this part of the map for Tribe, and that is exactly why there is nowhere to play down. Immediately taken out by Brazilian Rampage, but look at the blue. The blue is overtaking everyone at this point. No one has been able to approach the top of that hill because they're just going to be getting shot from the back.
I mean, Execute have a 5-man team right now. They're 4 members in this blue zone. It is killing everybody. Look at the kill feed as everyone is just trying to survive and heal up. And Fanboys they're just laughing right now on top of this hill as they collect more points. And the circle centers out even closer to them as Alpha 7's able to take out Ace 1. And they have, where do they go? Where do you go right now if you're Alpha 7? You can't go left or right. You just have to just heal up, wait for the blue zone, and I think that this is this is the most handed chicken dinner you could ever have right here. Look at Execute. This hill is just so strong right now.
Listen, I will say, they have squeezed this game for every single drop that they can. They are actively looking around, and I was criticizing them for being so widespread, but they are using that to their advantage to pick up every single point that they can. But yeah, there's not even going to be a final fight. They're going to be grabbing kills from the blue. BRL are eliminated. There's 1 member of Alpha 7 left standing, and they know more or less where they go. His Fate wants to go for it. He wants this point. Not the way to do it, but it's fine. It was an attempt.
You know what? Fate just wanted to test those new shoes he got to see how strong those insoles are. And unfortunately, not able to do it. Killswitch gonna do the same thing. 180 shot, baby. Nope, to his death. And this might give 2 points to Alpha 7 if he's gonna see it, or at least 1. You gotta go. Oh, he's gotta go for it. You gotta go for the point. If you're Senab.
Yeah, he's not sure that it's an entire squad left. You have to imagine that once. Okay, he picks that one up at the last second. That's 1 more point. That's 4 points plus placement.
Point. That's
Yeah,
a charity point
essentially.
from Execute. Just say, hey, Alpha 7, you're in second place. We're going to get first, but have a point to go with it right there. What a finish. What a game. This is what we've been talking about. Sanhok. Doesn't matter how good of a squad you are. If you get that right position, you can easily get a chicken dinner. And with Execute, oh, man, what a setup. What a play from them.
Yeah, they didn't have to fight too hard for it. They did take some risks, I will say. Again, I'm gonna double down on my statement that widespread could have been punished. The reason why it wasn't because everyone else was still so involved in their own fights on the edge of how chaotic it was, and there was no one team who was able to take control of like one quarter, one quadrant to then be able to focus on Execute. And Execute, it was a small risk that they took with that big widespread, but again, they grabbed every single point that they could. They were basically farming off of all these teams that were dying out in the blue.
Yeah, they were farming, but I'll tell you what, the blue was farming everybody on that one. Man, it was brutal. But speaking of brutal, Jason, how you doing, man?
Well, speaking of someone who's not good on their word and putting out house tour videos, Hot Jukes, how you doing, man?
Doing great, Jason. Looks very happy to see you right now.
I'm sure.
Old pal.
You know what was brutal, by the way, besides me coming back on air? The start of that game was brutal. Oh my lord, you had Loops, Tempo, B4, PK all in the same area near Paradise, just duking it out. If I'm not mistaken, just to leave you with this, 9 minutes in, and I'm hoping these stats are right, 9 minutes in, they had 2,600 damage for Loops.
Insane.
If that's true.
Insane right
We're going to check in on that a little bit later. Go ahead, Jukes. Last thing.
I
Last
don't
word.
know, but I mean, I love you, Jason. People, fans, everybody watching, love you too. Peace.
That was a good last word. I mean, you're coming back later on, so you made it sound like you were done for the entire event. But you know what? That's good. We'll bring in someone else to cast after you, and then we'll talk to you guys later on. So, Cameron, I hope you're prepared to cast with Jason Kaplan making his casting debut right here. Not happening. Seven and Glitter, please come in and make sure I never try to cast ever, because it will not turn out well. I don't think Cameron can carry me enough in that cast. Let's take a look at our map rankings, though, and look at our points overall for these teams. Execute. Honestly, Glitter, fantastic win. So smart. The position they played, they deserved that victory, and they kept cool, calm, and collected.
I mean, I would agree with 99% of that, except for the last two, like,
Yes.
the dives down onto Alpha 7 for no
Those are
reason.
just style points, you know?
Just the two unnecessary knocks. And it ended up giving another point over to Alpha 7 as well, because he was able to get one of those kills at the end. And, you know, every point counts in this situation. So that's going to be another little boost for Alpha 7. But definitely a well-deserved win for Execute. Like you said, some very, very smart positioning. They utilized the mountain very well. And, you know, they're able to pull down 24 points overall for the win. Third place, though, Brazilian Rampage, 5 kills, 10 points. We've been talking about how they've been kind of middling right around that 16th place position. They haven't done enough to either, you know, rise up the ranks or fall too far down in the ranks. I mean, this is definitely going to be at least a good boost for them. Ace1 stepping up yet again, 7 kills. That's going to be massive for Ace1. PK with 3 kills and 8 placement points. Klaze Esports with 6 placement points and 3 kills. And Loops. We need to talk about Loops. I'm sure we'll see the actual numbers later, but I mean, 7 kills. They put out so much damage that is the gameplay we were looking for. We watched them fight Tempo. We watched them fight B4. They were just aggressive, especially on Sanhok, and I mean, it worked out well for them, 7.
Yes, it did, especially with those 7 kills that they were able to gather there towards the second page. You see Tribe Gaming there with 5 points, helping Quit Addiction, one of the teams that we've been wondering where they've been. Well, guess what? They showed up a little bit here with 4 points. G25 Gaming, I felt like with the rotation they did crossing the bridge, as Glitter was able to call it, so credit to you. I feel like they could have done a lot more there, but they just maybe waited a little bit too long. B4 Esports, they had a promising push there on Loops Esports right up until Pittsburgh Knights showed up, and that's something I'm going to be talking about later. INTZ there with 2 points, Cloud9 1 point, Defeaters 1 point, and Temple Storm 0 points.
Yeah, unfortunate times for Tempo, though again, they had such a massive lead over the 5th place. But Cloud9, we were wondering, you get a chicken dinner in your second game, you you have to take a game off? What will happen going into the next match? And unfortunately, it didn't work out well for them at all. But again, they still got a victory under their belt today. But let's take a little bit of a closer look to our team that did take the win, XSET. Now, we've been talking about this team quite a bit lately, right? We've been talking about the whole fact of like the further they get into the game, the more consistently they get into that later stage of the game as we go out through all these matches. And again, we talked about that failed 2v1 with Killswitch and Zute up against Lukatas from Meta. Here, they get themselves 4 players alive on top of the mountain, the very end of the game. I still say those were style points jumping down. I'm still going to give it to them there, whether it's correct or not. But they still get the victory nonetheless, and I think that's also a big boon of confidence yet again to them 7 here, where they've already been getting more confident as the days have gone on.
Yes, we're going to be watching here the Mountain Dew game feel moments. And with XSET, remember what I said? I said if they put on Echo, given they had an amazing position there, but if they put on Echo on Sanhok, they usually tend to do a lot better. And guess what? That last game, Echo ended up getting 4 kills for them, and that is huge considering that usually the only person that gets kills for that team is Killswitch. So and Killswitch only ended up with just 1 kill in that last game. Interesting stuff. I don't think I agree in regards to the style points, but we'll get to that a little bit later. With C9, we see Unnamed there being able to knock some stuff. We wanted to see a lot more here out of Cloud9, especially after the performances they had on the previous match there in Vikendi. Disappointment. But I feel like maybe they're practicing different stuff, and this is what we've been saying, right? Glitter people, teams especially that are currently towards the top, they are just trying different stuff, getting ready for the final, especially if you are currently qualifying. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more out of Cloud9. Something I did want to point out here in regards to Pittsburgh Knights, and something that I kind of pointed out yesterday as well with them, is that they tend to get most of their kills when they start third party. So with Pittsburgh Knights, I hope they kind of continue that trend, because every single time they end up third partying, they can secure some free kills. Usually, I think on that engagement with B4 and Loops Esports, they ended up stealing some kills from Loops Esports. So even the better there for Pittsburgh Knights, and they definitely need the points here, Glitter.
Yeah, honestly, as soon as we saw them coming up behind B4 while we were watching that engagement go down between B4 and Loops, I was like, oh no, because B4 pushed up at the right time after, you know, we'd seen Loops take some extra damage after fighting Tempo. Korea got caught out a little bit. B4 took the opportunity to try to push up on them, and then PK was just ready and waiting in the wings, right? With that third party strat that you were talking about. And it was definitely a little bit of a bummer for B4, but I think when we were watching, I think I pointed it out, we had lost a lot of our top teams. I think as the first 3 teams that were 100% out, I think it was Tempo, and then it was B4, and then it was Cloud9 with all 4 out. So, I mean, there were some big names that went down early, and it really, I feel like, kind of changed up the lobby a little bit. I mean, to be fair, it is Sanhok, and that is kind of what happens. We saw that a lot of those engagements happened because people got stuck up on, like Cloud9 lost some players because they didn't know Ace was right in front of them. Tempo lost because they didn't realize Loops was right in front of them. And this is just kind of like the brawly nature of this map. But, I mean, generally, very strong showing for XSET. 7 kills onto Ace is going to be huge, and I just want to see whatever Loops is doing, I want to see more of that moving forward to the rest of the day.
Yeah, you want to kind of see more of that towards the end of the matches. And here with XSET, let's talk about it. You call it style points. I call it just a really, really dumb play, because at the end of the day, they're pretty much giving extra points to a team that's ahead of them. You didn't really have to do that. Just wait. There's no reason to be that aggressive at the end. Like,
I think this isn't fair, because if it worked for him, you're talking about like, oh, what a crazy play, jumping off the mountain, the freestyle coming through in the kill. But because it didn't work, we're talking negative about it. Or would you have talked the same way if it did work?
Same play, same way. Like, you have this, first of all, you have the zone hurting you. They know, they play this game long enough that they know as soon as you land with the damage that the zone's gonna give you as you're falling, you're probably gonna end up getting knocked. So you would have to make sure you hit your shots as you're falling. And these players are skilled, but it rarely happens.
All right, well, let's take a look at our total damage. I know we were talking before about Loops and the 2,600 damage done early on. It seems like, unfortunately, what we were looking at was incorrect. They only got 1,400 damage before they got finished off, but still, we can see XSET with some good damage numbers themselves, actually leading the lobby here at 1,546.
Yeah, I'm definitely not surprised with XSET there, because all they had to do was just pretty much wait for the zone to end up on their spot and take full advantage. Just lay it down on all the teams that were trying to push up on that. And that's something that we usually tend to talk about, Glitter, as we do see here some of the other damage stuff. We tend to talk about if the game gives you something of an advantage, take full advantage of it, and XSET was able to do just that. And I think with this win from Sanhok, they actually deserve it. It wasn't like the last one. It wasn't a lucky one. This one right here, they deserved that win. They played that out perfectly.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about how they played it perfectly, maybe we should look at how they actually got in the position to do that. Because if we think back to a couple of zones before the end, actually, they did have full control of the mountain. And instead of kind of staying clumped up, they actually spread all apart, I think, to deny people that chance from getting up there and taking that high ground away from them.
Yeah, and I think that's when you have to have that confidence, right, on your teammates, that they're going to be able to clutch up and win those 1v1s. That's what we always talked about with Ace, or being able to win those 1v2s or 1v4s, whatever it is. You need to have that confidence in your teammates that they'll be able to clutch up, and hopefully they are able to. And guess what? It ended up working out there for XSET.
Yeah, getting better and better, and Pittsburgh Knights as well having a decent game. It's kind of unfortunate to me to see like B4 have so many bad performances when we've seen them playing so well. But again, they've had like a 2-point finish there. They had a 0-point finish earlier on. I swear their coach is going to message me Knight and be like, Jason, this is why we like Glitter more than you, because she doesn't talk as negatively about us. But I feel like at the same time, like with Unnamed on the team, you got to get reps in, right? We've been talking about like the newest additions to rosters, how it's changed teams. I think they need to continue to have these good games like we're seeing out of G25, like we're seeing out of Queso. We need to see that growth within the team, because the points they had now, yes, it's going to get you top 16, but it won't necessarily get you top 3 with the way they've been playing these last few days, guys.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna let you have that one.
They still technically did get their win yesterday, and they still do have the opportunity to get their win today. But it's the same thing that we've talked about for a few squads now. You can't just either win or get absolutely nothing. That's just not going to work out in the long run. I think that they were much more consistent early on in the season, and then specifically probably just the past couple days have really started to yo-yo pretty hard.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that whatever happened, they can figure out. I think, Seven and I were talking about it a little bit while we were watching, and it seems like Nenebete has given them the confidence when it comes to like the fragging side of things. I feel like their engagements feel a lot more solid. It's just their in-game leadership sometimes for me feels a little bit shaky. Like sometimes some of their rotations aren't the best calls, or the timing isn't the best moment to do those things. And, maybe that's where we're seeing those moments of them falling apart.
Well, out of our 7 days of play so far, not including today, they have been able to get chicken dinner every day except one day, which was in our first week, I think on day 4. They still have a chance to do it here today, but before they can have a chance, we have to head to a short break. When we come back, we'll get things underway here with Miramar.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations, spawning on a map near you.
The best thing about those breaks is they're very short, only a minute long, and it also reminds you to go get a refreshing Mountain Dew out of the fridge, because things are about to heat up here as we head over to Miramar as our 4th match of the day, and Group B will be sitting out. So unfortunately, we won't get to see the likes of G25, Ace1, who finally had a good game, Cloud9, maybe a good sign for them actually not be playing, but we will be seeing Queso. And again, Queso has been the team so far today that just really seems to be swinging around their weight into any team that wants to fight them. They take those fights, and whether or not they do well or bad doesn't really matter, because I feel like they're letting all the teams know that if you see us, you're probably going to want to run away.
Yeah, the aggressiveness out of Queso that we've seen, and usually they won a couple of games. I don't remember right at the top of my head how many, but they won a couple of games before with Miramar matches. Another team I'm going to be looking at here, something that you guys were mentioning, it's going to be B4. I want to see them perform here, especially with the new thing that they said that Miramar is their best match and is becoming slowly but surely one of their favorite maps. So I want to see how they're going to perform here.
Well, it can't be worse than their performance in the first match. They can't get less than 0 points.
You're not wrong.
So, I mean, I might look like a jerk, but I'm technically true. You guys know that at home as well. But yeah, things are getting a little bit rough for some teams, and I feel like we're almost approaching the point of this entire event as well, where we really need to start seeing our overall standings for these teams, you know, in 9th through 24th place. Because again, there's not a lot of points separating these teams, but we've seen, you know, Influence Rage start to step up today. We've seen Defeaters start to try to step up today with taking some engagements they might have not previously. And I want to give, you know, a shout out to those teams, obviously. The ones who are trying to make the plays. 19 Esports also comes to mind. Klaze in there, because I think they're realizing that we don't have that many matches left. We have to make something happen relatively soon and try to improve, or we're going to have to say goodbye to our entire season at PMPL Americas and wait for the next one to kick off. But speaking of the next one kicking off, the next match is ready to go, so you two need to get out of here so I can bring our commentators back in yet again to cover Miramar. Of course, you guys at home, before we get to that, you can always be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMPL and let us know your thoughts about anything and everything PUBG Mobile related. And here we go. It's time to bring in Hot Jukes. It's time to bring in Cameron Davis. You guys should be tweeting, telling us how this is not a heart. This is just an index finger and a thumb. And I will say that until I have no breath left inside of me.
No, Jason, it's not literally the organ that is the heart. That was never... okay.
Yeah, something like that.
This doesn't even make a heart shape. It makes like a bunny ear. I don't know. Anyways, Miramar.
Imagination. You gotta have.
I don't have any. I don't have any. I'm more of a literal guy, more straightforward. You should see my wardrobe before Blank got to it and tried to redress me. We're moving into our 4th match today. It is going to be the halfway point after we're done today, since we still have 2 weeks of league play left to go. Again, Hot Jukes, you're in these positions. If you're, you know, some of these teams we had, I remember Dave saying you still have time left. There's no need to necessarily rush anything here. From your point of view, as we get to that halfway point at the end of the day, should teams start to like, all right, change it. Just change everything because we have to make something happen. If you're in the bottom of the table, obviously.
And it's so hard. Yeah, if you're at the bottom of the table, you got to just go and frag out. You got to do everything you possibly can to get a chance to make it into top 16. But right now, I only see 2 battles going on. There's a battle for first place, which is really only right now between 3 squads in my eyes. But top 16, it is anybody's game if you're able to really start showing up here in these next couple of days. But you have to start doing it now. You cannot wait any longer. There's no more plenty of time for us to get in wins. It has to be doing it right now if you want to be comfortable making it into the finals.
Go ahead. I see you, Cameron.
The fight for first place, I don't think it might not be as straightforward, because yes, we're still seeing the same top 4, top 5 teams, but it hasn't been any of those teams' real show today. Still, G25 are struggling, Queso are struggling, B4 are definitely struggling, and we're seeing Cloud9 start to pick it up, Wildcard start to pick up at moments, XSET start to pick it up at moments. So if it continues down this trend, by the end of group stage, it might look different.
All right, well, I'm going to leave you two into the next game, and I have to ask really quickly, Cameron, if this is a heart, then what is this? I got you next time I see you at the event. All right, guys, kick away with our next match of the day.
You got me as well as we get ready for match number 4. Here we go on over to the desert inside of Miramar. One thing I'm always going to be looking for is those Mountain Dew Game Fuel vending machines. They work here. You're able to go and pull out some serious energy drinks from those vending machines, and I think we see players really just abuse them time and time again. You can get up to 8 in just one of those bad boys. I'm pumped up every single time I see Miramar. Let's get into it.
Sorry, I have to take a moment to recollect myself because Jason absolutely wrecked me there.
Yeah, you got owned right there, dude. Even I did. I looked down and I was like, oh man.
I should have.
You know what?
I should have seen it coming.
At first, I looked down. I thought it was his hand, but I just keep getting locked on to his feet. I can't tell if he's wearing shoes, black socks, or heels on. You know? I cannot tell the difference. And I think that's why he's so tall. But who knows? Who knows? You and the guys in the chat, let me know what y'all think on that disparity, because personally, I can't tell from my eyes back here. But one thing I can tell is this play bad. It's going right down the middle. You know, Team Queso, they're in the match. You know they're going to go Hacienda del Patron. And we're starting to see these squads fly out right now.
Yeah, we actually haven't had a particularly bad playing path the entire time today. True. That hasn't stopped the game from being wild from the very beginning. I was we were waiting for this game 4 to start, and I was thinking, like, why does it feel like we're almost done, but we're just barely over halfway through? And that's because of how action-packed so many of these games have been from the beginning. First phase is on the west side. There's not too much unplayable area here, so I think we're finally going to get a game that's a little slow, but I feel like me saying that is only going to make it happen because I'm actually looking up on the north side, and we do see 2 teams dropping on each other.
Yep, we're starting to see that happen right now, and it's HQA in a little bit of a battle up here up top, and it looks like they finally just said, you know what, San Martin, we're done with it, because back in the day, they said that they were going to keep dropping on loops over and over, but we saw them lose it constantly, so I'm really happy to finally see HQA just say, you know what? We got to look at the data. We got to look at the numbers. We are losing, getting taken out super early every Miramar match. We can't afford to do so. Time to give it up. But one thing that is given up right now is El Pozo, because Cloud9, they're not in the lobby right now. So I wonder if teams really realize that, and we'll see one try to make a car rotation onto there, because that's a lot of loot, especially for this circle.
Yeah, I don't want to take too much attention away from this sort of standoff, but I think right now that both these squads here are sort of trying to take it slow. Rafa here on the high ground trying to really spot where the rest of HQA are and where he can go. But for El Pozo, I think no one just wanted to go take that area, perhaps expecting multiple teams to go there, because that's an easy place to go to on this plane path.
We saw right in the first game when Tempo wasn't in Erangel. We saw XSET.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, drop. Yeah. So it's so interesting to see like these different squad strategies here. One strategy we are seeing though is Wildcard getting really close to Execute. Execute won last game, so you know they got to be feeling pretty good here. But I don't think they're going to be feeling good after this engagement because they're kind of stuck in a 2v4 situation. Oh, look at Echo. He's got that S12K, that shotgun at the ready. And I don't think Wildcard really knows that Execute's here just yet. And now they know. Look at Kill
they know now.
The VSS.
Good shots from the top of the hill, and I love this rotation. As you said, there were only 2 players from Execute in that building, but then Killswitch and Fate rolled up, take the high ground, try and give a little bit of cover. It's not going to stop any potential push into the warehouse from Wildcard's building, but it is going to allow Execute to leave because they don't want this fight at all. They don't find it worthwhile in any sense. They just want to get closer towards the center of the circle here, and I actually like that play.
Yeah, really, really strong, and that's going to allow the ejection from Execute to get away free from this one, because a lot of these squads at this level, they don't want to take on early engagements, so they can't afford it.
Oh.
But Acer caught them on the rotation. Full bunny suit right here, no helmet on, just trying to be a problem. Almost looked like he took him out the vehicle, but it looks like Execute will be able to get their rotation off in time. Wildcard, you're going to see them go back, loot up, and get ready for the next circle.
My concern for Execute right now is they only have 1 vehicle. When you're clown carring it like this, if you run too close to an enemy squad, you can get taken out your entire squad almost immediately. And there's a number of teams that are already trying to get closer and closer towards center. Queso being one of them, coming in from just the east side of the circle, but they're not, they want more than that. They're a little greedy in that sense, trying to get closer towards Monte Nuevo, which is sort of X marks the spot with those roads of dead center. They're going to take these hills just to the east of it. I don't know if they're going to be pushing any further than here. I like this position, give you some good sight lines and some good fighting areas around.
You can totally see their confidence, though, in their rotations, because, Team Queso, they came from Hacienda. They got that golden Marauder. Only one of them in the game. And they're just rotating, chilling in style right now. And we move over to another team that's rocking, the gold logos right now is the Brazilian Rampage. They are in the middle of this circle, looted up pretty, just trying to catch teams on rotation. And that's Miramar. Miramar, these squads look for vehicles because this is the place where you need to have one in order to make these large rotations. And these teams are so good at just tracking these vehicles and blowing them up on the spot. So if there's any chance to get those free points, they're going to go for them. So we'll have to see some pretty careful rotations coming out, especially at this point in the game.
Number of teams still outside the first phase, and one of them, well, 2 of them rather, is going to be Unnamed and Defeaters. So there were a lot of teams that all dropped off in this northeastern part of the map. I can't imagine they were expecting too many other teams around this area. It's usually one of the more barren, looted spots. But the fact that it was one of the fastest places to get to from the plane brought a lot of teams here. Bucky trying to find the angle. Doesn't find it onto Fishy. Driving around in that van out into the blue, but it shouldn't be a concern. And I think Defeaters, all 4 on their own separate vehicles, should be able to find their way into the circle relatively easily. I say that the direction that they're going to be approaching the circle is the northeast side. There's a lot of teams up in that area, but Unnamed, they're going to get into their own vehicles and start to make their own approach.
I mean, the whole west side's completely open right now. Opozo's still completely untouched with all that loot in it. And especially Miramar, it's always one of those maps. And tell me what you think on this, too. I feel like this is the map where having the most utility possible is more important than any of the others, just because of how much 5-5, how much ammo you're just kind of using to suppress fire. I don't know. What do you think on that?
There are a lot of times that you have to make big open crosses that you just don't have the ability to even get an initial knock that other maps could allow you for. You got to use those smokes. If you're caught on the side of an open mountain with very little cover, smokes are super powerful.
Yeah, gotta have that kit on a map so open like this. And you can see Team Queso throwing those nades out. That's an eviction notice right there for Pittsburgh Knights. They're saying, okay, we'll back off and we'll head over here for now, because this is still only circle number 1. There's plenty of room open, but not in this area, as Slicky's gonna have to hold down an entire team of HQA. That pre-nade, trying to buy himself some time. You know he's gonna keep throwing them down there. And here comes Siberia trying to throw one for himself. Slicky's gonna have to find that spot to avoid it. Does for now. Getting closer, getting closer. He's gonna hold this spot right here. Oh, look at that nade. He sees it. Runs out. Yeah, well executed right there. Slicky does get the nade onto Siberia, but he's by himself, and HQA is gonna get that pick up and clean up on Wildcard. Not sure exactly what happened with that split from Wildcard, but they're hungry. I think they realize it's
there's just so many teams up at this northeastern side, as I mentioned earlier, and so there's a lot of fighting for these buildings here and there. I don't know if these teams expected that. Either way, they're trying to go for these fights. Sam wants to prep more grenades, wants to go for more of this damage being thrown out. Still not finding its mark.
Question, do you think that Wildcard is only pushing up right now because they realize it's HQA? I don't think they would do this if it was Loops, Cloud9, or another team. I'm saying Wildcard going to get themselves. Oh, look at that nade from Sam. Oh, 2 nades.
In a second.
Oh, baby. Oh.
You got to push on that. You got to push on that. The reviver's already coming in from cross.
Where will they go? Sam's still holding this angle right now. Here comes Acer, though, on the other end. Miss nade right there. He's going to have a big open spot. Sees Keyway. Oh, they were waiting for him. And he's going to have to get that first 8 off. But man, that allowed the time to get one member back up. Siberia's still knocked and down. As it looks like Sam and Acer are pointing it. Oh, he caught the toes! But Sam with that return fire. So strong. Acer has to come help him right now, because Sam did get naded. And there's Spring on that off angle. Will Acer does it, and Wildcard takes out Helping Quit Addiction right there. Cam, what are your thoughts on that fight?
Well, let's wait a little second on that one,
Yeah,
because
gosh,
Unnamed and Execute are in the middle of a fight. They're on, like I said, everyone is on this northern side, so those teams in the northeast are going to be pushing into teams that are already on the edge. The circle did shift away towards the east a little bit, but that's still not going to help these teams on the north. A lot of scrappy fights back and forth. I think Execute, they're going to be treating away. Fate is not going to get saved, unfortunately. Going back to the previous fight of Wildcard.
Oh, look at him the loot. He's just dropping all his loot for him, saying, all right, guys, yeah, my teammates are not going to save me. There you go, have it for free. But go ahead, sorry. Go back onto your point.
I'm still going to be a little critical on how long it took them to push, and Acer almost got dropped with that peek on the side of the building. But then that secondary knock coming out onto cross inside that first building, and then the follow-up after that, Wildcard pushed it. The second time they did it again, they messed up the first couple of notes, they restarted the track, and then they performed it perfectly.
The first question, though, is I wonder, do you think Wildcard, if it was another team, because they saw the knock, they realized which squad it was, do you think they take that fight if it is another team that's been dominating on the leaderboards? Because HQA, they've been sitting in last place, and I wonder if Wildcard just pushed that 3v4 because they realized it's them.
I'm sure that helped, but I don't think they would have pushed even HQA if they didn't get those first 2 initial knocks, double knock with their grenades. That, I think, was more important. It was significantly more important than who they were going up against. If it was Loops, if it was Seppo Storm, if it was G25, they would have taken that push with those first 2 nades, I think.
I just wonder if they even, because they had a perfect opportunity to just, hey, sacrifice the player and just drive on off to another land. But instead, as soon as they, Slicky got finished, they pressed up on it and even went for the nades in the first place. So interesting to kind of think about something I'm going to ask them, after to kind of getting their head about a little bit. But, oh, look at Axel able to take out Garcia on the rotation. Brazilian Rampage pretty spread out right now. Little boy's a little low on health. Oh, is he knocked? Yeah, he is knocked right now. So that's going to be the finish for Little Boy. Poor Little Boy. He ain't going anywhere.
Let's try and pivot our focus onto the circle a little bit instead of a lot of the teams. And there's still a fair bit of them that are trying to fight around the outsides. It's slowed down a bit there, though. This shift towards the east, pulled away from Monte Nuevo, this sort of hill ridge just north of Picado, northwest of it, is now a very powerful position. It's not as powerful as the mountain on the northwest side of Sanhok that we saw last map, but you can still see Queso putting a lot of pressure onto teams from the south. It's a big, wide open field, and if you're not in one of these compounds that Nunez here is in, you could get taken out. The only issue is trying to manage any potential pressure from the north side. From the Knights here could easily drop down onto Team Queso, so they don't want to be too tunnel vision towards the south, but still that high ground could be very, very powerful.
Yeah, they're trying to use it to the best of their advantage, and that's the one struggle is, especially the map by Miramar being so far, the render distance only goes so far here in PUBG Mobile, so they're going to have to get those shots on perfectly. The next circle goes on up. They're going to be on a little bit of the southern edge of it. Still a decent position right now, but I think that if you're Team Queso at this point, you got to be starting considering, hey, if the zone goes over here, where are we going to go? Like, this is the time to really just start getting the game plan, I think, together. But we'll see right now. It's like so many teams are alive. We're going to see some hardcore gatekeeping and vehicle explosions.
Yeah, I think Queso want to go to Marco's position. He's in a nice compound just to the west. He's on the low ground from the previous position, but there's going to be a lot of action happening on that hilltop. Pedro here, giving his teammate a friendly nudge to get that vehicle rolling on forward. And they're going to be pushing in from the south, but they're going to be one of the many teams that are going to have to play just south of that road if they don't want to cross the field just to north them. It's going to be really difficult for those teams on the south, I imagine.
Yeah, we're just been seeing a whole bunch of driving simulator right now as all these teams are just trying to get into the best position possible. Like even Ran, he realized, okay, Loops is right over here. We're going to go ahead and head on backwards. Darin, you see him with the pan, just holding it right now. Just not trying to give away his spot. Will he be able to spot one of these unnamed players out in the open? That's what I love about it. At this high level, these squads are so good at just playing elusive until the last possible moment. And yeah, it's gonna get even more difficult as this circle just gets smaller and smaller. So many teams just right next to each other. This next zone is gonna be a very difficult rotation if it hard shifts off you.
Yeah. Most teams are able to make their way inside without too much action. This is really the only fight that we're seeing right now, and that's because just the amount of third-party potential, I think, is keeping a lot of teams like Loops, for example, away from taking those shots. But B4, they're trying to push forward. They took this barn away from 19, and 19 are in an interesting split. I'm concerned that the two over towards the east don't have as good of a line of sight onto these two right here with Trix and his teammate here in this current compound. But he's trying to find the angle onto B4. If we can get a first initial shot, a little bit of damage, he spots one.
I don't think they really know his position just yet, so I don't think he wants to take those shots until the absolute necessary time. But he goes for it anyway onto Nenevete, and that's going to give away his position. You can see Mixera's got that nade in his hand. You know he's thinking about it. He ain't going to be able to hit it from the laydown position. He knows that for sure, so interesting to see here. Trix, though, going for the jump nade. That's going to give a little bit of distance, and it lands right onto Maxon, and here comes the follow-up. Try to possibly get the first and finish. Oh, Mixera gave one back to himself right there, and this is just him trying to buy some time for his teammate. Oh, could he hit this? Switches to first person for it. Love to see it.
He spotted it in the building. He spotted Trix rotation into the building, but that
look at Trix.
doesn't hit. But another grenade comes out. Oh! Does get knocked by one from Mixera, finally trading back and forth. It's a trade 1-for-1 overall, and Nenebete trying to go loud, not allowing Mad Max to go to his teammate to get the revive, and it's going to be a follow-up grenade, potentially knocking Max in. If it's 2 down for 19, which it is, this is bad. Those two on the side, this is what I was saying. How much support could they really give? And at this point, they're going to have to give it up. The spray is coming out. They do not get a knock onto Max, and they do get one to Mixera. That's one. But it should still be a pretty easy revive for B4. However, the circle shifts away from both of these teams, and there's going to need to be a big transition out from this position.
What a phenomenal play right there for B4. The quick communications. You know that he told them, hey, this is exactly what's going on right here. I got this knock. They're going to run across to try and help him out. Perfectly well-placed nade. That's going to be 2 down from Team 19. And you're right. Yeah, Jack up. He's got this angle, but it's not enough to be able to have supported his team right here. And the blue zone is about to start closing on them. They are far out from this next circle. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to make it into it. But as we move on to Wildcard, getting into it with the Unnamed. They've been holding this spot for quite a while. Oh, Acer. Perfectly timed smoke. Buys him some time, but Spring is going to have to make a play. 3v1 right now. Can't do it.
Getting pushed. Yeah, not much you can do with that position. Unnamed going incredibly aggressive with their position, and that's it. Wildcard are removed. They had that great initial fight against HQA, but weren't able to find their way into the circle safely from there on out. A good loot injection for the Unnamed, but they're going to have to move forward to get into the circle, and I don't know how safe it's going to be for them.
Yeah, the circle's not too far away from them. I think they have a little bit of time.
Where can they go? That's the concern.
That's true, especially if that next circle shifts. There's going to be a really difficult rotation. We'll have to see, though, as Execute is trying to make something happen themselves, as they did get one knock kill switch. That's their main fragger, down and out, and that's going to be the finish as Starlight blows up the vehicle onto him. You see XSET running a little bit of a 3-1, I believe. No, I'm sorry, 2-1, as Joey has already been taking out the match. And this is something they really like to do. Juicy as their IGL, also their off-angle specialist. Really unique position. Ayala. And he hit that nade from down, from underneath. If he hits this low, oh, that hurt.
He's fine.
He's moving really still. He does not want to move right now.
Problem is.
But look at his heels. He's
no first aids. Bandages. He has bandages. No first aids. That's really bad. This split by Queso. They're still, once again, trying to go for a lot of area, a lot of control, and I don't know how much longer it's going to work. They have 4 kills now, but Axial has been dropped, and look at how close so many different teams are to different areas in this split. Ayala from the high ground position finds an Assassin's Creed angle on the drop down below, but Sentry, what is he going to do to counter this out?
Ayala, hardcore parkour, trying to get it done. Will he be able to hit this nade as well? Oh, the off angle, but the perfect fall down. I'm not sure if that was purposeful or accidental, but it worked out in his favor big time. And he is running to his teammate right now to get a little bit of breathing room to get healed back up. And Marco's going to have to pass him off some heals because we know he doesn't have any right now. Or just get the vehicle and start moving because Team 19, they're coming. And Brazilian Rampage still alive right here.
And the blue
squad's going, but can't check up. Catch him on the rotation. Oh, wide open. Serpentine. You can see the strat coming out right now as they're just trying to drive up this hill best they can. And here come the shots. They jump out. And Marco did.
Was that a self-knock or no? Nenebete is the one that dropped Marco. The kill feed is a little lag behind because there was so much action that is going on, and the circle centers up. Very few teams are inside. BDM, I think, is the only team that actually has a proper position here. Sentry from Brazilian Rampage trying to push up behind 19. They weren't able to get too much damage. Luckily, spots out one to get the frag and get the point in the kill at least. No placement point from that down, but immediately taken out by Queso, who are still watching over that position.
Here comes Fishy right now. As we move on to this, Fishy's going to have to do something, a miracle with the Uzi. Unable to get it done. 3v1, just too strong right now. Nova pushing together really well. And Defeaters really spread out. This is a strategy that we've seen them use time and time again. And I think this is a strat that's really was strong in the previous meta. But with this new point system, we're seeing more squads just playing together. But Ghosty's got a great angle right now. Down onto Nova, can get these finishes. Gotta hit these shots though.
Ooh.
Can he do it? Gets 2. Last
23. I think he break it. Did he break line of sight? I think he might have with a little bit of a rock. He's gonna clean up at least Ghosty. No, he is Ghosty. He's gonna clean up at least that first onto Nova. AZ is still bleeding out though. I don't think he's gonna be able to survive that. Yep, that's a second. And they know that GFan is left. They're trying to push it, but they're also pushing because they need to get into the circle.
Yeah, and it's going to be so difficult to push across into that wide open as we get another fight going on right here. Fights back to back. Alpha 7 putting some work onto Pittsburgh Knights. Gets the 2-piece. Last 2 remaining members are going to have to survive and hold this spot. Get the gate, keep going. But Goldplate opts to go into the buggy right now. Flash gets in the backside of it. And here they go. They're out of this one. Push it up down to Nitsu. I don't think they saw Nitsume behind him. They do get the flush though. Now here we go, 2v1 against Nenebete. And they get the finish. So many vehicles.
Explosions everywhere. Grenade comes out. Could be good. Cooked just a little bit too long. Didn't land where they wanted it to. The shot, that's a grenade. More damage onto Nenebete, down to 50% HP.
One nade. That's all it takes. Can Nene hit it? If he gets this one perfectly landed, that's going to be PK. Oh, the vehicle, the buggy, saving. Flash, literally seeing his life flash before his eyes right there. Oh, that off angle, though. Catches Goldblade. Flash is going to have to get this heal off and get into this fight ASAP. He sees them both. He's waiting, taking his time. 2v1, though. Too strong. B4 holding it down and taking down Pittsburgh Knights in 7th place. And, man, these last 2 remaining members of B4 are not going down without a fight.
They're not. It's been a slow start for this weekend for them, but it's Miramar. It's their best map historically. They're reminding us exactly why. I don't think they're in a position to win this just yet, but they're trying to get as many points as they can considering the, I guess, unfortunate beginning, the unfortunate circle shifts away from them in the mid-game. Loops on the north. They haven't had to fight too much. They have 1 kill, but they also have 1 death on their side.
Trying to play this as carefully as possible. And you saw Kowalski there blowing up that vehicle, making sure to take away any kind of rotation ability. He knows he has the blue zone to his side. The Unnamed are going to have to run out in the open. They have no kind of vehicle car at all to get into this next circle. And this is what I was talking about, like having all that loot at the end. Oh, Q.
This is huge.
This could be the pan.
If he gets this knock against Kowalski, it could be big. It could allow the rest of his team to push forward. Unfortunately, it's also BDM overlooking that position. So it might just be a symbolic showing there. He's not pushing forward too much. He's still scared of taking this fight. And because of that, he takes a lot of damage from the blue. Can he get... He doesn't even get the first aid off.
Could not get the first aid off. Oh, just devastating for the Unnamed. That could have been so huge, but just mistimed it just a little bit. The blue, a little bit more powerful than what he expected. And they're going to go out in 6th place. Still 5 teams remaining as this match is about to get up. XSET still alive with their duo outside of this circle. Stone's closing, though. They're going to have to push on in together. And they get it done, though. Alpha 7 have been holding the top of this edge right now. Oh, great shots on Kowalski. And hitting the laydown. When you hit that laydown, it reduces the recoil dramatically from that distance. Oh, Sedab trying to show the golden arm. Hit a long-range nade. Gonna be tough to hit that one. As XSET are throwing out all their smokes to try and push up little by little. NA on the hold, though. Oh, the third party!
No! Before they so badly wanted to take that fight, or I say they, it's just Nenebete. But is forced to prone back down in the smoke. If he can lie down and hope for these teams to get in some big fights, he can maybe climb up a couple more placements. Problem is, everyone else has 3.
Oh, never mind!
Still up. That, not even gonna give him the opportunity.
What a nade. I mean, that was perfectly placed. Landed right on top of him. That's going to be 2 kills for XSET. Only 2 remaining members, as now that side of the field has been opened up with that knock. They're going to have to worry about Alpha 7, though, on top. But if Loops happens to third party him at the perfect time, that might give them the opportunity. We'll see if that does happen, though, because Loops, they're waiting for these shots. Ooh, they start coming out right now.
Some shots from Federal, finding an opening. XSET
Alpha 7
just
split.
Trying to walk forward, get into the circle somehow, but BDM, they know that they're isolated from the Loops and Alpha 7 standoff. They even have a teammate up on the north side to watch over that, and so they can focus. These 3 members can focus 100% onto Nico and Angry, and this forces them to fall away. The circle does go towards the south, so it's a little bit of less pressure onto XSET because of it, but they're being pinned down by so many different teams.
Every team is looking at it right now, and Alpha 7 are having to split their attention between Loops and XSET, but BDM has just got their eyes dead set on XSET's position right now. They want to finish off this duo. They still have a full squad up right now, so they can definitely get it done. Rafa's got the hill. He's got the angle. Will he be able to utilize it, though? We'll see right now as Nico is just waiting for him. Good Molotov. Really good Molotov. Almost hitting them. Buying some time. XSET's in big trouble. Oh, they got to make a play.
They're hoping that Alpha 7 continue to put pressure onto BDM from the angle. They've shot that direction many times before, but the loops from the push from Loops is too much. The peek out finds 2 knocks, both sides, and there it is, a second one. That's XSET eliminated. very few points and kills, but they able to get to 4th place in placement. So that's going to be a little bit of a lifeline here. But Loops now continuing to push forward. Not a lot of action in front of them. Not too many opportunities for them to exploit upon. So they're just going to be tossing their grenades out. But Alpha 7 and BDM, if they start fighting each other, Loops could find a pathway in.
I should see Alpha 7 and Loops just both being patient there, just waiting to see that, fight go out completely before they opt to push. And right now, Alpha 7 gonna have to hold their position against BDM, who's also focused on Loops. They do get Carrillo down. Really strong play. BDM is holding this really well as they're taking on 2 squads at the same time, relatively. Alpha 7 now finally are starting to look down at Loops. Nades going on all over the place. Here comes Federal. Throws one for himself. Uzi's out. The shimmies. Sanhok gets the knock. It's all of Tarkowski. And he is just in full-on snake mode. Trying to get one more placement for his team. Can he do it?
I am shocked that people are allowing Alpha 7 to get away with this. The BDM push now comes in. They able to get a couple of knocks. But V2 is holding the line here by himself. Has to reload.
That's it, just keeps on going, will not stop. Mato's trying to get the pre-fire to get this squad done. It's both so close, 1 HP relatively both sides. BDM able to get the risk, but here comes Kaovsky. Trying to get the third-party opportunity, but it's shut down from Senab with that Uzi. Now it comes down to the last 2 teams, BDM versus Alpha 7. Here they go, double jump shots. Able to get that knock, so crucial. And here comes Alpha 7 trying to clean them all up. And it looks like they might just be able to right here. Gun switch. Oh, what? Down. Duck. Duck! Duck finishes it! Oh my goodness! BDM, the sitting duck. Quack, quack, baby. Ducks fly together. Get the finish. Chicken dinner for BDM Esports. Are you kidding me? What a finish.
Alpha 7 were allowed to get so much work done in those final circles by both BDM and Loops. But at the end, they were too comfortable. And when they should have pushed as 2, they pushed as 1. And they gave Duck the opportunity for the 1v1 engagement, the 1v1 fights. And he was somehow able to clutch that away. I don't use this word often, but that was a throw by Alpha 7 in those final moments. That was their game to win, 100%.
I mean, he saw him sit there, and he had to switch guns, and it was too late. Duck just...
Where was the teammate?
I don't know. What a finish. What a crazy finish. Jason, what are your thoughts on that one?
I was more focused on Kayovsky there. Like the fact he could take advantage of the hecticness, the craziness that's going on between BDM and Alpha 7. I was expecting him to be more victorious in his flank. And then Sanab, I think it was Sanab with the MAC-10, just like, nah, sit down, just
that was
the lobby.
That was a big flick there.
That was a massive flick. I mean in the end, Alpha 7 still lost, right? At least when it comes to the chicken dinner. But like, if that kill didn't come through, I wonder if Kayovsky might have been enough to take on the rest of BDM.
Would have been hard. I mean, he didn't have the best position. Alpha 7 had the hill, so he just jiggle peeked it and got Kayovsky out in the open. But I'm surprised to see Loops not really push that engagement and try to go for the third-party opportunity. They played a little bit slower than I think I normally see. But man, that finish overall was just, it was beautiful, beautiful. Love to see those kind of games.
That performance, it was beautiful. I love that sound. It was great. You know what? I hope you got one more of those for me later on today because we still have one match to go. So you two get out of here, take your quick break, and come back with some more hand gestures, I guess, to give me, because this is not a heart. 7 and Glitter. Hey, what's up? You guys still there? Can you join me on the desk here? Is that possible? There we go. What's up, guys? BDM. I think we have to take a look at maybe where BDM started today and what happened for them off that victory. What place were they at the start of the day? They had to have been third page, right?
They were in 20th place. Yeah,
yep.
third place. I mean, third page, 20th place.
And they get a chicken dinner.
What happened?
A bunch of points to help shoot them up the leaderboard. And we've been talking about how little it is. It was like, what, the difference between 9th and, was it 9th and like 17th was like 20 or 30 points. And that victory alone might have been enough to actually get them in a top 16. Let's take a look at the map ranks to see how many points they did accumulate then. And not to mention, and hopefully not to forget, about some of their great performances earlier on today here.
Yeah, so at the start of the day, the difference, I think it was between 16th and 8th. If I'm not mistaken, was 21 points. So look what can happen with just one match there. BDM Esports played that so well. They took on 2 XSET, and then with Alpha 7, I think I 100% completely agree with what Cameron was saying there. They just got too comfortable. They decided to wait it out for a little bit too long, and at the end there, Alpha 7 Esports should have pushed together, but instead, what I actually noticed is that Sanhok was trying to finish off some of the players that were crawling around and didn't actually push up with his teammate. As we did see there, Loops Esports, considering with what they were working with, 12 points is not bad at all. B4 Esports there with Nenebete. We saw flashes of Nenebete's greatness, especially close range, being able to get there 4 kills. B4 Esports 10 points total. XSET, another one, surprising. XSET has shown me a lot of stuff here. They can either get the kills or they can get the placement points. They're being able to readjust really well with that 10 points for that last match. The Unnamed 9 points. Team Queso 8 points. Most of them coming from kills. Something that we've been mentioning with Team Queso is how aggressive they have been. And then you have 19 Esports there in 8th place, Glitter.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen 19 Esports up here on the first page quite a few times today, so that's going to be good for them overall in their points. I'm excited to see where they shake out at the end of today. And then as we look here at the second page, we've got Wildcard with 4 points, all from kills. You know, it's good to see their aggression, just very unfortunate as far as placement points goes. Nova Esports with 4 points, Defeaters with 4, PK with 4, Execute with 2, and then down there at the bottom we've got Metagaming, Helping Quit Addiction, and Brazilian Rampage with 0, even after we just saw them have a decent performance.
Yep.
So I feel like everyone's starting to yo-yo a little bit, and this is something that we'll probably talk about a little bit more into the last week. It's possible that a lot of the teams that we saw do well in the beginning started to maybe peak too soon, and then they fall off a little bit towards the end, and some of the teams that started off slow pick it up towards the end, and it will start to really level out all of the standings after, you know, that final week.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to then who had maybe the better time on top, who had the better high and the not as low of a low, as we now trying to transition to our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments. But, you know, I think one thing I kind of want to mention, I guess there's a lot of things I could have mentioned here. First of all, Slicky. I was watching that, and I kind of had no idea why he was kind of by himself. The rest of the team of Wildcard weren't able to rotate it in time to help him out. And again, HQA were trying to punish them. But Wildcard, again, Acer getting a nade kill. I didn't see who the second one was, but I know Wildcard's nades have been pretty on point here, as you can see them wiping out HQA. But also Execute. I kind of want to go back to them really quickly here, guys, because they did land near Wildcard. But instead of taking the fight, they decided to actually back away. And for me, that kind of shows that they've definitely been working on their decision-making and kind of adapting and growing as a team as these matches have gone on.
Yeah, you can definitely see that out of that team, and it's something we've been noticing with not just Kill Switch by seeing him mature and get adjusted with different game style, but for the whole team as well. I think with Execute, maybe they just got an unlucky there. That you kind of, I think it was Team Queso that was shooting at them at some point when they were driving around. Just very unlucky. Something I also want to notate is that we didn't really see this time around was HQA and Loops Esports. We don't really see that engagement anymore. HQA finally decided to give it up. They realized, hey, it's not worth it. This is just going to end up being a pride thing, and pride is really not going to help us out in regards to points. So smart decision there from HQA. Sadly, it didn't end up working there in the last game. But I hope, especially on the final week, they kind of continue with that performance there. You see Team Queso Ayala being able to calculate that fall down there. I think everybody kind of hold their breath when we saw him jumping off. I thought he was going to maybe just keep on going, but it was good to see that he was able to kind of get his footing, heal up, and then finish some of the other players there later.
Yeah, honestly though, Queso was stressing me out a little bit in that scenario because they were all so far away from each other, and everybody was just kind of taking these individual battles, which, you know, I think is kind of reflected in the fact that they had so many kills and not so many placement points. They were just, I don't know what they're doing. I think potentially, like we've said a few times, they might be trying out a couple different things going into finals now that they've had such a successful season so far, and they've pretty much solidified that 16th place qualification spot. Or not 16th place, just top 16th qualification spot. But it, like, they were way too spread out for my liking at one point today, and it was just, I don't know if they were trying to cover extra ground or if they were just seeing who could handle what on their own. But they were definitely more focused on kills this time around. As we are watching BDM, and BDM, we were talking about this, Evan, like, they need to get a little bit of recognition for today. Today, they've really stepped up to the plate, and I don't think that we expected it to be a top 2 finish here between BDM and Alpha 7.
Oh, not at all. I honestly, at one point, I thought Alpha 7 was going to be able to third party. BDM and XSET was going to be able to move up. but I think by Loops Esports just getting some shots there on Alpha 7, Alpha 7 got a little bit more scared, and they were like, you know what, we're in a really good position right now. Let's just hold it off and let's see what these teams end up doing. Ultimately, it kind of ended up hurting them. They waited a little bit too long, but BDM played that so well. As I was saying, they took on XSET. They were able to do that great. The way they were able to push together as a team was great too, and the way they were able to kind of position themselves there to take on that fight with Alpha 7 was great too.
Yeah, and also want to give a special shout out. I know we were talking about before about XSET. I mean, they were able to do extremely well considering that they had 2 players left alive, and not only today in that match. Today, overall, they've been performing extremely well as well.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to see where they kind of maybe gauge up against the other teams when it comes to our damage from that last match. Now, I'm expecting a couple teams to, of course, be in there at the number 1, number 2 spots. I'm curious if BDM had enough damage done, though, to kind of really battle out against these top teams. Because again, BDM haven't really been a team that has stood out when it comes to kills. It's their first chicken dinner done, and we can see here they're not going to have the most damage. Of course, it's going to be Alpha 7. But looking down the list, XSET again, only 600 damage. But I mean, I think that's fair considering they had to kind of sneak their way through and play scenes with just 2 people.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I think that they, as soon as they lost Joey and as soon as they lost Juicy, they decided to just readjust and play that that passive, that kind of snake route, which just wait it out and see if we can get more placement points. It ended up working out great for them. You see B4 there putting up 1,000 damage. You also see Pittsburgh Knights. They ended up getting 2 kills, 800 damage respectively. And Team Queso, and you see some of the other ones there. Going back to Team Queso, I think we just have seen a lot more of that gameplay that spread out for Team Queso, and something that the casters were able to mention out is that's great, but something that I don't want to see with Team Queso is them doing that into the later circles. There's just going to be, right now, everybody has slowed down. We're not seeing that many engagements at the start of the game. Everybody's kind of just waiting halfway or mid-halfway, and then towards the end to actually have those engagements. Team Queso, it's a great strategy towards the start of the game, and a little bit towards the middle, but past that middle point, you need to get it a little bit closer in regards to all the squad members.
But I love it, though. I love to see how careless they're playing at some points, and I wonder if any of the players made it into the top 4 from the last match. I mean, it honestly, to me, just feels like they're throwing their weight around. They're just saying to everyone out there, like, hey, I mean, you have to fight us. I mean, we even saw PK, they approached them, and then PK's like, yeah, no, we're not having any of this. But someone you've been mentioning a ton here, Seven, Sanhok, going to make number 1 here on damage, and he's going to be a part of 5 kills. But it's so cool to see 3 players of Alpha 7 be up here.
Oh, definitely. I think Alpha 7 has been towards the middle of that pack the whole time. This second week, they kind of turn it up a notch, and the way they've been playing recently, I wouldn't be surprised if in week 3 they turn it up even more with Sanhok being able to get almost 1,000 damage. Unlucky for him, he only had 1 kill. We also see Matos there with 5 kills. We see Luis from BDM, almost 600 damage, 1 kill, 1 assist, and then Swaggin with that cool pose, 2 kills, 0 assists, but almost 500 damage. So overall, I think it's great for Alpha 7 for them to, even though they didn't end up with the chicken dinner, I think this is a great confidence booster for them. And it goes to show that if they are put in a position where they can lay out some damage, they will do it.
Yeah, honestly, I really find it hard to imagine who our real MVP is, because remember, there is a prize for MVP at the end of the entire event. I believe it's $5,000. I think it's time to maybe take a look at a certain player, as our producer likes to call him, Swagin. I'm going to call him Swagwin, like a penguin. Honestly, he has the great pose, which I will give to every Alpha 7 member. We can see here, I mean, the damage dealt about 7.1k. He's got 39 kills. You can see, again, I think we've seen this actually in a lot of the players we've had up here on this little graphic today, that a lot of damage received. Like, there's a lot of players who are taking a lot of damage, but then again, they're obviously still doing a lot here, Goder.
Yeah, which I think, you know, is a combination of speaking to the playstyle change because of the point system, right? All of these teams are so much more aggressive than they would have been in previous seasons, but also everyone's roles. We keep seeing a lot of like the heavy hitters up here on these graphs, and the people that are just getting in those engagements that aren't the support players. It's still usually like the fraggers for the team. They're taking a lot of damage, and they're managing to convert on it, though. They're also putting out more than what they've taken. So it's kind of worth it in the long run, but it's definitely impressive because I don't see too many teams switching it up at this point and playing scared. They've maybe slowed down their gameplay, I feel like, especially today, because you and I were talking about it, Seven. It feels like it's starting to get a little bit more passive than it was for the past 2 weeks, but the engagements themselves are still pretty aggressive.
Well, you know what else is worth it in the long run here, Glitter? Voting for PUBG Mobile in the Esports Awards for the Esports Mobile Game of the Year. You guys can do that at home right now. You just got to head over to esportsawards.com/community vote and make sure you guys scroll down, select PUBG Mobile, and rein in the prizes that will come for winning the title. We already talked about Seven's going to give you a shout out and also give away 10,000 UC to every single person out there who votes for it. I already sent him my message, so I'm waiting for my 10K UC when PUBG Mobile wins. And we're going to head to a short break here because we have our next and final game of week 2 ready to go, and we'll see you guys on the other side of this commercial break.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to Winner Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations, spawning on a map near you.
And we're back, and it's time for the final game of the day, and it's of course going to be on Erangel like it always is, with Group C sitting out. So unfortunately, some of the teams that have been performing well, like Loops, will no longer be here. Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis are going to be joining me right away because the game is just a few seconds away. Team Queso, my eyes are on them and G25. G25 don't have their victory today. Another day that B4 won't be able to get a victory, a guaranteed victory in the day, unfortunately for them. But Queso have just been coming into this game, and I hope you guys have been seeing it as well, just like literally swinging everything around possible, fighting any team around possible, and they just don't seem to care much because, you know what, they're so far on the leaderboards, why does it matter? Well, you know, it wouldn't be a pairing of Cameron Davis if Hot Jukes didn't unmute his microphone. Luckily, Cameron didn't do it this time.
I heard him.
Oh, you okay? Well, I couldn't.
Yeah, I'm. You're muted.
Yeah.
You're muted, buddy. I don't know.
You're heard
what happened. I double checked.
Fight me right now.
Are you unmuted?
Yeah, you're good. I can hear you. We're good.
I'm muted. Let's go. All right, perfect. But really quick, you know, Team Queso, they're in the battle for first place. That's really what they're really focused on. That's the only thing that I could think of that they're currently worried about. The one team, though, for me, that's been the real surprise today, it's got to be Execute. They are now in top 10 after today, which is huge for this squad. This is one of the squads that qualified from PMCL. They're only 6 points away from Cloud9 right here. So for me, that's the big team that stood out so far. At the end of the day, though, Team Queso, they've been doing Team Queso all day long today.
I just honestly wonder right now, Cameron, are K's going to continue to rotate like this or not?
Oh, yeah. They haven't really changed their playstyle
from the program feed, but you didn't. Never mind. Didn't work twice. I should have just been satisfied with the one time I worked on them. But no, the thing is for Queso, let's be serious. I'm sorry if it's pulling you off track. At what point do they start to go back to playing serious? I'm a little bit worried that maybe they're mentally getting into this groove of just fighting without a care in the world, and then finals comes around and they forget how to go back to that normal style.
Well, no, what I'm saying, though, is that I don't think that their style is too different from what they entered this event with. It might be a little looser, but even from the very beginning of PMPL, I remember them take early game engagements, early game fights, and it's been working this far. It might not be as successful now that a lot of other teams are warming up to the new meta, to the new style, but as long as they don't go super outrageous in early game engagements, I think they should be rock steady.
Okay, well, we're finding it's going to be rock steady here as we kick off the last match of the week. Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, take us away.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go. Match number 5, everybody. The last match of the evening. And it's got to go to one of the most tried and true maps in the game, the brand new Erangel. Let's get into this one. This is that map where legends are born. This is where the playing field is equal. All these players have had the most experience on this map, more than any other one. And I'm hyped to see how this is going to finish off today, Cameron. What a day of games.
Yeah, you know, the team that hasn't had a very good day, which is, well, won all the teams in this because we finally get a garbage plane path, but it's going to be G25. They're not, oh, they are in this game. They are in this game, but I also kind of want to say that they weren't in any of the previous games. I got to look to see how many points exactly they've gained today because I think it's maybe been 5. Like, it hasn't been much at all. They started off today with 328, and they're now at 332. 4 points, 1 point a game. That lead, yes, they're in first because they had such a big lead coming into the weekend or coming into the day. It has been shrunk.
True. I mean, I don't know if at this point they're just playing a little bit loose, realizing that they have such a lead, but Team Queso, they're not very far off now. I believe they're within 30 points of catching them in first place, so they've had a good solid day today. They're good. Both these squads are coming at it, so I wonder if we see an early Team Queso or G25 engagement, if Team Queso is going to really just try to hunt them down and knock them out early to possibly take this lead. At the same time, though, I mean, you've already been doing pretty solid. It's hard to see them really mix things up at this point because, I mean, 307 points. They're the only 2 teams right now that have broken the 300 mark.
Yeah, it's really been because, as you mentioned, these point sponges haven't been doing that much sponging. Queso, I think, have been the only team in the top 4 that have had still like a reasonable day for themselves. B4 a bit disappointing, Tempo Storm a bit disappointing, which has meant that that accordion of the points of the teams has been pushed back together. It hasn't been a huge upset on the different tiers of the leaderboard, but it's setting it up for that upset to finally happen next week.
Yeah, and Alpha 7, they had a really good game in Miramar. And that point spread, now they're at 235 points. Yeah, that's right, until the end. So it's, regardless, still first and second, it's only 3-point difference. I mean, those every point does matter. At the same time, though, it was a chicken dinner they should have. Regardless, they're currently sitting in 5th place. Now, with G25 and Team Queso, if they don't have, you know, the best game here at the end, I wouldn't be surprised if you see B4 Tempo and even Alpha 7 get some points. But look at this, Marco able to get the first knock. Marco, which is guns. Not fast enough, though.
He wanted the kill. He wanted the point. He thought it was a solo player. But the rest of Queso are now pushing up to try and punish this. Fear gets taken out from an off angle. And so while they do lose a member, Queso are still pushing in, and they're still going to try and get control of this area back from 19.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. They just assumed that it was just that one solo player landing ferry, but this is a full squad fight right now, and Team Queso is pressing so hard. Axel just going in by himself, switches weapons, and there they go. Team Queso just picking apart Team 19 one by one. That's going to be 3 down for them. Only Mad Max left alive, and he's going to have to just look away from this rock in the distance as his whole squad, they're gone. They are gone.
Luckily, he has a decent path into a relatively okay position, but in phase 1, relatively okay is never guaranteed, is never secure. We don't know where a hardship is going to go. Unless you're incredibly lucky, and you get the shift on you every single time, you're gonna have to move at least a little bit every zone or 2. And being a solo player, that just makes your risk of getting taken out and having your entire squad wiped in the early game with 0 points that much higher. And if you do get the shift, at what point does that compound look juicy enough for a full squad of 4 to push onto you? It's just always... It's always awful to be a solo player, and I think Mad Max would be in his best interests to really just pick up a kill that, if he can find a kill, get 1 guaranteed point. That's better than trying to climb into the top 8 for placement points from there.
Makes sense, yeah, because trying to get to the top 8 at this point is so difficult. I think if you're right. If you're going up 3, back in the day, and before this whole point system changed, maybe going for placement would have been worth it. But now, I think you're totally right. It's just not, if you get 8th, it might as well have gone out in 12th. So, gotta be able to put some kills on the board, possibly maybe even get some kill steals on. And that's where I kind of want to see some more snakes utilize that VSS. I think that's really good to try and snake away some kills because it's so silent. You don't see those shot markers from that distance, and possibly just add more points to your team. But, you know, moving on over, we're looking at Tempo, just hanging out inside of Pachinki, the place where I always said the place where legends are born. And they're looting it up for free, as per usual. As per usual. And Seba on top of the roof, just making sure everything's clear for his squad. Man, these teams at this point, this level, we're reaching that, past that halfway marker where every single game, every point counts so tremendously. And today has been one of those days, like we were talking about earlier. Those point sponges haven't been, as you said earlier, they haven't been sponging well enough.
Dried out.
And yeah, they've been pretty quite dry, as the rest of these squads that are in that 16th-ish range, they've been having some great games. Like I said, Execute now in the top 10. They finally broke the 200 mark from there. XSET's in 13th. Pittsburgh Knights is in 14th. The Unnamed, they've sprung up to 16th place right now. Tribe is down in 18th. This has just been a crazy, crazy day of games. And look at this, the Unnamed. A little bit of a vehicle battle with INTZ, but it looks like they're going to be able to get away from this one. Pretty fair circle zone so far, as every team's just trying to find a spot for the next circle.
Yeah, there's enough of the military base in play that there's a very low chance it's going to end on Sosnovka, but it's still going to pull a number of teams down towards that southern coast, and that's when you see positions start to thin out just a little bit. Not because there are fields in the way you're talking about Gatka Field or Pachinki Field, but just there are a lot of wide open areas, but Unnamed, Queso trying to hold the bridge.
Mafioso, what a way to get past the entire Team Queso team. Just utilize that buggy to go underneath the railing of that bridge, and he passed up every single member almost unscathed. But Ace, they've got you as is, and I don't think that's going to happen twice. They realize that. So it looks like Mafioso's just going to be off on his lonesome to try and get some intel for the rest of his squad. Team Queso, they're going to hold this down really hard.
Yeah, and this is, again, one of those circles that allows them to do so. Unlike other military-based circles, that if you're the team holding the bridge like this, you're going to have to cross eventually, and so it's almost a catch-22 depending on how you handle it. In this situation, they can hold the bridge, but they're also holding this whole area for their own rotation into phase 2, assuming it stays on the main island, which there's a 90% chance that it will.
Yeah, just holding the spot really, really well as they try to get the gas station. And this is one of the strongest positions, especially considering, usually if it is a 50-50 zone, this one, like we talked about earlier, the chances of it going down to Sosnovka is not really, really high. Regardless, though, it's still a decent position, possibly gatekeep Ace and any of the rest of the squads that try to take it from them. So far, so good. It's been relatively quiet here in zone number 1. And I think this is the map where we see that happen more often than not, because every team, they just know Erangel so well. Everyone has their own dedicated spots, call-outs. But I think that with the first Erangel match we saw, with that new area outside of Pachinki, I think we're seeing some teams still possibly need to research the new Erangel a little bit, because these new spots, they are huge. That whole area, I don't think teams really realize how strong that position is. Now, as compared to before, it was just an open Death Valley. But now there's all these kind of new spots and places. It's going to be, I think, really interesting to see. Like Pyra, bunch of 360s now, Like, hey, all right, we're going left, we're going right. Just waiting for the call from Bayo to decide where to go.
Which is a little weird because they're getting close enough to Central that if he was just out there for too long, it's potential that someone could have come across and even just dinked his head with a bolt action or there's any sort of rifle. But the shift, it's got to be mostly center, but still, because military base is in play, it's basically considered unplayable, I think, by most teams. I could see Ace stay on there for safety, but I like that they're crossing now. It's being more proactive than it means that they don't have to cross in an even worse situation later on. We should mention that there is a small chance that it hard shifts down towards the south. But it is so unlikely. Yeah, right, imagine. But it is so unlikely that it is not worthwhile for any teams to even consider it at this point and just treat it as if it's water. But that means that there's what are we looking at here? 65% land?
That's just going to reduce the amount of spots available here in this northern island, especially if that circle goes there. Now, if it does go down to military base, this is going to be one of the most toxic games I think we'll see all day today. But right now, every single team they're all kind of hugging the coastline, it seems, just in case. Interesting to see right now. Even Influence, they have Potato Hill. They're moving a little bit further south from it. Wildcard making the transition all the way down from Severny, their normal spot where they loot up. A Tribe still have not moved from Roshawk. That's their looting area. they're opting to just kind of just hang out and seem to wait where this next zone's going to go. Kind of a dangerous, I think, stay. Oh, but look at this. Tempo and Nova getting right into it. Tensa catching Cat. Will Nova opt to fight this or possibly just rotate away? It looks like they're driving away from this one. Yeah, because Cat's going to get thirsted pretty quickly here. Love to see those preemptive nades from Tempo just in case on that hill.
But still, that Nova, they actually had a wide spread throughout the early game, and I was keeping an eye on them, wondering what their full setup was going to be, if they were going to stay so spread, so separated for too long. And they actually do with that shift. As you mentioned, a lot of teams coming down towards the coast, not necessarily because of a potential cross towards a military base, but I think it's more just because that's the center of the circle. And so there's a chance that it's still going to maintain around this coast, around this road, and Nova get caught out by being way too spread, too greedy with it. A lot of good damage put out from Starlight, but it's no knock.
Even if he did get the knock, I mean, he should be able to relatively easy to get picked up because there's no way they're going to push that, considering that it's 2. But to be able to knock down some armor, possibly shoot out some tires, it's going to be pretty good. That smoke, though, I think Tempo realized that that's going to reduce their sight lines, and they're coming for Nova right now. Full send, and Starlight realized it, said, okay, guys, you can have this. You know, he immediately broke his lease from this area and allowed Tempo to take it over really quickly.
G-Fan already bailed just ahead of him that you saw in that UAZ. So I think Starlight was there just trying to put at least a little bit of pressure on the Tempo to slow down the potential push, which meant that G-Fan had a couple of seconds to find a spot to make the call for Starlight to group up with them, and they are able to find a good spot in center, and that Tempo Storm arguably have a better position, but they're only able to hold it as 4. But you can see Queso and Wildcard close to this area. They need to be aware of teams hiding along the rocks along this coast and not reveal yourself towards them outside the window while you pay too much attention towards the north side.
Absolutely. This is Wildcard's spot. We've seen them play this area time and time again. They love this area of the zone, so they know every little rock and divot like the back of their hand. And they're just kind of keeping an eye on Team Queso right now. As you can see, Nitsume, I was talking about earlier, using that VSS, those silent shots, protecting his vehicles in case the zone does shift, and it's going to be right on top of them. So doesn't have to move for right now, but Ace 1, 19, all the rest of these teams, even Tribe. Tribe stayed in Roz for so long. They're going to have to push down through Potato Hill onto that. And I love this spot from Wildcard because they get that entire open field wide open. And they're so good at shooting from long range as a squad. So happy to see Wildcard's performance now that they're actually able to play as their original format.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that big wide open field on the eastern side. It's not a field in the sense of Pachinki Fields or Gatke Fields, as I mentioned earlier, but it is still wide out in the open, and I think that could be said about a lot of this circle. So if you're not in essentially the triangle compounds as center, where you're looking at Tempo Storm and Nova and Unnamed, I don't even think Unnamed are in a compound, they're just on top of a hill. You're going to be fighting out in the open just the way that Influence Rage are right now. They don't have a lot of cover to play with. They're taking some shots onto Tribe, dealing a little bit of damage, but it's good that they're trying to go loud now, trying to put pressure out now. This is actually the type of game that I think G25, their playstyle works perfectly in. So I'm waiting to see if this is the game where they finally pop off, they finally show up on a Sunday.
We normally see them pop off in Erangel. They love this map, and that edge play is so strong. And this is, like you mentioned, I think this is a great zone for them to do so. Very dangerous rotation from Tribe that they held in Rosshawk for so long. They just kind of full sent it in by so many teams. But speaking of send, XSET going on to Klaze. Orlando had a great angle there, able to utilize it and get that initial knock. And here comes Angry jumping on top. Super risky and paying for it as Ninforum with that Uzi is putting in work. There goes Joey getting taken down as well. Now it's just left to Juicy. Kind of a little bit of a sloppy push, I think, from XSET right here.
Yeah, and they're getting punished for it. It's just a Juicy on the back line. A couple grenades. He's throwing out. I think Klaze are trying to find the knock onto him. And there it is, yeah. XSET are now eliminated in 16th place.
Not the game they needed. They're 13th right now, so that's going to be a really tough break for them. Getting caught between BDM and Klaze. Yeah, just kind of it looks like they kind of just pushed that one by one and just got picked apart. Unfortunate to see for them, but really fortunate if you are a Klaze fan. That's going to be 4 points for them. And Klaze, they're in 21st place, so they need to have a good few pop-off games if they want to start getting in that contention race for top 16. Definitely possible right now. Oh, I'm sorry, 3 kills to their name so far. And you can see Seba on top of that roof doing a great job of just getting some sight lines for his squad. It's got to be really careful, though, because if he gets knocked on that roof, he is not making it down alive.
Trying to put pressure on the BDM. As I mentioned, Klaze could pick up even more points. BDM trying to push into there. I think BDM are waiting for the circle to close, but unfortunately, I don't think that they have a lot of cover inside the play zone. And at this point, you don't want to give up your vehicles because look at this. In a circle like this, BDM could choose to rotate up the eastern side north of Klaze. Alternatively, if they get a knock, and as you mentioned on Seba on the roof, that would be prime. Get a knock, push in, take that compound, and then push in from there. But they actually got knocked themselves in return. That's going to slow down the push, and I think Klaze are going to get ready. I say that. Klaze are actually falling away into the zone themselves.
I think just opting to say, you know what, let's just get position first and then gatekeep later on. Oh,
I don't know if I
Wildcard.
like that idea because where are they driving to? There aren't really places that they can play right now, and you saw Wildcard already taking shots, so I feel like they gave up guaranteed points and then also removing the threat of backfill. But now they're sort of spread out and separated. It's going to be tricky for them to handle.
This is what we've been talking about, right? Like, what point do you decide to go for zone or go for points, especially with this new point system right now? And it looks like they're kind of split in between both of those decisions. Getting a little bit of deja vu from the first day we casted, because this is that same circle we saw G25 pop off on before. Yep. But here comes BDM sending it in, and they did it the perfect time where Klaze opted to push it, and they might just catch him on the back end. There goes Rafa. Catching Nipperum, Serpentine, hitting the gas pedal. Looks like he's able to make it alive. Perfect timing for BDM. What a push.
The question is, how much further can they push in from here? And also, another knock against them. Tessin dropped once again. But Wildcard are just, they're salivating at the mouth seeing that fight happen because their angle on the top of that hill is the perfect spot to pick up all 8 of those potential kills there. But Ace here, they're now pushing in another squad trying to take this compound away from INTZ, and Gamma left alone was able to drop 1 before getting taken out, and now this is theirs. Darius also bleeding out on the outside, should be finishing that off with a Molotov.
Quick finish for them. They're going to try to secure these reds right now. It's just Vega up alive, holding the wall right there. Nobody on the hill really looking down at this fight. Not sure if the Unnamed are going to get some sight lines right here, but we could see Ace1 just healing up and getting ready because they know that they're going to have to deal with the blue zone right here, right now. Starting to see a lot of kills. Oh, look at that nade onto Vega. Puts him down to 1 HP. He's going to have to heal up really quickly as Ace1, they're going to leave this completely right now to try to get in this next zone. Vega might even be able to get this pickup.
Yeah, that's actually a good sort of lifeline there for INTZ. And Mitz is also alive, so if they do get the pickup, as you mentioned, they could stay up as 3, but the push in, a bit tricky for Ace, because Unnamed, as you mentioned, on top of the hill, overlooking them, making it difficult to push in, but no knock against them just yet.
The Unnamed is really spread out right now, so if Ace is able to push together, they're going to be able to put in some good work, but Raven's got a great angle. What a nade. Might just pop off perfectly. Puts Dudu down to 1 HP. And here comes another one. Will this one be able to connect? And it does on the Myth. Dudu off, having to snake away, but he's so low. He's going to try to get that first aid off. Raven has such a great angle onto Ace, but there's INTZ on the other side of the hill as well. They're coming into play on this. The Unnamed is having to split between 2 squads.
And they're actually tossing out a bunch of smokes in order to get close and take this fight. So as you mentioned, Unnamed pulled a little bit in multiple directions. This might alleviate enough pressure from Ace in order to get the revives and stabilize. But I'm looking at Mad Max out there in the blue. We mentioned if he can find an opportunity to pick up a kill here or there, it would be a nice grab for him to take. But that circle swinging towards the west side.
Huge break.
Yeah.
Huge break. Oh, these guys are breathing a breath of fresh air because it's going to give them a little bit more time to make this decision of when to push, as the rest of the squads are going to have to try to get into this next circle. Cloud9 is in this next one. They're going to be gatekeeping a lot of squads. Wildcard, their dominant position, dominant no longer. They're going to have to push up into this as well. Starting to see teams go out really quickly with this circle zone number 5. 14 seconds left on the clock as it starts to close. And yeah, with this shift, this is going to give them a little bit of a break. And you can see Vega full snake mode right now, just trying to get that intel. And I like the fact that INTZ is staying relatively quiet. They don't want to give away their position just yet.
I think their position is known. They're just not taking the full engage. Well, that many smokes tossed out. I'm pretty sure those were INTZ smokes. Because why would Unnamed put so many smokes on that side but not care about smokes on the rest of Ace? But
same
Unnamed,
time.
they're falling away. Yeah, they're falling away. They're giving up this position because they're trying to get into the circle, but the shots do come out from Vega. Don't get the knock, unfortunately. And Darius gets knocked in return by Ran. Gets the second onto Vega. And they know where Mitz is. That's a 3-kill for Ran. They're holding the area down. But what do Ace do? Do they push up using this opportunity to steal this away from Unnamed?
I think INTZ with that little shift right there, snaking on in. They had that kind of sneak play. The second they shot, they're done with those. G3's trying to put in some more work as well. This is Tribe. They rotated all the way down. Wildcard. Make it into this next circle. Yeah, I mean, that shift was just too difficult for them, as so many teams were just gatekeeping at the ready. And we can see right now, Ace won. We've been talking about this fight for quite a while now. This has been going on. This is a very dominant position. If they can finish this out now, get these revives, they'll be in a great spot to win this game. But they got to do it sooner than later, and they got to get through the Unnamed first.
Yeah, and you already saw G25 looking in that direction. The time might have closed for Unnamed to do this cleanly and safely. But Tempo Storm pushing in. Queso right behind them also pushing it, and this is exactly what I was talking about. It is relatively open. There are some dips and hill terrain messing around to give some cover. It's not a big open neutral field, but there's still very little to play around. Queso have a small, you can't even call that a shack. Axio does get dropped from a grenade from Tempo. I think J7 wants to push off of it.
He's coming in aggressive right now. He wants to take out Team Queso. He knows that they're in second place. He wants to get this finish, and here they come as a squad. Klaze is on the other side. Big pinch going on. You can see J7 with a great angle, just trying to get some shots through the smoke. A lot of pre-fire coming on out. Here come the grenades. Here comes the battle. J7 able to catch Ayala. It's just up to Nitsume in the shack, all on his lonesome. What can he do? Oh, he's in between the vehicle. This could be pretty deadly. They do blow the vehicle up, though. 2 down from Tempo. Klaze on the edge. I wonder if they're going to decide to push this. Nope, they can't. As Nova, Cloud9, battles going all over the place. Adder able to get that finish on the Nova Esports, running to try to revive his teammate. Next zone goes on up in the south, wide open. Very, very difficult zone rotation right here for these squads.
Rotation? I don't even know if you can call it that. This is just pandemonium right now. Some of these teams took too long to take these engagements, and now it's utter chaos. Yeah. Cloud9 have no cover, but smokes. That means Kia can just spray in. He has the crossfire with his teammates. Last 2 remaining, only 2 kills, but they have a good opportunity to find a couple more, maybe a little bit of placement. But Beowulf putting some pressure down onto the north side, keeping Cloud9 alive for now.
You can just see they know exactly where Bayo is, but he's got that little defilade right there that's going to be able to buy him some time. Tribe is just playing this really separate together. King A and G3 going at it. He wants to take out Cloud9, but Meta, all these other teams on the left-hand side, and that's going to be the finish. Great work right there from Tribe. This is a game that they absolutely need, as they've been getting pushed further and further down on the leaderboards by these other squads. And here comes those smokes from G3, aka Gabby, trying to get a little bit of cover for his teammates as he picks up all that loot from Bayo. Gotta get into this next zone.
I'm worried about Escanar. Do Tribe know that Meta have a solo player left behind them? But they can't wait too long before they move. They can't take their time with this. Tempo continuing to hold down their position in the bottom right. As precarious of a spot as it is, they have 1 dead and another 1 knocked. They're still able to be alive for now. And you can see they have a small defilade they can play behind this cliff here. This ridge here that Tensa is going to be peeking over. Dead center, and he has the support of his teammates on the backside. Wait for everyone else to fight around you, and then pick up the scraps from there. Already 8 kills on the Tempo Storm.
Tensa's so nervous right now because like all those hills, he has to be concerned that there's a player on top of it, but at the same time, it's so dead open. I could definitely see why he realizes that there's nobody up there. So Tempo controlling a lot of the area right now as the rest of these teams are forced to just snake it out. Next zone goes on over to the east side right here. Escanor going to be favored as he's going to snake his way on in, and he's got his eyes locked onto Tribe Gaming right now with the DP. 37 rounds. I don't know if he's going to opt to reload it or if he's completely out. Pre-nade? This could be disgusting.
Yeah, you said Escanor. I'm actually looking at Tempo Storm for being heavily favored here. They're falling away a little quickly than what I imagined they would have wanted to do. Escanor spots Rain out. Tempo is still setting up a bit of a crossfire situation, a triangle hold for them. And Ace here, looking back on the west side. The Unnamed, we thought that they had hold of that hill, but they actually fell away trying to get into the circle, and they lost all but one. It's just Raven up, which means that Ace had a little bit of space to stay alive and push in, but Escanor finds another kill. That's 3 from Meta so far. But
Here comes Tribe now. King A taken out right there from Dudo, and there is Tensa on the other end. He heard those shots, Ace, so there goes Tribe Gaming out in 5th. And Tempo are going to apply the pressure further and further as Ace are holding this down. Oh, this could be a great nade from Escanor. Will this click right over? Oh, just a little too far. Taps Tensa just a little bit. Every single player just, I mean, this is the hardest part of the game. You got to just spot that little pixel move, and you got to hit those shots faster than the other player. And you do it, though.
Everyone is prone down. I still want to give it to Tempo Storm. Not only are they spread with crossfire support, not only do they have a little bit of cover and they can peek over that ridge, they also have no one coming across their position. The problem is, for them, if Ace come out of this with 3 up still, if they take out Raven, if they take out Escanor and make it a 3v3, how will that high ground play into their favor?
Not just that, Tempo's really spread out right now. So if either one of these players gets knocked, there's going to be no res, no support from the rest of their teammates. It's literally a snake off right now. I think it's anybody's game. Whoever is able to catch and get those first shots, first knocks, is going to win this one. Now, Tempo did have the zone. This next circle is going to be really, really imperative to figure out who's going to be favored. Raven's still alive from the Unnamed at the bottom of the hill right there. Can't tell exactly where this next circle has gone.
It's marginally towards the right. This is still good for Tempo. Ace don't have a lot of cover left with the high ground that they have there. So at some point, they're going to have to take the fight. This is actually very favorable for Tempo still.
Oh, it's huge. Yeah, now that I see it right there. J7 catches Raven. That's going to take away that complete off angle as well. So now they know that that end is completely clear.
Yep.
All they got to worry about is the hill from Ace 1. And Ace 1, now with the zone shift, are going to have to snake further and further up. You know Tempo are hoping that they have some nades, anything to kind of help them. And oh, Dudu sneaking up on Escanor. Does he hear the drink? Oh. I can hear the Sharks theme song in my head right now. Oh, Dudu, he saw something. Gets the finish. Here we go. Last 2 teams remaining.
And so spots the jump. And he was watching Escanor's position the entire time, so he still knows that it's only a new player that has taken over the spot. There is still a threat there. Good grenade, goes a little bit too far. Dudu has been crawling forward, ever forward, trying to find some information. Mafioso as well. Rain gets spotted, a little bit of damage. J7 spots Mafioso, but no, the first drop goes in the way of Ace, but it's traded.
J7 had the perfect angle, but misfired right there, unable to hit the mark. Rain, he's going to be caught in a 2v1 right now. And here they go, Tensa and Rain grouping up together. Can they get this done? Mafioso holding it. He's running up. Got the M4 locked and loaded. Gets that quick little peek right there. Unable to hit the mark just yet. Oh, look at Tensa with the crazy off angle. Gets a hit marker. Oh, mid brass. Catches him. Can Rain get the finish, though? He's so low.
He needs to win this fight. One more shot doesn't do it, or at least doesn't do it in time. And Ace take this away from Tempo Storm, just holding that angle myth on the top of the road, not letting Tempo push onto his last teammate. They come out with 9 kills. It's a little low than what we've seen on Erangel recently, but it is still a win. And this was a team that in the late mid-game, going into the late game, we were worried about how they would be able to make their way through, but they're able to find their spot, they're able to find their win.
And that was a tough win. I mean, they had to push through the Unnamed. They were laying down for so long, but able to push through. And that's the tough part about those end games. You see those just full lay down plays. It's about that first knock. And Ace, they were able to get that initial knock onto Tempo and then just take it from there. What a game, and what a way to finish today's matches. Jason, what did you think about today? I mean, I had such a blast casting this one. Jason.
Now I'm here. I can't talk
And he's
from
here
my
now.
camera, right? Because my voice doesn't transmit
True.
until my body's there. What do I think of the last one? I thought Tempo was going to win that at first. Like, I feel like they almost should have won that. They had Tenza really far up in the circle, like kind of sitting center when all the other teams are sitting on the outskirts waiting for the zone to potentially come their way. But Ace One, I mean, again, in the beginning of this whole event, we saw they can have big games. They can win. They can frag out. And they did clutch things out. It's just a shame it's kind of taken this long for them to finally pull off a repeat performance from what we saw in the very beginning of our very first week. Now, I still wouldn't say necessarily we have a new king of Brazil, considering loops in all, I think have been performing better, but it's still good to see a big victory for them, and it's still a little bit of a shame to see Wildcard, you know, as we talked about Acer earlier on, being knocked out a little bit early. But either way, you know what's great for you two?
Break time, baby.
No, not break
go.
time.
Vacation.
It's day off time.
Oh, never mind.
Because you guys are done for the day.
Day off time. That's right.
I mean, no, you know, actually, that's fine. You'll come back for our sixth
I mean, it's
game
kind
of
of
the day.
sad. Yeah, I wish there was a 6 game, man. Today's been insane. Like, the matches all throughout have just been action-packed start to finish. I love it.
Well, luckily, Hot Jukes, you have time now with your day off to shoot your house tour video. Cameron, you have time to work on where I'm going to hit you with this.
Not looking.
Hot Jukes, look, I saw it. Now get out of here.
No, I did not. I did not look.
You got it.
All right, we'll catch in with you guys
Oh,
when
love
we
you,
kick off
Jason.
the show on Tuesday. Enjoy your day off.
Take it easy.
Bye.
All right, but our analysts, they're not done just yet. They have to break down that last match before we can do so. Let's bring Seven and Glitter back in. I think that smile Glitter's giving me is I got her too with this. I think that's what it is. Oh, yeah, she definitely looked there. 100%. No? Oh, come on. Seven, did you look?
No.
It's a shame
It's
because
right
what
at the
that
camera.
was is that actually meant that's the amount of Ferraris I was going to buy you if you looked. So unfortunately, no Ferrari for you two. We'll have
I
to
saw
say that
6.
for another time. Wait, what? You've got 6? You might soon.
That's what I saw, 6.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Well, nice. Let's take a look at our map rankings, though, to see the points, obviously, and kind of focus things back on this last match of the day. You can see Ace One did take the first place with the 24 points, but Tempo, again, big kill game for them another time, 7.
Yeah, honestly, we were it was a toss-up, right? It was a flip of a coin. We were kind of talking with the Glitter there, saying which one was going to win. I chose Tempo, she chose Ace One. Obviously, you see there, Ace One being the winners. 24 points, Tempo Storm, 22 points, 10 kills. Not bad, honestly. They had a great match there to end it off. Meta Gaming, 13 points, and the Unnamed, especially the Unnamed, I felt like they really needed this match here, and they needed that fight with INTZ. That was such a huge win for them, since I believe they were there towards that 16th place. Hopefully those extra points, the 12 points total, will be able to help them out. Tribe Gaming, another team that's currently there as well, 11 points. Klaze Esports, 9 points. Team Queso, we've been seeing it again over and over.
Yeah.
Team Queso just putting out a ton of kills, but not that much placement points, which honestly, currently where they're sitting at, they don't really have to worry about anything. Just keep on trying different things there. Team Queso, 8 points total. BDM Esports, once again, 6 points. As we can see there, G25 Gaming Glitter with 6 points.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've definitely had a little bit of a rough day today, but we were talking about that before, and I'm kind of okay with it right now. They've had 2 straight weeks of domination. They're already at 8 chicken dinners. I think we could cut them some slack and allow them to have a little bit of an off day. Cloud9 able to pull down a few more points, 3 kills, 2 placement points. Nova Esports with 3 points. Wildcard struggling a little bit, definitely, like Jason was saying, a little bit of a bummer considering how well Acer's been doing all day, but still they did get their chicken dinner, so at least a decent showing for them. And then down there at the bottom, 19 Esports, Influencer Age, INTZ all with 1 point, and XSET 7, 0 points.
They needed that match. They needed the match, and bad way to finish off a great week that they have so far in week 2.
I mean, I think they're allowed to have maybe one bad game. They played fantastic today. They played really well yesterday. Even earlier on the week, they definitely did step up when they needed to. But another team that did step up is Ace One. As we take a look at their stats here from that last match again, not really that much damage, some good kills. I think for me, the match wasn't about winning in a big way. It was just about winning. It's just about getting some confidence back for them, because I feel like they've been struggling with that for so long.
Yeah, we've kind of talked about it a little bit too, because I mean, for the whole first week, we were calling them the new Loops, right? They had essentially taken over that position. They were aggressive and successfully so, and they were able to just pull down their placement points on top of it. And then, I don't know what happened, but they just fell off, and they fell off really hard. we did not hear anything from them for a while. And then I feel like today, they're starting to get a little bit of their momentum back, and they're, you know, pulling down a win here at the end of the day. They've been able to get a few kills throughout today as well. We're seeing small glimpses, not as big, but small glimpses of what they pulled off in week 1 here, 7.
As we're seeing the Mountain Dew game field moments there, and going back to Ace One, I think it might be the comeback tour for him. We'll have to wait and see. I want to see more out of Loops before we kind of claim Ace One as the new Loops out of Brazil. And Ace One definitely has to be a lot more consistent for me, as we do see Team Queso there. We saw Team Queso end up fighting early. They lost a player, and then later on they ended up engaging with Wildcard. I think they ended up killing Spring, if I'm not mistaken, Glitter. And then after that, they ended up actually fully just wiping out Wildcard. So interesting stuff there. Something to keep an eye on. I've seen a lot of teams kind of fight each other. G25, I know we kind of mentioned it. I feel like today was maybe one of their worst days so far. But they're kind of allowed to have one. They're allowed to have that kind of stuff. And they don't want to be that team that kind of shows everything, especially when you have such a good lead right now. 10K sounds pretty good, but guess what? Going to the finals, 40K first place, and then on top of that, being able to go to PMGC sounds even better, as we do see the Unnamed, one team that I was talking about. This fight was just so big for them. They need the points, and this is something that we're probably going to start focusing a lot more here coming into the final week before we actually go to finals, is those teams fighting for the top 16, especially towards the second page of the actual 16 spots there, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that's what you and I were talking about while we were watching that engagement. We were kind of keeping an eye on the Unnamed, and we were keeping an eye on BDM Esports. I mean, BDM obviously just had a fabulous game, but I believe it was BDM and the Unnamed that were kind of jockeying for 16th and 17th when we had last checked in. So we were just paying special attention to them to see how this game was going to go for them, and it definitely went in the favor of the Unnamed. They got more placement points. Like you said, they had some good engagements with the INTZ. And I think that that's where it's going to start getting really interesting. We said a couple times at the top of the show that it was, you know, 7th, 8th place all the way down to 16th that were very, very close overall into a 21-point spread, and we've seen some of those teams that either fell within that bubble or right outside of that bubble have performances today that, in theory, had nobody else shifted, could have put them in to one of those top positions. So I'm excited to see what happens here in this last week. We've seen some of the gameplay start to slow down a little bit today. Teams are starting to be a little bit more conservative in their decision making. We're still, no matter what changes in the lobby, we're still seeing random teams stepping up to the plate every single time, teams that need these points, making plays. So I think things are going to get a little bit crazy next week.
Yeah, I mean, we still have, with just that last match finishing, we finally hit the halfway point. We still got the 2 weeks left of play left to go for all these teams. So there's still a lot of time. I know you're looking around 7. I went back and double checked it. There's still 2 weeks left to go. We've only just now hit the halfway point here, unless my schedule is completely messed up. Yeah, but we do have obviously a chance to now maybe take a look at our total damage here from the last game alone before we do close out the show here. And obviously before we get into our overall standings, we can see here it should be a lot of damage done to the teams as we expect. And of course, Tempo yet again, 2,400 damage done. But of course, Queso, it doesn't seem to be, or no matter wherever they are on this graph, they always have so much damage done, 7.
Especially today. I feel like today they just decided to go off and just focus on kills alone. We've seen maybe like 1 placement point pretty much almost every single match today, and they always end up with more than 5 kills. And I just kind of, I know we were talking about this earlier, Jason. I'm enjoying it, especially because of the position they're currently in. Usually at this stage of a tournament, as we do see more of the damage stuff from other teams, Team Queso is usually playing catch-up, and this is when the gears start turning for them. This is when they usually tend to wake up and start actually performing with the way we know Team Queso is able to do. With the performance, with the way they started off this tournament, this is the first time that I just seen Team Queso just kind of relax a little bit, not have to play catch-up, focus on the kills, try out different tactics. I'm enjoying it, but hopefully here towards the final weekend, and especially going towards finals, they narrow everything down.
See, on that note, actually, it kind of worries me is that they're maybe getting a little bit too relaxed. Because we saw Tempo, even towards the start of the day, we talked about how they kind of changed things up. Glitter, you mentioned how they're playing a lot more center in yesterday's games, but it was working for them. Queso, yeah, they might be getting 7, 8 kills, but they're not necessarily fully placing high like Tempo was. So I really wonder if they get kind of complacent with themselves, if they get a little bit too relaxed. Maybe that can punish them when we get into finals, but I don't know. Obviously, it's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts. All right. Well, let's take a... Oh, no. Glitter.
I feel like they're just kind of saving their energy a little bit right now.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, you know what? We don't have any energy left to save because we end out our second day. It's time to take a look now at our overall standings to see if maybe a team has overtaken G25 or if maybe we have some new additions here into our top 16. And starting things off, well, G25, they just seem to continue to maintain this first place spot.
Yeah, even though they had maybe one of their worst days, they're still in first place. They just have such a huge lead. Same with Team Queso. Listen, they didn't have one of the craziest days today in regards to placement, but with the kills that they were able to gather, now passing G25 by 10 kills, they're sitting nice and pretty there in second place. You see B4 Esports there in third place, 276 damage. Look at the gap, too, between first place and third place. You have Temple Storm getting a little bit closer there to B4 Esports, only 2 points away. Ace won a much better performance overall, especially with that win that they were able to get there in the last game. Alpha 7 Esports performed really well as well for me. Wildcard Gaming finally starting to wake up. We're seeing the wildcard, as Jason was able to put it, that we expected to see, that a lot of the other teams and players expected to see. Then you see Cloud9 there in A spot, falling one down, and I'm really excited here to see what's gonna happen on the second page, because this is the one where we're gonna see a lot of surprises coming in, Glitter.
Yeah, and shout out to Tempo too for 133 kill points. They're the second highest right now, so that's very impressive coming out of Tempo. But Loops Esports able to jump up one spot into 9th place, 10 points above Execute now. So that was a very, very good performance coming out of Loops today, especially when you take into consideration how Execute has been playing. Execute does drop down into 10th place. Meta goes up one spot into 11th, and Nova goes down 1 to 12th. But if you look at their scores, they're only separated by 5 points. Currently, Nova or Meta can very easily leapfrog even above Execute or Loops, depending on, you know, how many good games they have. The Unnamed, though, 7, this is one of the teams we were talking about, has managed to go all the way up to 13th place, starting to give themselves a little bit of a cushion to work with as we move into our next week. XSET is holding on to 14th strong. PK does drop down a few spots into 15th place, and Tribe Gaming actually rounds out the top 16. But if you look there, 14 through 16 are only separated by 4 points. 13 through 16, you know, 3 more points than that. This is what we've been talking about. Okay, and BDM Esports was the other squad that we were looking at, 7, and they're at 17th place.
Yeah, jumping up 3 spots today. They had an amazing performance, and they only put themselves 3 points behind the 16th place, Tribe Gaming. So love to see it there. Brazilian Rampage continuing the performance. Hey, they're not in last place now. Remember, this team at one point was very close to the last place there. You see INTZ, they've fallen down a couple spots. Influence Rage, they're still putting out the kills, but placement points wise, they really haven't been all there, so they're going to continue to lose some spots there, dropping down now to 20th. Klaze Esports 21st, 19 Esports 22nd, helping Quit Addiction. We saw them try to mix it up there in Miramar. Didn't really end up working out their way. 23rd and Defeaters, nothing's going their way with only 80 points in 24th place.
Yeah, I mean, 21st through 24th is like a 60-point difference. If I read that quick, yeah. Can do math in my head correctly. Yeah, carry the 3. Yeah, it was like a 60-point difference. Like, that's insane for such a little movement on the standings. But that's also why you're seeing like BDM only move up 3 slots with how many great games they had today. But then again, you still have more time to continue to build up these points. And I almost guarantee if they continue at this pace, I can guarantee if they continue at this pace, they're definitely going to break through in top 16. But that makes me wonder who's not going to be able to hold on to their spot. Tribe, they definitely had a rocky day, though towards the end it started to look a little bit better for them. But honestly, I feel like only if you're maybe in like the top, I want to say like top 8, you could feel safe-ish.
Yeah.
Top 4, I'm definitely more confident in saying it there for them. But it's definitely getting tough for some teams out there. But it's also, again, great to see what's happened and what's changed up in week 2. 7 and Glitter, you guys also now get the day off. You get to join Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis for some drinks and relaxation. No sun, unfortunately. Actually, no sun, because you guys are over in the U.S. You guys have tons of sun left to go in the day. Thank you again for joining me, and I'll be seeing you guys back on Tuesday. I miss you guys. No heart from 7 this time. I must have broken it. I'll make sure to work on that when we do come back on Tuesday, which will be the exact same time, 1 a.m. CEST over here in Europe, and of course 4 p.m. in Pacific's time in the US. Remember, make sure to tune back in here for more PUBG Mobile Pro League America Season 2 action, and we'll see you guys then.
Bye.